That includes Ms Adamson. All right. According to the internet, it's 8:30, so time for us to get underway. Morena, everyone. I'll start the meeting with a little karakia. Cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south. Let the breeze blow over the ocean. Let the breeze blow over the land. Let the red-tipped dawn come with a sharpened air, a touch of frost, and a promise of a glorious day. Whakatakati hou ki te uru, whakatakati hou ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai. E hiaki ane te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hau hu, ti he mauri ora. So, I have no apologies, although there might be a couple of people arriving late by the look of it. So, moving on to confirmation of the agenda. I presume we've all seen the agenda. Now there is a supplementary agenda, so I move that we confirm the agenda, including the supplementary agenda. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Excuse me, you should just read out the format.
It's not on my agenda. So, in addition to that, in addition to the aforementioned, I move that we make the following addition to the agenda, that the adoption of the draft consultation report be included, noting the reason was not included in the main agenda was that the advice was not available at the time the agenda was prepared, as per section 46A, part 7 of the Local Government Official Information and Meeting Act 1987. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, item 3, declarations of interest. Are there any changes or updates? Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, there is just one from me, and that is I'm no longer acting CE at Volunteer South. We've found a nice replacement.
Very good. I'm sure that will be noted for next time. Thank you. Is that it? So, I move that we note the elected members' interest with that alteration to be included, and confirm the proposed management plan for the elected members' interest and the ELT team's interest. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 4. The adoption of the draft consultation document. Some of you may have it in front of you. We have Ms Graham, and Ms Canton and Ms Bodecker. Do you wish to introduce the topic?
No, sir. I think it's all covered in the report.
Very good. So do we have any questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā kōrua. My question relates to the options point 22. It says, well, there may be other potential means, and I understand that this is the most practical, but how involved were the other means? Can you just elaborate a little bit about possible other means of resolving this?
3 options were considered. One is effectively just carry on as we are. The other would be to pass an Act of Parliament, which obviously would be just extraordinary, and this situation doesn't warrant that. And the third is to fix the situation, and we've worked hard to make sure that we fix it as opposed to just ignore it.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just a minor point on page 14 on 1, 2, 3, 4, bullet point, I think that should be Green Island landfill. This will replace, it says this will replace the Green Hill landfill in the consultation document under new waste collection. Thank you. Just shows I've read it.
Very good. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, and thanks for your work on this. I can imagine the running around. Going to point 18b, and I largely agree that it's a form of a substance issue, but further down it talks, and this is really my question, in terms of the ability for submitters, it says the existing submitters can attend a second hearing and could speak if they come and make additional submissions. Is the key part there additional submissions? I'm just thinking they can't come again and largely state what they previously have at this forum, so it's to do with the additional stuff.
That's right. The intention isn't to go over what people have already said, but if somebody comes with new information or a new point, then council would want to hear that. And if, of course, there's any new submitters who haven't submitted previously, then they should have the opportunity to be heard.
Cool. And of course, underpinning all of this, of course, is the concept just of natural justice. And, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
We're trying to make a solution that's
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you. Further to that, I'm just trying to figure out the logistics of how we can ensure that the information that they present on is new. Obviously, there's only so much we can do. I'm just curious as to what we've got in mind.
submitters will prepare a written submission and staff will compare it against the earlier submission, and if it contains new information, then it will be presented through to council. In terms of those people will have the ability to present that new point. If it's exactly the same as what they've previously submitted, then it doesn't need to be heard again.
Is there a threshold? And I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but are we talking like the majority of your submission is exactly the same, but this paragraph here is different? You can present on this paragraph only, or is it?
We will err on the side of giving people more opportunity than perhaps we're legally required to.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. None that I've missed. Very good. Thank you very much. We're done with that. We're done. Thank you. So, that being the case, I move that Council confirms, as required by Section 95A, Part 4 of the Local Government Act 2002, that the information on Council's website for the Enhanced Annual Plan 24-25 is the information relied on by the content of the consultation document and adopts the information for the purpose of consultation. Further, that Council adopts the draft consultation document referred to in this report and reopens the submission period for 1 week from the 8th of May until noon on the 15th of May 2024. So seconded for that, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Is there any commentary? I have nothing to speak on the matter. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just very briefly again, just thank you to staff for working on this, and I think it's I guess a reflection on the organisation here that we've proactively worked on this, and I think we should be grateful that this didn't appear at some point way down the line, which would have been a whole new sort of issue, I guess. So thank you, and I mean my concerns, like all of us, I presume, are around just making sure there's a level playing field here for everybody, and that we follow through in our requirements around natural justice, and I think we are, and I don't think it'll be any burden on any of us whatsoever to sit around this table at for a day or so more to listen to those people who feel that they have the right to submit to what is a transparent and robust process. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 4, the hearing schedule for the annual plan and late submissions. Ms Graham and Ms Bodecker are going to speak to this? No? No? Any comment? No comments. Are there any questions? No? A question? Councillor Mayhem.
Typo for Thursday. Preta Miller? Would that be Peter Miller?
It may well be, councillor, yes, in the speaking list.
Very good. So, with the correction, Councillor Walker.
Just confirmation that, and for other people as well, certainly in my case, I'm conflicted on one of these late submissions, so I presume I'll just sit back on the decision. Yep.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
That raises the issue of how we're going to deal with later on too in deliberations. I know we'll deal with that then, but how would you like us to deal with conflicts going through? Do you want those at the point at which people are speaking, or how do you want to handle that?
Well, I think at the point at which people are speaking, then we can either, whoever's conflicted can sit back or leave the room, depending.
And do you want us to articulate that, or just looking at Wendy now to see what would help staff?
Well,
Just as long as the GSOs are clear that you're sitting back, whatever works for you. But if the meeting's busy, even what would work, Wendy? A text, yeah, fine.
yeah, as long as it's clear, that's the main thing. Yeah, very good. Councillor Mayhem.
The late submitters, I assume, are not wanting to speak to the hearings? Or they
Can't tell yet.
Councillor, by virtue
You
of
won't know
the,
until they've made their late submission.
with the leave of the meeting, with the virtue of the resolution that you've just passed in the previous report, they're not late anymore. And there is at least one of them that is speaking.
Because the consultation's still open, so they're not late.
That's right. Well, the document speakers. Councillor Walker.
And tell me if I'm out of line here, but when is the good point to speak about an issue that I want to raise, which is a broader issue surrounding the submission process? And can I just elaborate? So there's a number, when you read through the submissions, there's a lot of people who indicated they wanted to speak and aren't speaking, and on contacting a number of those people, they can't speak because of our scheduling, particularly people like school teachers, people working during the day. So at some point, and I don't know if it's now, I just wanted to put it on the record that we really need to think a little bit more cleverly about understanding we live in the modern world and people have jobs, and a lot of people really desperately wanted to come and speak to us and can't due to the other forces in their life. So I think we need to look at evening and potentially a morning at a weekend. So it's now on the record.
Very good. Well, can I speak to that just briefly? Because we have submissions open now till the 15th. So during this process, if there are a whole lot of people that do, if there's an identifiably large number of people or a certain number of people, one or two, it's getting a bit tight, but we could be open. We could stay later in the evenings, or we could come in on the weekends. But
The schedule for the Aurora meetings does include evening sessions, so it may be that we make it, I'm not sure, we'd have to talk to the governance team about how we would identify those people who had said they wanted to speak and didn't, and we may be able to recontact them and offer them an evening slot in that Aurora schedule. Would that be possible, team?
Yep, absolutely, we can make that happen.
do we know how the state of bookings for that Aurora evening slot session is going? Is it one session or two?
Yeah, there are 2 sessions, and there are still gaps on both sessions. The sessions are from 5 till 7 at this stage. So if people would like to be proactive and contact us, that would also assist in us contacting everyone.
Yeah, and I think that's a worthwhile item to address, and it's good that we have a solution there. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I was going to raise a similar issue, and I was wondering that now that we've got another hearing that potentially scheduled for the annual plan hearings, whether that could be later on that day, on that Thursday, and then that could capture some of these submissions, because I'd already picked up that issue and realised that they weren't speaking, and I was going to suggest that at some stage during the process. So I don't know whether that could be an option.
Our current thinking had been it's likely that submitters will be interspersed if there are additional annual plan folk interspersed with the Aurora spoke. So it'll be a bit of a pick and mix, but it's the most pragmatic way to do it, to fill in the gaps, because Aurora folk are already booked in. So,
And if they chosen their own times, as opposed to just choosing, say, Thursday evening.
the team have worked really hard to try and give people their preferred slots, which is why there are gaps in the schedule, because so this will hopefully let us plug them.
Great. Councillor Gary.
Just on that, I just want to acknowledge that it also involves staff late, and the workload has been really busy and in a very short period, so I want to acknowledge that. But I just want to add to Councillor Walker's comments and Councillor Lucas that I do believe there are people, particularly on the perimeters of the city, where travel would be involved to come and speak. They can Zoom in, of course, it's not quite the same, but we do need to think creatively for the long-term plan. I think this is a really good chance to rethink that and put ourselves out more to accommodate our community, because busy lives, there's a lot going on for people right now, but there are certainly people who want to come and contribute, and we need to make it as easy as possible. But I am aware of that has other consequences as well.
Yes, well, certainly for people that live further out, if they have observed previous council meetings, they'll see the use of Zoom is, becoming more and more frequent, and is a very convenient way to be almost in the room with us. So, very good. So, we've exhausted questions. So, therefore, I'll put the motion that council notes the hearing schedule. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I know, but I'm curious why you sat back for the schedule. No, it's just confirming the schedule, and so we've just made a gap for schedule. It's all right. Just clarifying that. So now my expectation. So I have a question that the first submitters will not be here until 9 o'clock. Is that correct? 9:05. Yeah. I was thinking they'll probably get here at 9 for a 9:05 submission. So between now and then, I suggest we take an adjournment. So do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Houlihan. All right. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Can I suggest we take our seats now and be ready for 9:05 when we are due to recommence. All right. Yes, Ms. Wendy, we've got a security alert on the screen. Yes. There we go. Okay, so it's 9:05 and we'll get underway with submissions. First submission of the day is the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board. Mr. McAwee and Mr. Sims, welcome to the table. Now, just note that people have, submitters have 5 minutes to speak to your submission, and then councillors will have 5 minutes to ask questions. And you have to press the microphone button to speak, but do not press it when you're finished, because anyone else pressing their button will cut your one off. So you only press to speak and don't worry about it afterwards. Take it away. Thank you.
Good morning.
Timer on the wall.
Oh, is it going?
The timer is there.
Right, it's a race. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Raddick, DCC councillors and staff. Thank you for allowing us to address our submission. We take that our submission has been read. I am speaking to you on behalf of the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board to advocate for the prioritisation and support of proposed cycleways and walkways onto and across the Taieri. Our proposal focuses on 4 immediate priorities. Priority 1, Stage 1 of the Dunedin Tunnels Trail from Mosgiel to Green Island. Due to the change in central government, we realise the funding landscape has changed drastically, but urge the DCC to push forward with this project in whatever capacity to enable this section of the trail to be completed. This project should take priority over any new or existing walking or cycle trail projects within the Dunedin city boundary. Priority 2, Stage 1 of the Taieri Trail from Mosgiel to Outram. A feasibility study has now been completed, and after considerable consultation with the community, we now have a confirmed route. This new option is somewhat shorter than the original, only 15 kilometres in length, and a far more direct route than the original design. More importantly, we have 100% buy-in from affected landowners. We seek the council to support this project by contributing to the cost of consent and easement related expenses only. Priority 3, Outram Historical Park Loop. This community project spanning across the DCC Reserve has the potential to enhance local recreational opportunities and community engagement. There will be no cost to the council as this project is fully funded by the local community. We seek the council's support in allowing an easement to make this possible. This project ties in nicely with the council's redevelopment of the Outram Glen. This is scheduled for the spring of 2024, for which the community is extremely grateful. We ask the council to consult with the board regarding the final designs and inclusions. There are some important considerations, including security and accessibility to the river, that must be considered. Priority 4. We urge the council to thoroughly evaluate the economic and social benefits associated with extending the Otago Central Rail Trail through to Dunedin, recognising its potential to bring long-term prosperity to our region. In order to successfully implement these projects, we require continued advocacy and support from the Dunedin City Council. We appreciate your attention to this matter and look forward to working collectively with the council to make these initiatives a reality. Thank you for considering the submission. Andrew.
Not quite.
Thanks, Dean. I've got the old chestnuts really. Heavy transport bypass for Mosgiel. We're just asking for continued urgency at every level on that. The latest LTSA Wakakotahi data shows 540 heavy truck movements a day through Mosgiel. We've watched George Street be celebrated for all the right reasons, and congratulations. We wonder whether Mosgiel kids are happy still playing with trucks on their way to school. Port Otago have already done much of the work required for a feasibility study at their cost, and they have sent this to the DCC. We urge you to take notice of that, and also to try and sort of pick up on what they've done and try and expedite the feasibility study for the heavy transport bypass. We very much appreciate the support, the recent support from the Regional Land Transport Committee, the combined ORC-DCC Future Development Strategy Panel, and from the West Harbour Community Board towards getting this bypass done. Flood protection on the Taieri. We very much appreciate the Council submitting to the ORC's long-term plan on our behalf, to insisting that the ORC maintain the flood protection assets on the Taieri to 100% or better of their design capability. We're very pleased to note that that was within the DCC submission, and to get your support on that. The DCC's role in all of that, of course, is to continually improve the delivery of the stormwater from the urban areas through to the waterways to get rid of the stormwater in the first place. Lastly, we're just very much hoping that the Council will give careful consideration to all aspects of the future of the Taieri Gorge Rail Corridor. The feasibility study, in terms of what it will cost and how it can be done to convert the existing rail corridor into a cycle trail, will soon be with us, and we'd like that to be read alongside the economic benefit study for an extension to the Otago Central Rail Trail. And we just included some photographs on the slide there of the rail heritage being preserved on a couple of cycle trails in our area. Just lastly, spot the difference. Those two houses are 5 apart. They're 5 properties apart on Gordon Road and Mosgiel, and you need to look really, really carefully to spot the difference. Yep, we're nearly there. The reality is there actually is no difference. Both those houses are exactly the same. They're both residential too, and they could both be demolished tomorrow to make way for flats. That needs to be addressed by the council, and some of the magnificent houses that we've got need to be preserved. There is a mechanism in place with the historic notable structures register, and we would like that to be. We don't want to lose these places.
Thank you. We have some questions, firstly from Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just the reference back to flood protection on the Taieri, and what we need from council in that first bullet point. The stormwater system in Mosgiel needs to be maintained and upgraded by the DCC to efficiently deliver stormwater to the drains and watercourses. Are you indicating that we're not quite doing that, the DCC not quite doing that, or delivering that to the standard you would like? Or I just found that comment quite interesting.
Thanks, Andrew. Good question. The pumps at Reed Avenue and the pumps at Centre Street have been scheduled for replacement and upgrade for some time, and that hasn't happened. The pump at Carlisle Road has been, with a significant improvement in that area, but the other 2 pumps, which are aged, need upgrading.
Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, gentlemen. Your community board has 12 priorities listed in order of importance. Can you confirm they are in order of importance, and has that order changed drastically over the last few years?
Thanks, Brent. Yes, they're generally in order of the importance for the level of support that we need from the DCC. So some of the priorities are very important to us, but don't necessarily rely on a lot of assistance from you people, so they've been lowered. Some of them are important but have been signalled that they're going to go ahead, like the redevelopment of Outram Glen. So we know from past experience that we never, until we see the diggers, we don't take it for granted. So we've kept it on there, but we know that work is scheduled for commencement in September of this year. So therefore we've still got it on the list, but it's moved down the list because we're not necessarily thinking we have to fight that battle at this stage.
So I take it the heavy traffic bypass is definitely your number 1 priority?
That's absolutely number 1, because we're still heavily reliant on the advocacy of the people in this room for that. In the past, in 2006, council even bought land to improve Riccarton Road, and it still didn't happen. So we are until we're driving down there, we're not going to take that for granted at all.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding the rail trail down Tyree Gorge, have you considered that, unlike any other rail trail, this 64-kilometre stretch has no road access, no cell phone coverage for a good chunk of it, and no access to farmers in case any cyclist should get into some trouble? How do you propose being able to keep cyclists safe on a 64-kilometre stretch where there really are no services, no ability to call for emergency services, and no access to this trail by emergency services? How do you propose cyclists could safely negotiate this very long and quite, well, weather-prone and very, very steep trail?
Thanks, Lee, for the question. I don't know that's vastly different from other cycle trails that I've ridden throughout New Zealand in terms of access. So those that have done the Timber Trail in the North Island, there are large tracts of that are in the same situation. Even the Otago Central Rail Trail, there are parts with limited access and limited phone coverage. The trail that would be built is large enough to get a vehicle on. So I'm not quite following your line of questioning or objection to it being a cycle trail in respect to that. The other thing is that risk is faced every single day by this council every time a train goes up there. So I'm, with 300 people on it. So I don't see this as a greater risk than that at all.
A train going up there with trained staff, with radio communication, with people that have life-saving equipment and training on board is quite different to an individual cyclist who may be elderly, gets halfway down the trail, there's nobody around. Are you prepared to take on the liability of someone being caught in the middle of nowhere with no access and no way of actually calling for any help?
I think we have a one-word answer if possible. Look at we're done with the time.
The liability is far less than what's being faced by them at the moment.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your submission. It's been a very fulsome submission, and it's been good to hear from you in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have someone impersonating Mr. Paul Weir from the Saddle Hill Community Board. So welcome. I know. Yes, I do know. I said welcome, Mr. Scott Wetherell. I said no, impersonating. Welcome, Scott Wetherell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, councillors and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present on behalf of Paul and the Saddle Hill Community Board. Paul's just got some work commitments, so he sends his apologies. To be brutally honest, there's nothing new on our submission to the annual plan again this year. But firstly, we would just acknowledge and thank staff, councillors, and all our systems in behind that make things work really, really well for the Saddle Hill Community Board area. Discretionary fund is really, really appreciated. Just recently we gave 2,700 away to fantastic young ambassadors within our community, and which actually one of our winners of that, we had 10 applicants, and one was a Charlotte Aburn, who's just been announced the New Zealand Junior Surf Lifesaving Team, which is awesome. And our other winner, she's actually just been away at the Stephen Adams camp over in the United States, learning basketball. So really, really, really top calibre. Councillor Gilbert will second that, I'm sure. Another really fantastic project that's been awesome for our community this year is the support around the basketball court at Waldronville. Absolutely off the charts in Waldronville. It is a community that's challenged in terms of having a heart, having a sense of purpose, and I think that basketball court really has set us up for somewhere awesome to continue to strive in that community, but also for us as a community board to continue to engage within that community. Like I say, the other things aren't new. You've seen them before multiple times, and I know a number of councillors have been around the state for a very, very long time, equal to my time on the community board. But let's cut to the chase. The culvert at Ocean View, team, really, a number of you have been out there with me during floods. The flood prediction management time has been based on floods, one in every 50 years. The reality is that floods one every 2 to 3 years. I know you get it. We just need to lift it up the priority and do some work in that. And if that means buying those houses that continually flood, one that's currently on the market right now, then that's maybe something that this council needs to consider. Coastal erosion. I've been on the community board for it'll be 24 years next year. Every submission we've made a request that we initially make a assessment of the coastal erosion challenges along the Saddlehood Community Board area, which is vast. But the reality is, if we don't make an initial stock take or assessment, then we won't know what the actual issues are. That's been coming before Christmas for a number of times. I'm hopeful it's going to happen for this Christmas, 2014. Law Road, State Highway 1, actually it's more on the Mosgiel Tire Community Board, but just at the bottom of the drive there, it is a real challenge for us. We know Wakatakai have acknowledged that as well, but they're looking to widen that. But if there's a scope, Councillor O'Malley, to sort of put a voice there, that would be really great. Even just some lighting would be awesome. That walkway path, shared pathway along Brighton Road, sharing Westwood through into Ocean View, it really is just getting people off the white line. We've got horses, we've got people riding bikes, we've got people walking, we've got people running. We just need to get them off that white line. We've got that shoulder there that we can buffer, obviously with some conversations. I know Councillor O'Malley's involved in that as well, so thank you. And I guess just lastly, we're just chucking some support in behind a wonderful team that is doing some work with staff, which has been awesome. Thank you for that, around the Brighton pump track there, just expanding that as a community asset or facility out at the Brighton Domain, just to utilise that facility even better than what it already is. And I guess just lastly, I know the council are working really hard on supporting homeless people in our communities, particularly in around that Oval area. I would just wave that along the Saddle Hill Community Board area, particularly the southern coastal strip and around the Brighton Domain. We've currently got 2 residents living there at the moment. Speaking to staff and contractors just yesterday around that, but also on a regular basis, each of those lay-bys along the southern scenic strip, we have 2 to 3 people probably living in vehicles down there each night. So just want to flag it. I know you know it, but just to reiterate. Thank you.
Very good. Questions? Firstly, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Weatherall. The first one was, which you touched on, and I don't think you need to be asked a question around, but it was just highlighting the culvert at Ocean View. So thank you for that impact. The Brighton pump track. How's the Walton Park pump track going?
Yeah, the Walton Park one, obviously really well supported by the council a number of years ago. It's used on a really regular basis. It's a great facility for sure.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes, Mr. Thanks, Scott. Just getting back to that Law Road State Highway 1 intersection, you are aware, obviously, because you said it, that Wakatahi is doing safety upgrades. So my question really is to Ms Collard. Can we just make sure that Transport gets that message, because then we can take it to the next RTC meeting? State Highway 1 Law Road intersection. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
With regards to the coastal erosion, I can remember years ago doing some stories about it, so I'd imagine it's probably eroded, quite a bit since then. Do you feel that Brighton gets the attention that places like South Dunedin get, and do you think, that it needs sort of a bigger strategy or a more attention to raise the concerns around there?
Thanks, Councillor. So it's bigger than Brighton, team. It's the southern scenic strip, basically, from Torrey Mouth right through to Tunnel Beach for our community board area. but we know that it is actually right through into the other community board areas. All we're asking for is an assessment first, so then we can at least understand what the challenges are. But absolutely, I could take you to multiple places along our coastal area where the land is subsiding into the ocean. I don't have an answer to that, and I know there's a lot of collective people that might do better than I, but at least let's have a look at it so we understand the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, Scott. I just wondered, I just saw the word Southern Scenic Route there, and I just wondered, do you have any connection with the Southern Scenic Route? And I know you're on it, but of the management, etc.?
Against that? No, we don't. No, we have never had any communication or dialogue with the group.
Because are you aware of the destination management plan? Has that been talked to the community board about? Have they brought it and talked to you about it?
I think there was a presentation some time ago, yeah, but it's not something that's a living document that we would review on a regular basis. But I would acknowledge that staff have spoken to the board about it in the past.
I just want to see, so the Monsku-Tairi Community Board had theirs in priority order. Your submission, is that all in priority order as well? So the most important thing to you is the culvert at Ocean View. And then my last question is just around the coastal erosion, and would you support that the council have a climate adaptation plan? We're looking, I know that a lot of community boards are going to bring up coastal erosion as an issue, and would you support a holistic look at all of the areas? 100%. Okay. Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And on the coastal erosion, originally the report on coastal erosion was going to come in September 25, which I kind of pointed out was the end of the training. And now there's an interim report due December 20 of this year. Do you, in that interim report, will you want to make sure that the South Coast is actually, there is a section in there that describes where they are with the South Coast coastal erosion and the start of the plan forward?
Absolutely. Like I genuinely say, hand on heart, 21, 24 years, sorry, I've been coming to this process. We've been asking for that long. I've seen a number of CEOs through this process, a number of mayors. Come on, team, like, we're not asking for too much here.
And I take it you'd turn up to public forum for that meeting when the report comes. Cool.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Just with regard to the people sleeping in their vehicles, Scott, do you think that they are connected to Brighton area, or maybe have been at the camping ground and moved on from there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. A bit of both. Yeah, there was a chap that was moved on from the camping ground, and we know that, and through staff, thank you again for that. We, in the closing times before the camp was closed, unfortunately it's just sitting dormant at the moment. There's some really good opportunity there. Yeah, a bit of both. Some are quite transient within our community, and then some will come out to our community because they're not pestered by maybe contractors asking them to move on or things like that. Yeah, it's a beautiful place to come and camp, you know. Why wouldn't you?
Thank you very much, Mr Weatherall.
Thanks very much for the questions and the opportunity to present today.
We appreciate your submission. Thank you. All right, next we have Ms Wilson, Anna Wilson from the Strathtyre Community Board, and accompanied by Mr Robin Thomas. Question?
I have a procedural question, process really. On other occasions through annual plan, we've had a mechanism for capturing small operational matters, and I know we have the live stream now, but is there a process for that as things come up in the presentations?
Staff are aware and are watching, so they'll be capturing things.
Sure, thank you.
I mean, they're generally all relevant to the submissions, so that's good. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, and the timer is on the screen.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the Strathtyre Community Board submission. We have several key priorities. I will just go over our top ones for now. Our first one being the security and integrity of infrastructure from flooding. As previously highlighted, there is an ongoing and absolute need to resolve as a matter of urgency issues within and adjacent to the Middlemarch Township with regard to flooding. We appreciate the cooperative approach that has been adopted between the ORC and DCC in respect of consulting on this matter. However, as a board, we feel obligated to point out that it has now been 3.5 years since the last major event and no significant material works have yet been undertaken. We acknowledge that while some minor works have been completed, we are strongly of the view that should another event of any magnitude occur, then the community is once again going to be severely impacted by floodwaters. To allow this situation to continue is quite simply unacceptable. The board strongly urge the DCC and ORC to advance progress on resolving this matter and undertake the necessary work program to ensure, as far as practicable, the safety of our community from ongoing flooding issues without further delay. The second one being securing ongoing commitment to the Taieri Gorge train link between Dunedin and Middlemarch. The board acknowledges the support to date by council in respect of protecting the future of the Wingatui to Middlemarch railway line in situ. We would also highlight its future contribution again as part of a local and national heritage asset and its possible role as a tourism icon for the greater Dunedin area. Without doubt, the Taieri Gorge train trip from Dunedin to Middlemarch is one of the country's iconic scenic and heritage journeys. The board encourages the council to actively pursue options for retention and operation of that asset line and experience through an appropriate structured business proposition that could include a local and or national business element and should additionally weave that experience and opportunity into the overall fabric of the Dunedin tourism growth framework. In addition, the board does support further investigation of a potentially complementary cycleway component for those parts of the line where it can be safely incorporated in the overall railway experience. We are not advocating for an either-or scenario, rather a workable compromise where multiple experiences and opportunities are available. A Destination Middlemarch group has recently been formed to identify and optimise opportunities and ensure local engagement. This group will require input and guidance from council to maximise effectiveness in bringing opportunities to the area. Recycling and rubbish. The board is very supportive of extended recycling opportunities within the Strath Taieri community. At present, we have recycling facilities in Middlemarch and livestream. However, Hindon, there is nothing out that way. We would strongly recommend a recycling hub to be installed there. In the same light, it is strongly recommended that a household or rubbish recycling at Highway 87 and George King Memorial Drive. The rubbish truck does come up to Middlemarch every week. It goes past quite a few driveways on the way up to Middlemarch that could have the opportunity to have their rubbish and recycling collected. And likewise, on its return trip, it could go via George King Memorial Drive and have the opportunity to pick up more rubbish on its way. At present, most farmers, like myself, currently dispose of our rubbish in our own farm landfill, as there is no other options unless we take our rubbish to the local dump, which is some kilometres away. And we would be more than willing to set up collection sites around the community that the rubbish truck could potentially come to and collect as well. There is also talk of an extension of the walkway north of Middlemarch towards the library. There has been significant residential activity of new builds in that area, and we're wanting to create an accessible community. We have approached Waka Kotahi also to extend our 50k area zone to north of the library, however have had no response or luck on that front. We also are on State Highway 87. Our local school has no flashing signs to say it's a 30-kilometre area. It's not until you actually drive past that you realise it is a school. We were promised signs and still that has not happened. And yeah, it's something that I am very aware of as to the community. A lot of our children do walk to school or likewise catch a bus and have to get out onto the highway to get onto the bus. So that is another issue for us as a community. So those are our top priorities. I assume you've probably all read the remaining part of our submission and appreciate any questions or feedback.
Fantastic. We have questions waiting. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your submission today. Your board supports the retention of trains/tracks to Middlemarch ahead of a full continuation of the cycle trail to Dunedin. Taking into account the frequency of possible train services, which would probably not contain cruise ship passengers due to the distance to Middlemarch, would you concede visitor numbers to and through Middlemarch would be greater with cyclists compared to rail passengers if the cycle trail continued through Middlemarch to Dunedin?
Thank you for the question. It's very hypothetical. Some of you around the table will be aware that back last century, I was the one that developed the concept for the Otago Central Rail Trail and brought it to fruition. So I have some background in usage and users and trends. I would think that that would not be correct, that there would be more cyclists than people using the train. But what we're saying in our submission is that in fact there is a common ground between two, and why exclude one for the other? So we'd be looking to explore the options that would optimise both opportunities.
You also mention a complementary cycle component for the rail journeys. Who do you suggest would cover the complementary cost?
In the same way, I guess, that the original trail was set up, that was set up without any government input at all, any government funding at all. So there are a whole range of different alternatives for that. But progressively, as time has gone on, the dollars associated with cycleway development has increased exponentially. And the figures that I would have from back last century would be significantly now out of date. So in terms of speculating on not only on where it would come from, but it would be more important is how much that would be, in my view. And that would be purely conjecture at the moment without having seen what the alternatives are and where one could dovetail to the other.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Further to your comments about the train, and thank you for the compromise suggestion, one of the issues that's often raised here when we talk about the extension to Middlemarch is the tourist offering on your patch. Can I assume that your destination Middlemarch group will be focused on enhancing that visitor experience?
Yes, that's definitely why the group was established, to create a reason for people to come to Middlemarch. We also need to, I think COVID taught us that we need to leverage off just not having a train, but having other things in Middlemarch. And that's probably proved that. You know, we're looking at things like farm tours, getting, cruise ship passengers would love that. Come and see a farm, working farm, and go from there. So, and even people from town for a weekend. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, just want to touch back.
Button, microphone.
Someone turn me off. Up on the north coast, you've got One Coast, which is a local community group, and I know there's a small recycling facility in Middlemarch. Is there any plans to get anything going a bit more upmarket, or whatever to say, up there? And if so, would you want the council's help in the same way that One Coast got theirs?
Absolutely. I'd love to go and see what the North Coast does and how that looks without knowing anything about it. You probably can't make assumptions there. But definitely, I think as a farmer myself, companies that we supply are looking for us to be sustainable, environmental. And part of that, obviously, when you're dumping your own rubbish on your farm is not a good look. So, yeah, if we can find ways around that and make it easy, then I think there is definitely potential.
That's great. And then I want to get to the extra footpath work you're asking for. This has become relatively common in all the community board areas where there's new houses going in and there's a change in activity on those roads. And would you like to see an assessment of the policies we have at the moment on well, we have a policy of no extension of seal, and there's no policy on footpaths, I can tell, in the rural area. So would you like to see that policy looked at again now with changing use in the communities?
Definitely, and I think with the cost of living and things, people are getting out on their feet a lot more than getting in cars and using e-bikes, and especially as a rail trail area, people are biking around our township. So if we can provide safety and not put them on State Highway 87, which is fair flying, I think that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you very much for your submission. That's very good. Now, next we have the Otago Peninsula Community Board with Mr. Pope and Ms. Neal. Sorry, we need a microphone because otherwise anyone at home watching cannot hear.
As I said, Atamaria, Your Worship, kia ora tātou councillors.
Kia ora.
It's nice to have a fellow board member of safety in numbers. Our submission is fairly simple this year and basically focuses around two main issues. The first being the completion of Te Awa Otago, the Peninsula Connection, for want of another name, in basically 4 areas. And that includes, of course, Harrington Point Otago, the inland route between Harwood and Otago, and the section around Portobello School, and also completion of the boardwalk in Portobello. Now, our understanding is the boardwalk, I think, sits within the plan, I think in 24-25 or 25-26. That's what we've had from staff. The section at Otago now is becoming more and more urgent, especially in relation to storms. The road is severely undermined in places, narrow, and has the significant dangers both to locals and visitors alike. It is narrow enough now that buses must actually use both sides of the road to gain access around one particular corner. And I think you'll agree that that's less than desirable. We run the risk of actually cutting off the main tourist opportunities on the Otago Peninsula with the failure of that particular part of the road. Taiaroa Head, the Blue Penguins, Penguin Place, which is now replaced by Opera, and the other businesses in that area, along with the marae, actually, as I say, face the real prospect in the next few years of actually being shut off unless that section is complete. Similarly with the access through Portobello School, which is narrow through a cutting. It is not a requirement for reclamation rather than a redesign of several corners in that area to widen that for those children coming from Harwood and other parts of Portobello. The second issue on our submission is the Taumahaka or Tomahawk School site. Now, I've been on the board, next year will be 12 years, 4 terms. I've been dealing with the Tomahawk School site now for 11 years. You bought a property, the closed school, from the Ministry of Education. The building was left. Eventually, we went through a process. It was demolished. Also, the swimming pool was demolished. This community have gone through process after process, consultation after consultation for nearly, as I say, for 11 years now. And we finally actually had some action taken by council last year where we had Peter Christos, the landscape and architect from the council, engaging with the community at round. And what we actually ended up with was a general consensus from the community about what that site should actually be used for. And I think this is not only a good progress, but it's also, as I say, an indication just how frustrated this community had become with that particular issue in itself. Tomahawk is a community on the rise with a significant amount of subdivision which will bring 70 or 75, I think, new houses into this community. That represents an additional 150 people plus children. As I say, after 11 years of waiting and quite a few false starts, it's time that the council engaged with this issue much more, give it much more surety to the community from that point of view. With that in mind, you will see a number of submissions from members of that community, including Sally Dicey, who has done an excellent job with that submission. That follows on from a small petition that was set up by the board for that community, which includes signatures of 130 people of that community. This is a time, councillors, for you to, as I say, to engage. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to put large sums of money into it this year, but you could put some seeding funding into it, and you could put some staff time and resource into getting this thing off the ground into your next long-term plan. As I say, our submission this year has been simple around two particular issues. As I say, the completion of Te Awa Otako, and as I say, the support for the Tomahawk community around the use of the school site, which, as I say, has continued. There are many, many issues that, of course, we face, and you will face, of course, in these hearings, but those at the moment are the two priorities for the Otago Peninsula Board. And I thank you for your time, councillors, and with 13 seconds to go, I'm going to finish at this time.
Well done. Questions? We have Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the submission, team. Just going back to, and I think you've answered this question, but I'll ask it anyway. As you spoke, I was thinking about Sally Dicey's submission that comes to us tomorrow. Can I assume that the board fully supports the content of that submission?
Yes, we do, and we were actually part of the process with Peter Christos and the community, and what was recognised as, in fact, I helped facilitate that, and what was recognised, there were sort of 4 or 5 key points to that, which, as I say, the community have actually come to terms with and agreed on.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pope, for your submission on behalf of the board. I wanted to ask Ms. Neal, actually, knowing that she's a teacher at Portobello School, what that second priority in the list for Te Awa Otako means to the school, what the current situation is in terms of...
Could I just say that the priority list of within the submission are not necessarily priorities as first, second or third. They all are equal.
Thank you. Tomorrow I'm presenting with students from Portobello School, and we're going to talk about these things, but our huge priority is the cutting. It's extremely dangerous. It's very narrow, there's no footpaths, and trucks, buses, cars, pedestrians go through there and need some attention. And we have several other priorities which we can talk about tomorrow.
So just to be clear, the photograph that's in the board submission is the cutting by the school?
I'm sorry, microphone.
I think the photograph you have is outside Coronation Hall, and is it, or is that the roundabout?
No, it's the logging truck, and that comes past the school there. Basically, it comes around particularly a blind corner, and basically runs through the school. I would point out, actually, that the council don't actually own this section of the road. It's actually owned by the Ministry of Education, which is another issue in itself, that actually the transfer of ownership from the ministry to the City Council needs to occur as well.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to establish, I guess, kind of the number of tourists that come out. Pre-COVID, it was about 500,000 visitors that came to the Otago Peninsula, and I definitely know that there was 160,000 that came out to the Albatross colony alone. So would you estimate that the road out to Tauroa Head, the Otako bus stop, was possibly passed by up to at least 200,000 visitors a year?
I would imagine at this stage as well. I'd like to think it was more, given the fact that you've just spent $900,000 at Taurioni Beach developing the playground there, which if the road doesn't get repaired, you'll actually shut off. But I would imagine that we're getting to those figures at this stage.
My next question was just around, you've said that all priorities are equal, but the budget's obviously a little challenging. Would you support looking at staging some of the work which has been done previously?
Of course we would we'll look at staging it. We know, as I say, that the boardwalk, I believe, is actually, and I think it's a 25-26 or 24-25 stage. So, I mean, that's realistic. We're not unrealistic about that. But as I say, I think what the community needs and the board needs is an indication from council where we stand on those particular issues. And I think, as I say, Otago and Harrington Point communities, are quite nervous about their situation. And I know, like with Cheryl and the school, they are also nervous about theirs. So, like I say, it's really an indication from council where we stand.
Very good. Councillor Mayhem.
Just a quick question. I'm not very familiar with the geography, but we had another submission about the corner by the fisheries, that 2 children were nearly run over trying to avoid, by a motorist trying to avoid a bus on the wrong side of the road. Is that near the school?
The Otago fisheries, that's what that is. It's out towards Tamatea Road, where the turn off to the marae. And so it's part of it. It's actually a part of a reclamation, which the old fisheries factory was, and it's that section that we're talking about, that the one that is the worst and undermined.
Right. I think we're done for time, but it's not near the school. It's quite a way further out, but we're almost at the marae.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, thank you very much, both of you, for your submission. That's great. And next we have the West Harbour Community Board, and with Mr. Duncan Eddy coming to the table, please.
Yeah, Atamarie, my name's Duncan Eddy. I've been asked to present the submission on behalf of the West Harbour Community Board. I'll take it that you've hopefully all read our submission already. There's a few things I'd like to highlight that are in there, but broadly what I would like to say is that everything that's in this submission is in our community plan. Most of it is things that we understand council is already working on. So rather than asking for new things, we're asking for completion of things that council's already doing, and there's a fair few of them that are actually overdue. So we're not asking for a huge amount, we're just asking for a few things to get done. The first thing on our list is the St Leonard's toilets. You might be aware that during the 10-year plan submission process that the St Leonard's toilets got more submissions and support asking for toilets there than any other potential toilet around Dunedin, and it accordingly went to the top of the toilet list for the next 10 years. My understanding is it was supposed to be completed in the 23-24 year. We still haven't seen it, so we asked when it's going to be completed, and we've just been told that the revised date is April 2025. So it's a little bit late, which is something that I'll come back to when I'm bringing up some other toilets that we'd like to have around the area. The next thing on our list is a bunch of 4 different things that we've decided would be priorities for our main street upgrade. The main street upgrade is something that people have been talking about in Port Chalmers for a long time. Not a lot has happened. We'd like to see a few things happen this year. We want another public toilet in Port Chalmers. You probably think Port Chalmers has got enough public toilets already, and it does have enough public toilets for the population, but it doesn't have enough public toilets to deal with the hundreds of thousands of international tourists that come here every year. And Port Chalmers is unique in that respect. We're a little village for most of the year, but then during cruise ship season, hundreds of thousands of people descend and place a real strain on our infrastructure. We don't see that infrastructure has been invested in to a level that is going to properly service our visitors. We see people lining up to use our public toilets, and it's a bit unfortunate. Disability Park in Port Chalmers. We want a disability park outside the pharmacy. It's the only parking change that we'd like to see in Port Chalmers at this time. Hopefully that'll be pretty straightforward for council to do with minimal expense. Bike stands. Last year in September we saw a map of planned bike stands around Port Chalmers, quite a few bike stands. The Te Ara Moana opened which has been great, bringing a lot of cycle tourists to Port Chalmers, but again, not much infrastructure to support that. Local businesses have been complaining about people leaving bikes leaning against their shop fronts and against their windows. People who come to Port Chalmers don't know where to leave their bikes. In February, our chair was told by the Transportation Department that all of the bike stands would be installed in Port Chalmers within coming weeks. I don't know how long coming weeks can be drawn out for, but I'm conscious you got February, March, April, and now we're in May, so I think we've moved on from coming weeks to months, and we'd like to see those bike stands installed in Port Chalmers as soon as possible. Historical information panels. During the 10-year plan submission process, this is something that we brought up, and the last update we got from council staff is that council are investigating options for installation and design. There was a small typo in the in our submission there, and it said investing in installation and design, but it said investigating installation and design. That was about over 2 years ago, and we haven't heard anything since then. We'd like to see this project completed by the cruise ship season, at least having a couple of information panels and rolling out more and more. But this again is something that we think is overdue. The next thing in our submission is back beach parking safety. Again, it's a cruise ship issue. Are you pointing at the time?
Yep.
What is the time, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, 20 seconds to go.
Back beach parking safety, it's another cruise ship issue. We want to have this sorted out before the next cruise ship season. Aramoana playground parking, we'd like to get an update from council where they're at from this. Extension of the Port Chalmers pool season. Every year the Port Chalmers pool closes just before the school holidays, and we'd like to have the season extended for another month because we've got beautiful weather. We've got a whole lot of people that use our pool. Council spent about $250,000 upgrading the pool a few years ago. Then we had COVID, and following COVID, Port Chalmers pool was one of the first ports of call. Like, we would close down, our staff would go to Moana pool if they were understaffed. So we feel like Port Chalmers pool users, particularly season ticket holders, have been making a sacrifice for the greater good, and it'd be really nice if council could extend that season for a trial. Just do it once and see how it goes in the upcoming season.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy.
Thank you. 5 minutes goes very fast when we've got these important things to bring up.
That's right. However, they're also covered in your written submission, so that's
Thank
good.
you. Yeah.
And we have a bunch of questions to cover. So, Councillor Gary. I've got you know. Councillor Walker, you might have been pointing at Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So
thank you, Mr. Eddy, for coming in. Just three, I guess, questions from me. In terms of the revised date, which I'm glad to hear the board's aware of, have you also has it been made clear to the board the reasons why that delay has happened?
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, in terms of the historic information panels, has there been discussion with the board to perhaps progress this as part of the discretionary fund?
We're keen to work with council on it, but we'd like to get an update of where council's at since last time when they said they're investigating design and installation.
So that's a yes. And finally, in terms of the disability park, are you aware that there's a general process you can work through with council to request that?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Duncan. It's to the Main Street upgrade. I think they were called centre upgrades in the long-term plan. I've been on council long enough that they probably should have been happening around about now from the original date, because I've been on the council 8 years now. I didn't actually see them in the potential 10-year plan budget that was going out before we've gone to 1+9. Are you wanting to make sure that they still stay in the budget and don't keep being pushed down?
Yeah, and we'd like to see a few little things done in the short term rather than waiting for this big grand vision that might not materialise.
And then your disability park outside the pharmacy, has Transport been made aware of that, or is this the moment you want to make Transport aware of it?
We've asked numerous times, but we appreciate this opportunity to bring it to full council.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note that quite a number of the issues are around cruise, and I'm aware, but I haven't seen it, that a new cruise action plan is being written. Has the community board been able to bring up all of these issues with the cruise action group? Have you had a good communication with them?
So far we've been focused on transportation issues and toilets. We're dealing with ORC and DCC about it, but not specifically with the cruise action plan.
And I guess I'm just looking at the relationship with the port as well, because I know the port were funding some of the transport, but do they have toilets at Port Otago, and have you talked to them about the provision of toilets for the cruise visitors?
Yeah, Port Otago put a few in a few years ago down near Boiler Point, but there still isn't enough to deal with the influx of tourists that we have here.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Eddy. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more on your concerns around the future of Cedar Creek and Rossville dams?
Thank you. Yeah, I would. A couple of years ago we were told that council was going to decommission both of our local raw water dams and possibly shut down the water treatment plant. Since then, council's told us that that's not going to happen in the near future. They will keep us in the loop and talk to the local community before making any decisions about the future of our local dams. We haven't heard anything really substantial about what's going on since then, but I will note that the Port Chalmers area has just come out of water restrictions. So we've been asked to reduce our water usage for the last few months. So if you're looking at reducing the amount of water that we can take and that we can store for Port Chalmers at the same time as having water restrictions, I find that really confusing, and we need to understand the justifications for why.
And just a couple more questions. Would you say that's a resilience issue for the community also?
Yeah, absolutely. When Suki Turner was the mayor, those dams were considered to be vital parts of our infrastructure in times of civil emergency.
And one more quick one. Under noxious weed eradication, would you say that Pinus radiata or wilding pines is also an issue for the West Harbour area?
Yes, I would.
Well done. Thank you very much, Mr Eddy. We've finished within the time, so thank you very much for your fulsome submission.
Thank you. Bye.
And next we have Mr Aaron Hawkins from the Cosy Homes Charitable Trust. I'm sure you can see the timer on the screen behind, but you'll be familiar.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā tātou katoa, assalamu alaikum. As critical as these discussions are for us in our community today, I'm sure all of our thoughts are with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, both here at home and abroad, particularly those in Rafah, which certainly put our own housing issues into very sharp relief. I think I've met most of you, but my name's Aaron Hawkins and I'm the chair of the Cosy Homes Trust. We're a network of community groups, NGOs, public health advocates, architects, government agencies and individuals, all focused on better housing outcomes, particularly for those at the pointiest end of the housing continuum. It was heartening to hear the concern around this table at a recent council committee meeting with regard to our homeless population. We commend the work that council staff are doing with the Housing Action Plan, and in particular the methodical and citywide approach that's being taken to supporting our homeless residents. The functional zero approach that council has adopted doesn't accept that homelessness is inevitable, nor that it should be permanent, and we absolutely agree. It's always encouraging for groups such as ours when decision makers such as yourselves want to be part of the solution. We would ask, though, that before any elected members design solutions, that they engage with the network of people who are involved in this work with our community on the ground every day. With the economic development strategy currently under review, for example, where would you start in discussing its objectives and how you might achieve them? You would start by, I would expect, speaking to the business community, and the same logic applies here in this case. As a network, we stand ready and available to offer our understanding and expertise to inform any council response to housing-related issues. Please make use of that. One suggestion that has been made at our hui is that a service like Orange Sky would be of value in supporting our homeless whānau. Essentially, for those who aren't familiar with it, it's a laundry and showering service that they can access, staffed by people who will talk to them and treat them with the dignity that they deserve. It may not require council funding. It's originally an Australian operation that has recently moved into Aotearoa, New Zealand. It may not need funding from council. It may just need space to operate here, but we recommend that the DCC investigate the potential for an Orange Sky presence to be established here in Dunedin. We thank the Council for their ongoing support of the Trust and our role in supporting ECA's Warmer Kiwi Homes program. On Council's behalf, we administer grants to qualifying households in Dunedin for insulation. ECA provide up to 90% of the funding, and the DCC funding takes that to 100%. It continues to deliver healthier housing outcomes for Dunedin people, and we ask for the ongoing support of the DCC in continuing the scheme. We recommend that the DCC continues to provide top-up grants for the Warmer Kiwi Homes scheme administered by the Cosy Homes Trust. One gap that has been identified recently is the demise of the Warm Dunedin rates scheme, which some of you who've been here for a while will be familiar with. People could borrow money for clean heating devices and pay that off over time against their rates. Council managed this essentially as a cost-neutral service. The maximum amount of money you can get from ECA for heating devices is $3,000, but if the right appliance for your house is $4,000, then you are able to borrow the difference and pay that off over time, whereas otherwise you may have had to go without. Essentially, it was a voluntary targeted rate. It got caught up in regulatory changes to the catchily titled Credit Contract and Consumer Financing Act, which then meant that councils were no longer able to offer voluntary targeted rate schemes, but the coalition government have announced regulatory changes that will exempt local government from those rules. And with this very welcome option back on the table, we recommend that the Dunedin City Council progresses the reinstatement of its voluntary targeted rate scheme for energy efficiency interventions and provision to be made available for that in the 2024-25 financial year. We're also aware of work going on around incentives being offered more generally, which is welcome, and we would welcome the opportunity to input into their development between now and the adoption of the draft long-term plan towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
11 seconds to spare, how's that?
Well timed. That's the benefit of being familiar. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, Aaron. Thank you for your presentation. Two questions. The first one, are you aware of any particular barriers to Orange Sky coming here apart from the space matter that you mentioned?
They gave me one instruction, and it was to not turn that off. No, I do know that council staff have been in touch with them. My assumption would be that the barrier that exists for them is capacity to deliver. I know they were in the market for fundraising staff within the last 6 months, so it could be that. But certainly making a formal approach to them to find that out would be a useful first step, I think.
Thank you, that's helpful. And secondly, do you have any sense of the likely uptake of the voluntary targeted rate as described by you to help with the energy efficiency interventions?
No, I don't. The council will have data on when it was last undertaken. It's a different environment now, because I think when it was discontinued, the cost of capital was 1 or 2%, and I think the targeted rate scheme that council offered was somewhere around 7 or 8%, whereas those two figures may be closer together in the current environment. So I think it'd be hard to predict the appetite in the current credit environment.
Thanks for that, and thanks for the work that Cosy Homes does.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Aaron, for highlighting in the submission the 4 recommendations and for also focusing on homelessness at the beginning of your speech. My question leads on from that.
Is your microphone? Yeah.
Bloody things. A question leads on from that, and perhaps seeking from you possibly 2 examples of projects.
Sorry, microphone.
Cheers. Stop pressing. You should know better than anyone.
Sorry,
the person
Mr.
used to tell
Hall,
me
you
off
might not
for
have
doing
been here
that.
for the
Okay.
opening introduction.
Leave it
you only have to press
alone.
it to speak.
Okay, so if you heard the rest of what I just said, could you perhaps give us 1 or 2 examples of projects perhaps for us to consider around homelessness as part of the LTP?
Thank you. Yeah, there are certainly things when you're looking at a 10-year time horizon or a 9-year time horizon that are worth looking at. One facility that would be useful in Dunedin would be the establishment of a wet house. I don't know if people are familiar with wet housing as a concept. Essentially, the Dunedin Night Shelter won't let you drink there, is the short version. And so for people who are who are homeless but who have alcohol dependence or substance abuse issues, that is the service that is not available to them. And so a wet house essentially is a night shelter type facility that accepts that people are going to have those sorts of issues and looks after them regardless. There are very few of them around the country. It would be certainly welcome here, but we know what works is the housing first model. It's an international body of practice. It's been up to 90% effective at ending long-term homelessness internationally. There's just been a 2-year study done of a pilot project that was run in Hamilton where they cut acute mental health night admissions by 50%. They increased the engagement with general practitioners by 13% in the first year and another 30% in the second year. Cut interactions between the criminal justice system and the court system. I mean, essentially it says you put a person in a house, that's the primary objective, and then you have the staff who go in and look after them and support them in being good tenants and connect them with the services that they need to be able to be good tenants. It's resource intensive because staff are, and I think that's the sort of thing that we know works, and I think Dunedin needs to take a citywide approach in pushing for that sort of thing, because when you look at the spreadsheet in terms of overall numbers, we're never going to feature in Wellington in terms of greatest need, but we know that some of the most acute need in the country is right here, and in particular, given our inhospitable winter conditions, tackling this issue is something that we want to work with the city on. And I think looking towards both council's 9-year plan, but also outgoing government budgets, that's the sort of thing that we need to be looking at resourcing here locally, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we won't take any more questions with 16 seconds to go. I think we've covered it, but thank you very much for your submission.
Kia ora.
And next we have Jordana White from the Wildlife Hospital Trust. And
Daniel.
Daniel, yes, thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. So you only press the button when you want to talk. You don't have to turn it off. Anyone else who presses their button will cut you off. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Morena koutou. We just have some slides here that are going to get queued up for us. So I will say, sorry, this is Daniel Harms. He's one of our trustees at the Wildlife Hospital Trust. He's here to support today and represent the trust. And I will say we were scheduled to come and speak to you as part of our annual thank you and reporting on our outcomes for the previous year with the support that you've given us. Unfortunately, I was told that there's a conflict with our submission today and appearing today, so I wasn't able to come and speak to you, but we're here now, you're a captive audience, so I'm just going to whip through some of the slides that I had prepared for that as a way of saying thank you. So just looking back at last year, of course, as you know, you've been a long-time cornerstone partner of the Wildlife Hospital, and so that's why I want to come and report our outcomes for you. So looking back at last year, just by the numbers, we had 755 patients, which was certainly a record year for us. 70% of those patients came from the city of Dunedin, which is no surprise as we are the wildlife capital of New Zealand, of course, but it definitely emphasizes the Dunedin in our name. And some of the other numbers that I think, well, they're all important numbers, but what really stands out here is that we cared for 285 hoiho or yellow-eyed penguins last year at the hospital, 214 of those were chicks that came to us in the month of November alone. And I've got a lovely photo here of the DCC's aviary curator. This is Alicia Sheriff. She works at the Botanic Garden, and she is seconded to us part-time in the month of November from DCC because of her expertise in hand-rearing hoiho. So it's a huge in-kind support, technical support from the council to the hospital at our busiest and most critical time with some of our most critical patients. So huge acknowledgement to the DCC for that support. The number that's not listed on this slide, but that we all should be really celebrating, is that 97% of those hoiho chicks that we cared for in November were able to be returned to their natal or foster nests in the wild where they belong. So we're really proud of that number, and proud of the number that 86% of all of our patients are returned back into the wild last year. We had over 2,200 hours of volunteer labor contributed to our operations last year. The vast majority of those would have been from Dunedin locals. However, we did have some experts flying in all the way from Australia to assist us in hoiho hand rearing season last year. Education is a huge part of what we do. The number 38 educational engagements on the slide maybe doesn't sound that impressive, but if you put Susie Cato in a room and show some pictures of animals in the hospital, we get a pretty big turnout. So we have pretty broad reach with some of our educational activities, which is fantastic. We continue to attract local, regional, national, and international press attention for the work that we do. Sometimes it's almost always about our patients. Sometimes it's about our patients escaping and destroying the wards with the punami. But we, people are paying attention all around the world. And with our social media following as well, we're up to about 60,000 followers across our platforms. Now, the majority of those would be from New Zealand, but our second highest audience is from the US, which I also note is the second highest visitor group that comes to Dunedin. Spends about $16 million in our local economy in 2023. So we're continuing to promote Dunedin not just as a destination, but also as to highlight the work that conservation partners are doing here to uphold that reputation as the wildlife capital of New Zealand. There's way too many patients to highlight from last year out of those 755, but I've just grabbed a couple of photos for you. We had our first Australasian bittern patient last year, which is a very rare and very cryptic bird, so that did attract quite a lot of attention. And this photo, as well as some of the others you've seen today, are taken by Craig McKenzie, who is generous in letting us use his images. And we also cared for, I think it was 3 Puteki Teki last year, which of course was their bird of the century, which certainly attracted a lot of international attention with the lovely controversy, great positive controversy in my opinion, for bird of the year last year. And so I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the Dunedin City Council. You have been behind us since day one, and our accomplishments in 2023 are also your accomplishments, so we thank you very much for that. And now I have to, of course, turn our attention to the annual plan submission. I'll be very brief about that. We typically do receive funding from Council through the long-term plan. However, obviously there's been a pivot to an annual plan. Our funding through the last triennium is ending this year in June. So that's why we've come into this annual plan process to request $75,000 in bridge funding to get us to that 9-year plan process so that we can participate in that process. And happy to take questions.
Thank you. Yes, and we have several questions. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and the work you do. I noticed a relationship with the DCC and I was interested to read the detail of that. I wondered if there's any plans to expand that relationship in any way.
Yes, thank you for that question. There's loads of opportunity within a lot of departments at council for us to work alongside them. In particular, we have a really strong relationship with the Parks Department. So as you see, we work with the aviary staff quite a lot, and there's opportunity for expansion there. We are also engaging at the moment with the volunteer coordinator here at council around a Matariki event that we're doing in July, or hoping to do in July. And just sort of the sky's the limit, really. I mean, there's lots of, especially with, we've got City Sanctuary as well. We've done some media stuff with them recently around sort of the predator work that's being done in the core city. So there are a lot of alignments, absolutely. There is one project, and I'm sorry I can't tell you exactly what that is, but we are working with the Parks Department at the moment on something that is very exciting. It's going to be very big for us and for the city, and I am certain that it will draw visitors, not just from the region, but I am certain international visitors will come just for this particular project that we're working on. And I really apologize, I can't tell you anything more because we're in the process of it, but very exciting.
That sounds fascinating and intriguing. The second question I have, and I noticed the director, I was there when she got her Queen's Award, and have a very high-profile hospital director. And the funding has been used to secure her position. So what is the consequence if we don't fund you in this bridging finance?
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty tricky for us. You are a cornerstone funding partner for us. You are the roots that we put down that allow us to grow wings and find other funding and find other groups to help support us along the way. I think, like council, we'd be in a very difficult position and have to make some difficult decisions. We are looking at, if we don't get bridge funding this year, looking at our financial position. We've reviewed that with the board of trustees, and we have maybe a year bit of funding in hand, which we're trying to signal is really critical, especially for the hoi-ho species. We have enough funding to get us through this hoi-ho season, but not necessarily next hoi-ho season if we don't retain our core funding.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'll be quick because we've got very little time. Thank you, Jordana. Nice to see Dan sitting there quietly for a change. You mentioned 70% of your guests from local. How far flung do the other 30% come from?
We do call them patients. They are indeed patients. It is a hospital. 70% come from Dunedin, and then the majority of the rest of our patients would come from other parts of Otago and Southland. So many of our not many, but a percentage of the hoi-ho patients we receive would be coming from Southland as well. Sort of in terms of distance, in terms of reach, we have received patients from Rakiura, Stewart Island in the last year. West Coast sometimes, but generally will be Otago, Southland would be the vast majority of our patients.
Thank you. You also touched on the education aspect. There's images, etc., of the younger generations. I'm curious to know where you mentioned about visiting schools, at what level of the schools, and do you have any metrics yet in terms of whether it's starting to encourage people into a career?
We have, our education spans all ages, so from the really young ones all the way up to, go out to a lot of service clubs, a lot of retirees, that whole age range, lifelong education for sure. In terms of encouraging people, I would point out we do also have a resource online that's available to all schools in New Zealand for free that does have sort of a career component to it, to talk about how we do interviews and talk about how all of us got into our roles and why we studied what we did and how we ended up where we were. I don't know in terms of any metrics on encouraging people into this particular field, but I think it would be quite interesting to review the data around how many schools have accessed that program online.
And with 3 seconds to go, one word answer, is there another season of wildlife rescue?
Hopefully.
Right. Thank you very much. It's well timed. That's all we have time for. But thank you very much for your submission.
Kia ora. Thank you.
All right. Now we have Matthew Sensen. All right. So we don't have Matthew Sensen. Instead, we'll have a break. Yep. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. A very good suggestion, actually, Councillor. So, Mr. Neville Pete. Now that you're here, which is nice and early, if we take you now, and then we'll have we have a break coming up straight after, so that works well for us and the audience as well. Hopefully it works well for you.
Mr Mayor, councillors, kia ora tātou katoa. I want to start off with a congratulations actually, because I think the Peninsula Connection project is unfolding in a marvellous way and has done over the last couple of decades. But there are some finishing touches that we need to sort of keep an eye on and proceed as quickly as we can with that. There's an old proverb that many of you will recognise, but I thought I'd use it here today. A network or a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. It's actually a proverb that goes back to the 16th, 17th century. And I use it here today because of what I'm going to just explain in the next short time I have here. There are some sort of glaring gaps where I think the council is well aware of. It's only a question, I guess, of finding some funding through Wakatu Kotahi or other means. And you've already heard it, so I'm not going to traverse it, and no doubt you've read my submission. The gaps are threefold, and they all deserve to be on the annual plan going forward here, whether it's 9 years or whatever you finally work it out at. The obvious things are about this is that they impinge on kind of where the safety for all walkers and cyclists. And you'll be familiar with the Otako area, which is badly in need of some widening, along with the Portobello area. And further out, of course, there's the Desert Road area, which I think is of those three priorities, is the Desert Road would be at number 3. I think apart from how amazing it is to be biking or walking out there on a safe, passageway, I think the other factor is that surprised me in some ways as we saw this great pathway and shared pathway unfold. We could see the building up of the road, which was in many places at risk of damage in storms, and that sort of anticipation of climate change and the increasing extreme weather that we're likely to get along with sea level rise. I think that's been an important element for me anyway. So just finally then, I think, we're up till now we've got a really beautiful and important asset in the Peninsula Connection. But there are these gaps in the finishing touches, as I say. And for me, the project's now crying out for just a final burst of effort of funding in order to complete that. So please make provision in the long-term plan.
Thank you. We have questions from, firstly, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Peat, for your presentation. Can I ask for your comment? I believe you were around the table of Council when the decision was made to undertake this project. And would you like to comment on the intention, or the always intention, to complete it at that time?
Yes, it was
Microphone.
You have to press the microphone. Just press the speaker button to talk
that
again.
One?
Yeah. When someone else
I thought it disappeared there for a minute.
When someone else whenever someone presses the speak button, all others are silenced.
Okay.
So when you want to speak again, you just simply press it and away you go.
Thank you. Yes, I was on the council at this table 2013 to 16. So quite a bit had been completed by then, but there was this important element for connection between Broad Bay and Portobello, and that is now complete, as you all know, I guess, and I hope some of you have walked it or cycled it. There was also I don't know if it was a promise, but certainly a strong interest in completing the connection and the road widening out on Harrington Point Road near the El Taco village. That one there is, I think, an important for all sorts of reasons, but not only the safety and the convenience of it, but also what we had said to in our discussions with the marae that this would happen along with the rest of it. But of course, as you know, that didn't get completed. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor.
Okay, and that's it. I don't see any other questions. No? Thank you very much, Mr. Pete. Oh, sorry, Mr. O'Malley.
Thanks, Neville, for your presentation. Without the Waka Kotahi co-funding, which is basically absent now from the, if we were to say to do this, it will end up going out as capital debt. What's your opinion of the council's current capital debt situation and the extent to which we should extend it for important civil projects?
Sorry, I'm not as familiar as you with the funding level of funding and how much that's going to impact on your going forward in the next term. But I just think that it deserves to have at least some provision ahead in out to 9 years or whatever it is, and it should happen if at all possible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very much. It's great to have your submission and good to see you here in person. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Now at this stage we'll take a break because and we're on near enough on time for the next submitter. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes till 10:40. So seconded Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you. To the speaker's desk, please. Just so to be ready, because we'll get underway in a minute, and once everyone comes back and resumes their seats, which they are doing. Now, I'll tell you what, Chief, what we need is a sign for the desk down there. Just before we get in, it's more lesson in how to use the microphone. You just press it to speak, but if someone else speaks, that will cut your microphone off. So to speak again, you just press your button again. There we go, and the red light will come on. So now you have 5 minutes starting now, and there's a timer on the screen behind me.
Thank you. Good morning all. My name is Edna Stevenson. I'm sure most of you know who I am. I'm a member of the Otago Peninsula Community Board, but I'm speaking today as a long-time Peninsula resident. I have invested a lot of time and energy into working with previous councils to get improvements made on the peninsula for the pleasure of residents and tourists alike. Most significantly has been the $1 million Tauroni Reserve development, which is a huge success. However, so far you have failed to ensure safe travel to get there. As you'll see from my submission, I am here once more to speak about the road safety project on Otago Peninsula. While many refer to it as the Peninsula Connection, I believe that is a recent phrase used to refer to the round the harbour shared pathway, and often is referred to as completed. This has created a belief that the original plan for the road safety project is now ticked off as finished, whereas that is far from the truth. I'm sure you're all well aware of the length of time taken, the changed program for sections of the road to be done, and the fact that this road safety project is not completed means it should be given top priority in the budget. You cannot deny the importance of safety to road users. You cannot deny this project was promised from the city to Harrington Point. You cannot deny it was programmed to be completed at the end of 2023. You cannot deny the importance of this road safety project in terms of the thousands of vehicles which use this road to access the wonders of nature which bring mega dollars to our city. While many of you on council now were not here when we first began this improvement, there is no reason for you not to know the history of it, and more importantly to not support the completion of this asset to the city. While Kaitahu were reluctant to give approval to consent the widening into the harbour for this project, they did so knowing the benefit of it would be to our city. Without their support, this would never have happened. Now, almost 20 years later, they are still awaiting the improvement to the most vulnerable section of road which gives access to the MRI and our world-renowned albatross and penguin tourist attractions. It is way past time our council showed some respect and gratitude in a timely fashion to this gift. It is not acceptable to fund new projects before completing old ones. I'll repeat that, it is not acceptable to fund new projects before completing old ones. It is not acceptable to marginalise communities based on numbers. It is not acceptable for this project to continue to be put on the back burner. The Otago Peninsula not only brings millions of dollars into our city through tourism, but also generates income through taxes, etc., for our government coffers. While you may say the Peninsula has already had millions spent on the road safety project, much of that was government funded. There is a job to be completed, and I believe we have a case for this to be done with additional government funding. They committed to this project in the same way you have. It is time to get a deputation to Wellington and call on their funding to complete this project for the purpose of safety and for tourism dollars. This is your time to step up and make good of unfulfilled promises. I will not let this project die in the water, and neither should you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Stevenson, for the clarity of your submission. Some of us were here when the compromises were agreed to and the rescheduling happened. And thank you for illustrating the facts of what went down. Work like this is often prioritised in terms of which bit gets done first, and that's what happened here. Of what remains to be done, where do you think the number one priority is for starting the job, at which point?
Top priority is clearly the area from the Otago bus stop round to the old Fisheries Wharf. That area of road is constantly crumbling into the harbour. It is very low-lying, it is very narrow. Two buses cannot pass, when they're going in different directions, particularly at the sharp corner which has a rock face. That area is extremely dangerous, and I have had a number of local people from down there who have had near misses, and I can't reiterate the importance of the fact that near misses are never reported. So it doesn't come into any road accident statistics, but we're only lucky that people have not been killed down there. I think last time I came here I suggested that you should not wait until a bus falls in the harbour, and I say that again. Patch-up jobs last about 6 months at the most, and clearly what they do is throw a few rocks in, put a bit of seal over the edge of it, and within 6 months that's gone. We're coming into winter and we clearly are going to have difficulties with that section of road.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and that's in terms of finishing it, the current project up to date now costs 70 million, of which the government put in 40, so it was a 57% subsidy. You actually do mention in your written submission, and you said in your oral, that we should go out and go back to Wellington to try to find that money. So that's one option. The other option is if Wellington says no, and there's no subsidy, it might be, well, it'll be a lot more expensive for us to do. One option then is to look at the priority, and you've just said it again, the main priority is that section of road which is showing incredible level of erosion. Would you suggest potentially why we try to find the rest of the money, we concentrate on that piece of road anyway, regardless of how we get it funded, because it's actually coming up quite close to a crisis?
Are you asking me where you're going to get the money from?
I'm asking you, the tension between paying for it and doing it creates. I mean, obviously, if government come in with 100% to do it all, we'd just say, away we go. Currently, the government's coming up with 0% to help us out. So, if we have an intention of potentially completing it at some point, but if it's on our own coin, it will be probably unable to be done in a single shot. Would the section that's under significant erosion near the Fisheries Wharf be the priority section?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I recognise that the section by the school is very important as well, because it, children's lives at risk. However, at this point, they do have an alternative, which I might add is not safe, but it is an alternative, and we have to look at the majority in this case, I think. And whereas for me, I see that section of road at Otago is so important to the city. And I think if you're going to invest money in anything, you need to invest it in what brings dollars into the city.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mrs. Stevenson, for your fulsome submission. I had a question about that Otako section and the people who live on the other side of it, on the Tairoa Head side of it. And while it's a small population, what would be the demographics? And I'm thinking of that in the context of it being the only access. What would be the main demographic in that area?
I would suggest that the majority of people who live down there, or perhaps even have holiday houses down there, are senior citizens. A lot of those people, and ones I know of who live there, clearly as you get older you have health issues. One aspect that we're quite concerned about is getting medical assistance to some of those people. And given that you could have a very stormy night, somebody has, for example, a heart turn or something, an ambulance has to get down there. That section of road is often underwater. So that creates another hazard, really. And, yeah, I guess speaking for the older people down there, of which there are a lot, hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms Stevenson, and thank you for your submission. And next we have Brian Loffrey from the Broad Bay Boating Club. You have 5 minutes. Just press the button when you want to speak, and you'll need to press it again when you want to speak later if someone else asks your question.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Brian Lockray from the Broad Bay Boating Club, and I'd like to update your memories of our rebuild project. I know it started well before many of you were on the council. At the club's AGM in 2015, it was passed that the club's ageing facilities required replacement. The present 60-year-old facilities were failing and did not meet modern-day standards. The building has a boat storage area, committee room with a small kitchen, one toilet, no changing rooms and no shower facilities. There was nothing that would attract new members, and there was of little use to the wider community. The vision is to create a functional, versatile, future-proofed, multi-purpose facility for use by the boat club and the community at large. The development will completely replace the existing building, with the new structure having accessible meeting spaces, outdoor deck area, kitchen, changing rooms, toilets and showers. As well as a boat club, it is envisaged the building will be an attractive meeting place for use by numerous community and youth groups. Present users of the club include yachties, kayakers and paddleboarders, motorboat owners, Broad Bay School, Bayfield High School and Sailability Otago. Progress following the approval to proceed. Concept plans were created and community consultation meetings were held to gather needs, wishes and ideas for the shape of the rebuild. Resource consent was granted by the ORC in May 2016. A feasibility study was commissioned which confirmed wider community support for the project. Structural design and architectural drawings were completed in March 2020. In May 2021, a variation to resource consent was lodged with the ORC. This was due to the Peninsula Connection project having a major effect on the available space for use by the boat club and general public accessing the Broad Bay Beach Reserve. The variation to move the new building 4 metres further out into the water was granted in July 2021. The building consent application was then lodged and was issued by the DCC in February 2022. Construction progress. The initial stage of the project was to install piles, bearers and decking of the wharf on which to construct the new building. Once firm dates were available for the supply of these materials, quotes were obtained for their installation. Fulton Hogan were successful and commenced this work in August 2022. This work was completed in January of this year. To complete stage one, the wharf decking has yet to be done, with 2 more stages after that. Funding progress. Work to raise funds has been continuous since the project was agreed to proceed. Over $350,000 has been raised, with major contributors being the Otago Community Trust, $150,000, Alexandra Macmillan Trust, $50,000, Lion Foundation, $30,000, Callis Charitable Trust, $10,000, the Sargood Bequest, $5,000. The remaining $105,000 plus funds raised to date has been made up of donations, buy a pile and give a little campaigns, rummage and clothing sales, sausage sizzles and firewood raffles. The Dunedin City input. In 2019, the DCC gave a commitment to support the rebuild, with the club providing progress updates. At that time, the club asked for no money, but was offered assistance in kind. The building is nearing the point where a major push for funds is required to complete the project, and the club envisages this being done in conjunction with the DCC, the Lotteries Commission and others which fund capital projects. The club is seeking $150,000 to $200,000 from the DCC in this collaborative effort within a 2025-26 timeline. The financial target is approximately $800,000 to complete the project. And finally, the club thanks the Council for the opportunity to speak to its submission and invite you all to visit the club to see the work completed, the rebuild models and the architectural plans. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I don't see any questions. Your submission is nice and clear, and there are some photos. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I definitely want to come down and visit and see the plans. I just wonder how many other boating clubs and facilities are on the harbour, because I don't have a sense of what that looks like.
Just going around the harbour, you've got Port Chalmers, I think St Leonard's might have closed, Ravensbourne, Otago Yacht Club, Vauxhall, McAndrew Bay and Broad Bay. I'm not Portobello Boat Club.
No, it's just a storage.
That's just a storage.
So is the Broad Bay Boat Club the main area where people are launching their boats off to gain the access to that, I'm going to say, end bit of the harbour?
Yes, the slipway, which belongs to the club, is a deep water one, and many boaties launch from there to get further east and north.
But just checking my understanding, so because we used to go there when I was little, so actually are there many that have their access to the deep water launch that you're talking about, or is this unique in that way?
A lot of people use it. I think perhaps the other deep water ones are further into town and Port Chalmers, but on the east side it's mainly us. Large boats find it difficult at McAndrew Bay.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Brent Caldwell, who must be outside, waiting for 11:10, so we're a bit early. Come back? Yeah, he's not He's not. He's way early. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Mm, 55. 10 past. So thanks, Mr. Caldwell, for coming early. I thought we might as well take you, seeing I knew you were out there. So you have the next 5 minutes to speak. And just press the microphone when you want to speak, and the timer's on the screen behind me.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Brent Caldwell tōku ingoa, and today I'm calling on the DCC to provide operational funding to the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust to continue running Te Whare o Rukatia. My point of view is, as having been a user of this central city venue for the purpose of performance, artistic devising, and as a patron of numerous events held there, I see Te Whare as an essential stopgap until a permanent, affordable and sustainable solution to the city's performing arts and music venues is brought to fruition. As you'll know, since May 2022 till earlier this year, the Dunedin Fringe Trust has been running Te Whare as a pilot on behalf of the council. It's a temporary venue for professional theatre to meet the gap left by the closure of the Fortune Theatre, and that vacuum still exists. However, out of necessity, it's evolved into a space for rehearsals and residences, festivals, workshops, live music and all-age gigs, performances of all types and community events and more. As a performer in the 2023 Fringe, I was able to see Te Whare as the beating heart of the Fringe and the beating heart of the Dunedin arts world at that time, and by extension to the city's arts community in general. This year, as a University of Otago honours student, I was an intern with the Fringe Festival and was able to see firsthand how essential it is to keep Te Whare o Rukatia in operation. The Dunedin community has a flourishing arts community, and with declining spaces and delays to longer term solutions of the performance, this small city central hub is essential in maintaining its health. And when I think of it, of its health, it makes me think of, imagine our arts community is in hospital. The health and viability of the performing arts sector needs its heart to be kept fit and healthy. It's currently under observation in a funding ED, and it requires intensive care to ensure that it will survive. The Council's continued support of Te Whare as a venue for creating, devising and performing arts will ensure that our lifeblood can continue to flow as we wait for an artistic transplant as promised in the long-term plan, which we know has been delayed until next year. The arts community makes Ōtipoti's heart beat. It keeps it vibrant, it keeps it strong. We are a city of culture, and culture needs its artists. We don't want to live on life support, but we want to be returned to full health and be able to keep the city flourishing. The modest outlay that's being sought will ensure that we can survive. And as our elected guardians of the city, now and in the future, I urge you to ensure that the heart of the arts, the Fringe, and the community of creatives and the artists is kept beating, not just on life support, but returned to full health. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
So your submission didn't include a number. Did you? Was there a particular number?
My understanding is the amount of $75,000 is what's required.
Thank you.
And am I right in thinking that there is some money put aside for the long-term future of the arts venues in Dunedin, around approximately something like $17 million, which is, I know that's a paper figure, but that's somewhere in the coffers?
It's a capital an allowance, but it is a capital figure. However, we have a bunch of questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Colwell. First question's been asked and answered, so 75,000.
That's my understanding, but I'm sure the Fringe Trust would probably be able to give you the exact figures.
Okay, and I will ask them later. Second question is, probably like a bunch of others in the room here, I attended quite a bunch of Fringe events this year, and next year's the 25th. Is the threat to Te Whare o Rakatia's closure a potential threat to that 25th?
I wouldn't say it's a potential threat. I think it's like flicking the switch and turning off life support. If you think it's been going for 25 years, there's not many fringe festivals around New Zealand that have that history and that pull and that scope. I'm sure when you speak to the Fringe Trust, they will show you information which shows just how much they generated in terms of income for the city by promoting a festival that lasted only 11 days but put on 86 different events for people of all ages.
You've sort of answered my next question. Can you describe how successful the Fringe that's just passed has been?
As a lowly intern, I'm not privy to the inner workings of the Trust, but what I do know is ticket sales were astronomically increased on previous years, and obviously coming out of the COVID wave, that's understandable. But the quality of the performers that Dunedin Fringe can attract is often based on the venues that we can provide. If we have Te Whare as the beating heart of the Fringe, then we have performers who will come from further north and from overseas because they know what they're going to get. I spoke to one performer from the US, Caitlin Bailey, who performed here, and she was marvelling at the fact that we had such a venue that was right in the heart of the city, a stone's throw from restaurants, nightclubs and transport hubs. You know, she said it was first rate, and that's someone who's coming from New York City.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Colwell. You touched on the 17.1 million that was sitting in the capital budget, and this is obviously an operational expense, as the Mayor pointed out. I guess one of the challenges that I see the Council facing is that there's still a need for a clarity around which is the singular approach we're supposed to take when it comes to that 17.1 million, and to what extent is your community able to...
I don't think I'm the person to be asking about that. I recently escaped a life in education and had my eyes open to the vibrancy of the arts world in Dunedin, and there are people who are better placed to speak than I am. My own view is that if Dunedin was a shop, it'd be a Foursquare. We're not a supermarket. We don't have the community. We don't have the population. What we need is a bespoke response that meets the needs of our community. And I would say that the best people to answer that question are the artists. Place your faith in them. They know what's achievable because they make their living out of it. I would speak directly to the arts community and ask them, but Brent Caldwell's 2 cents is that I think we've got some wonderful little diamonds here in our city. They just need a damn good polish, and they need the support of our guardians.
Yeah, thanks. So that's one view, and then the other view is the opposite. And I guess my question is, how can we come to a decision if we don't get clarity from the community? As you just said, ask those who need it, and we're getting quite two disparate views, and one is completely opposite of the other. So how do...
Again, as a newbie, I would ask, okay, who are those different views coming from, and what is the reality on the ground? My experiences in education, and I know it's drawing a very long bow, but if I think of public-private partnerships in education, I know principals who are tenants in their schools and they don't have the access to all of their resources because they are in a shared space. I think it could be detrimental to Dunedin's arts community to have one space, because that would only mean that one thing could happen at a time. If I take for the example, and I'm talking off the top of my head here, so forgive me, but if I think of the Playhouse Theatre, we have a vibrant children's theatre running in there. If we were competing for space with other performances in holiday periods, for example, that could be telling on the viability of those things, and that meets a particular need within the community. So I guess I'm saying my view would be to say a wee bit of variety would be useful.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take one more question because we've got a little bit of time here. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the arts as far as theatre. I'm a theatre major, and I've worked on fringes and arts festivals. But are you aware that if, in the worst scenario, that the fringe couldn't run that area, the theatre staging area, there are people knocking down our door that want to, would be more than happy to run that space. So I think at the moment it's not actually 100% correct to say it would stop, because it would just change management if they couldn't keep going with it.
The microphone.
Are you aware of that?
Thank you for drawing my attention to that. I was not fully aware of that, but you have to understand that the Fringe is a mature, institutionalised arts creating machine. Having worked for them and performed for them and seeing what they create, I believe they have the best interests of the arts community at hand. I'm not privy to whom is knocking down your door and asking to run Te Whare Ora Katia, but I see it as incumbent on the council to have a hand as the guardians of the city to ensure that it's people who are committed. And when you think of the people who run the Fringe, and these are people who are committed to the arts regardless of what that means for them and their livelihoods. They are committed to ensuring artists come first, and commercial interests don't always represent that. Yes, they'll pay your rent, but you get what you get.
But there are also ways of generating money from that site, so whoever's managing it can charge people to use the site. So there is opportunities for it to be making money.
I don't you've just made me aware of it, and I don't have any answer to that, I'm sorry.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Caldwell. Thank you for your submission.
Kia ora. Thanks for your time, folks.
So, and next we have Ms. Davianitis and Mr. Coffey. So, thank you for being here early, and because you're a bit early, we can take you a bit early. That's great. Because typically the converse is true. So, as you're probably aware, you've got 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer on the screen behind me, and you press the button when you're ready to speak. If anyone else speaks, that will cut you off, and you have to repress it to speak again. Please begin.
So, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. As we'll show on the next slide, it is again. By now you'll be aware that we have been in front of you a few times. We were formed in 2020, and we are building some momentum, basically. Our vision is to bring together a network of tracks that link various little communities. They're led by local communities, but there's a bigger picture that we connect using shared cycleways and walking paths to the wider community. We've got 2 feasibility studies done, and currently we've raised about 120-ish thousand towards this project. It is a long-term project. It's not overnight.
So, as Paul indicated, we're looking at creating a large vision for an off-road shared use network across Dunedin, establishing the vision now and implementing it into the future. Looking at our area, you can see that 2 of these trails are happening or have happened. The Te Akara Tako, the Otago Vine, and the Dunedin Tunnels Trail, linking Mosgiel to central Dunedin. This obviously needs to continue to progress. We're proposing a further 5 trails, comprising now future-focused vision. 2 that are confirmed feasible, the Tairi Trail and the Wakawaiti Coastal Community Cycle Connection. Then there's a further 3 which are interesting or have potential. Oh, we've lost our connection up there. Technical difficulties, I'll carry on. There's the South Coast Trail, oh there we are, the Coastal Peninsula Trail and the Outram to Hindon link. Paul, why these particular trails?
So, looking back at this slide here, stay on this. Sorry, stay on this slide. So we want to link local communities. We want to link to the wider region. We want to provide Dunedin citizens the opportunity for adventure, family fun, and basically exploration of places that a lot of people haven't actually seen. We want to provide access, safe access. It's low carbon, it's an affordable means of transport. We want to actually have thriving communities. So where these cycle trails go through, the local pub stays, the cafes increase, the economic value actually in those wee little communities actually happen. And we've seen that with cycle trails throughout the nation, basically. Okay, we want to enhance people's well-being. You know, the biggest benefit from active transport is in the health area. That's where benefits come. People feel better, live longer, do all those right things. We want to protect the value of places and spaces. By being there, people understand that there is an importance in those places and spaces. And we want to provide opportunities for storytelling. We're going to have to rush. We've got a minute left.
Right, so that's the why we believe these trails. The how, we believe how we're so certain these trails can be built and how they're going to come at minimal cost to ratepayers is illustrated by taking a closer look at how we're actually doing it now. Looking at the Coastal Connection Cycleway, there's about 40 kilometres of cycleway there. It comprises 5 very easily achieved sections. So independently, looking at the work that's going on, the current work stream, we're looking at a design and quote for build of a bridge across the Wakawaiti River. We're looking at improved access shared path Warrington to Evansdale. We're looking at a trail from Waitari up to Orokonui and then further Orokonui over to Port. If you look at those individually and as independent pieces of work, you think, what on earth are these people up to? But together, you can see they're all leading somewhere, they're all connected and they're all making sense, but we're just doing it piece by piece. The same as the Tairi Trail. It's 3 stages, together in excess of 40 kilometres. Broken down, again, it's achievable.
So our ask is we want you to fund us $50,000 with, matched by the Otago Regional Council, who've asked for the same figure, to do the preliminary work for this, the work that happens at the beginning. And we're out of our time. Yep.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. And we have questions, firstly from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, guys, for coming in. Just one thing as well, just be careful when you say Te Ako Atako was completed by the DCC, Wakakatahi, and if we want to be pedantic, ORC and Port Otago for the other side. My question is, besides the 50k that you're asking for, and correct me here if I'm wrong, you also want us to support or waive consent fees, open dialogue with the Transport Agency, Wakakatahi, and of course formally support the 5 trails. So
yes, so we do need you to put these trails into your planning systems. So if they're not in your transport plans, your regional plans, Wakakatahi is not going to look at these. So we require that sort of support. We understand that waiving Resource consent fees is difficult, but of course, if we don't ask, we'll never get. But we're not going to cry over that if we can't get it. But that's the funding that's the hardest to find. Finding that funding off the philanthropic funders is difficult. So we want support. That's what that 50 or 100, the 100,000 we want to get all together will actually contribute to those functions.
And just to this all day pressing, and confirming that the 50k, part of that cost wouldn't be the costs incurred by us waiving fees. That's separate?
Yes, that's separate.
Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. Paula, I think I heard you right when you said that if you get a cycle trail going through, that you get all your little cafes and all that kind of thing, that they get boosted. In Middlemarch, you've got the cycle trail going there, and I believe you can hire cycles there, but both the pub, the pizzeria and the cafe are all closed. What would your comment be regarding that situation?
That's correct. That situation is because Middlemarch is the destination that people come to and go from. So they don't spend a night there. So that trail that we want to link from Middlemarch through to Outram is the reason that that town would get actually even greater benefit. So yeah, there's 4 bike shops here, I think, that provide the pick up and drop off system, but the accommodation hasn't happened in Middlemarch because people arrive on the day, get their luggage taken up and bike, or they come in the afternoon, maybe have something light, and then they've gone. So Middlemarch has missed out because of that. So that linking between us or Outram is very important for Middlemarch, is my belief.
Sorry, the pub, the pizza and the cafe, none of them are actually accommodation. Why is it that you think they're not hit?
I think, again, it's because it's at the end of the day or the start of the day. It's not people travelling through, so it needs to be connected on. You're better having the carry-on through, and perhaps if you do then have accommodation, then again you might have the breakfast and the dinners.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think it's been answered, and that is that the waiving of fees is on top of, so you don't want like and kind contribution, you're wanting actual money.
We want actual money. So currently most of the work is done voluntarily. We've got a small 8-hour a week paid position, which is not well paid, and we'd like to increase that to build the momentum on the work we're doing.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
What sort of lobbying are you doing at a national level, like to the ministers and things, because they're the ones who will need to get money from if, all of this goes ahead, because of course, and you'll realise Waka Kotahi have changed the funding now under this new government, and that sadly impacts on the projects you're trying to get through.
So we haven't started much lobbying at the national level. We're doing it at a regional level, obviously, but until we've got some of these things in line, the landowner permission, the route decided, the resource consent applied for, there's no point talking to the national people except for raising their awareness of what we're doing. So when we get these stuffs in line, that's when we'll start the formal lobbying.
For us as a city council, the changing in funding impacts on us hugely. Yeah.
We believe the likes of extension, again, the Tory Trail is looking at as a piece, not only Mosgiel to Outram, but actually extending it into Waihola and then potentially linking through to Queenstown opens up those conversations greatly as far as those national funding conversations as well. So again, creating those links with the region brings, it opens the door to other funding models such as the economic development versus road transport and safety.
Thank you. We'll take Councillor Ackland, so it's your first question of the day.
I've got two, and they're very, very quick. Just in relation to the Outram to Middlemarch section, which, as you're highlighting, is going to be great for Middlemarch. does that mean the train goes?
We're looking at this stage, as you will have seen on that map, as an Outram to Hindon link. The train conversation is one for you. We believe Outram to Hindon at this stage would be an excellent complementary product to whether the train continues or a trail of some form. There needs to be a connection to Middlemarch. What that looks like is...
And so what you're saying, though, is from Outram to Hindon will allow for the train to continue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much for your submission. So, next we have Ms. Emily Cooper and the Coastal Community Cycle Connection. So thank you for being here a bit early, and we can start a bit early consequently. And so you've got 5 minutes to speak, and just press the button when you're ready to speak, and there's a timer on the screen behind me. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Emily Cooper from the Coastal Communities Cycle Connection Group. We are a 580 member strong group with a vision to connect the Dunedin communities of Waikato Karatane and Warrington Waitati with shared use pathways, and to connect these communities to the central city. Today I'd like to update the Council on some key progress and to give context for the requests made in my submission. Section 1 update, Waikato to Karatane. We are only 9,000 away from covering the 25,000 cost of the preliminary design for the Waikato River Rail Bridge clip-on. We expect to have the remainder of the funds by next month, and with this design we can then apply for resource consent. Section 5A update, that's Waitati to Orokonui Eco Sanctuary. A major landowner has signed an agreement to grant an easement, opening up a route for connection to Port Chalmers and to Aramoana. Preparations for construction have already begun. The resource consent application to the DCC will be lodged next week. So we request for the 2024-25 annual plan. 1, that the DCC provides fees-free resource consent processing for all sections requiring one. The first being Section 5A, Waitati to Orokonui Eco Sanctuary. 2, a commitment to make a start on Section 3, which is Warrington to Evansdale, either through the budgets that exist for roading and footpath safety improvements, or through the budgets for zero carbon, higher medium investment scenarios for roading and footpaths, if the Council decides to adopt them. This section along Coast Road will cost $300,000 in safety improvements. Number 3, include pedestrian safety improvements along Coast Road from the rail bridge to Karatane, being part of Section 1. Prioritising support for the coastal connection through the annual plan 2024-25 will accelerate the significant progress towards being shovel-ready that has already been made, representing significant value for money. The full delivery of the project may not be dependent on the DCC, but in anticipation of the inclusion of this project in the 9-year plan, 2025-2034, as per the DCC's commitments in the FDS and the RLTP, I urge the Council to consider how the requested support for this year can really advance the project. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions, firstly from Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, Emily. Thank you for all your mahi on this. It's been 3 years now, hasn't it?
Coming up 4.
And can I just check, you submitted to the Regional Land Transport Plan and to the ORC on this?
Correct.
how much does it cost for the resource consent for Section 5A that you mentioned?
I'm not sure how much. It's, I think, around 5,000 probably generally that we would be charged.
And when you talk about the safety improvements, Warrington to Evansdale and from the rail bridge to Karatane, you're mainly just talking about widening of the road footpath, you know, taking kids and bicycles away from the white line, and would you call that a Heartland Trail type of surface, you know, is it just going to be gravel?
Yeah, these are existing footpaths, but they're really just sort of strips of gravel on the side of the road, and they are currently used, but they're extremely unsafe. So yeah, widening, and the surface, I mean, ideally would be paved. They're completely flat. Asphalt would be ideal, but gravel would do.
But we don't have any paved footpaths in any of our coastal communities, do we?
No, we do not.
And is it true you've already funded the Kiwi Rail consents yourself?
Yes, we have Kiwi Rail approval in principle for Section 1 and Section 4.
You haven't really talked about the state highway part from Waitati to Evansdale. Is that because you're hoping Waka Kotahi will do the lion's share of the funding there?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the piece of the trail, the whole trail. We've budgeted, in the feasibility study, it's 21 million. But that piece there is, I think, look at my notes, yeah, it's about 14 anyway. It's the majority of that is, yeah, it's the most expensive part and would really need Waka Kotahi funding. Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Eklund, did you have a question? No? Then further, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Emily, for your contribution. I can see this broken up into bite-sized pieces. Your commitment is to go ahead to the small sections as you can, right, and then wait for the bigger sections to get done later. So you're looking for us to have a position in the Regional Land Transport Plan that describes the whole process. We'll go for the Waka Kotahi money on the Evansdale to Waitati section. The Warrington to Evansdale, you're basically looking for an expansion of the road shoulder, aren't you, really effectively, to make a safe shoulder there all the way to Evansdale? Yeah, is that?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and being Coast Road, it's DCC jurisdiction.
But coming under like a road safety program or walking and cycling program?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for children, anybody to ride along there, it needs those safety improvements.
Last question is, when you get off the rail bridge, when you finally get the clip-on built and you're heading to Karatane, Coast Road there is particularly narrow. So is that part of the 4.5 million or is that most of the bridge?
About 1 million of that is the big bridge. There are actually 2 smaller bridges on that rail corridor as well. But yeah, that's a significant part of the cost. Look, we're happy to work with the council to do some more detailed costings. These were quite broad costings as part of the feasibility study. But I don't imagine that piece along from the rail bridge to Karatane village would be hugely expensive, but it would really help the project.
It's also very low lying, so there's a potential resilience spend there for raising the road for flood protection as well. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I think that's covered it. So thank you very much for your submission.
Kia ora.
Now, next we have Stephanie Scott, yes, from the East Otago Catchment Group. So yes, you have 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer on the wall behind me.
Perfect.
And just press the button when you want to speak.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Stephanie Scott. I'm the coordinator with the East Otago Catchment Group, and I'd just like to introduce Hamish McFarlane, who is our chairperson for our catchment group as well. This is our first time applying to the DCC through their annual plan hearings. So we haven't done this before. So I'd just let you know about probably introduce you to the catchment group and the work that we do. So we were started in about 2019. The vision for our group is water and biodiversity that reflects a protective, empowered and connected community. So we cover approximately 112,000 hectares. We include the Waikawaiti, the Waihemo Shag and the Pleasant River catchments. And we also have the smaller catchments of Post Office Creek and Stony Creek in our area. 75% of our area is in Waitaki District Council and 25% is in the DCC. We predominantly work with farmers and landowners in our area on anything to do with biodiversity and water quality projects. And so what we're asking for is $5,000 in funding from the DCC, which we could put towards operational costs and coordination. We've also applied to Waitaki District Council again, so they've funded us for the last 2 years $10,000. And we also have pending applications with the Otago Catchment Collective and Oceana Gold. So we haven't applied to the DCC through this annual plan process before, but we feel that this would be a really great way for the DCC to show support for the rural community. Some of the many activities that we have undertaken over the past year include supporting our farmers through the myriad of regulation changes that are facing them. For example, at the moment, freshwater farm plans. We do a lot of work with schools. So some examples of our programs include the Soil Your Undies program, stream health workshops, riparian planting days, working with Enviro schools, the university, water monitoring and more. So an example of one of our projects is at the moment we've got an application which has tentatively been approved working with Waikawaiti School and Post Office Creek and doing water monitoring over the next 9 months, working with the Runaka, Enviro schools, Hawkesbury Lagoon Committee and the catchment group. We do community and school planting days. Next week we have the whole of Palmerston School coming to Anderson's Lagoon to plant over 1,000 plants at Anderson's Lagoon, which is a QE2 site on the coast. And we've got a planting day planned with Waikawaiti School in the spring. We have guest speakers and community events. We have biodiversity field days. Tomorrow we have a day with expert David Norton, who's a biodiversity expert, running a workshop with our farmers to talk about managing their biodiversity on farm. We do winter grazing field days. We do riparian planting workshops. We've had Zoe from the DCC come out before and talk to our farmers about the Biodiversity Fund. We run ORC meetings around freshwater farm plans. And we have native propagation workshops. For example, this Sunday we've got one with Puketaraki Runaka at the Karatani Community Nursery. We do health and wellbeing events that bring together our community, especially at the moment. It's hard times for farmers, so we've had matchism out before, and recently we ran the Bitches Box as an evening to pull the community together, which was really well received. I'm responsible for writing very time-consuming government funding applications, including we've got one program running at the moment doing integrated farm planning with our farmers, and we've got a pending one with MFE on freshwater farm plans. We're also working with the Waikawaiti Community Board about setting up ag recovery in our area. We've got Eco-Fund funding to do trout removal in the tributaries of the Upper Shag and Waihemo to help protect a endangered fish, the Tairi flathead galaxid. Do communications, social media, newsletters, email updates and more. And we work with a lot of stakeholders and community groups, including Kati Huarapa, Runaka, Ki Puketaraki, the Puketapu Trust, Hawkesbury Lagoon Committee, the Regional Council, and a whole lot of other industry groups. So we are quite a busy group. The reason we can progress so many of these projects is because of funding for my role as a coordinator. We have been, so last couple of years I have presented to Waitaki District Council. I've got their annual plan hearing meeting next week about funding. Every year the councillors ask me, have you hit up the DCC? So because you're 25% in the area. So I did apply through the community fund, but was turned down because we are, and they said we're 75% Waitaki. So I thought I'd try this process instead. So here we are, yeah.
Very good. We have some questions, firstly from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and your submission. I was unaware of your work, and it goes across a lot of areas. I was curious about the amounts because you've applied to Waitaki District Council for $10,000 previously. You're applying to us for $5,000, which is half of that, and yet 75% of the area catchment is in the area. Could you fill that out for me? Perhaps the costs have gone up.
They may have gone up, but if you look at it on a population basis, the bulk of our area that we cover, most of the people actually reside in Waikawiti and Karatani, so maybe there's just that bit of blurredness there. The area doesn't reflect where the population is or our involvement with people in the towns.
And how much have you applied to Waitaki District Council for this year?
10,000 again, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. My question was just, I head up the Dunedin Biodiversity Fund application. So, because I've sat on the grants subcommittee for the past 4 years, and I hadn't seen your application come across our desk, so to speak. Were you told at the very start of the process not to apply, or how did that work?
I applied through the community fund process, and that was where I was told. Yeah, I didn't go through the biodiversity fund because I understood that was more for physical on the ground projects.
Okay, I've just got it open here, which says that it supports, the purpose of the fund is to support landowners and communities to protect, manage and enhance the condition and extent of Indigenous biodiversity. So I would have thought that would have been a perfect fund. Have you had any communications with our funding team, I guess, that would point you towards what might be a good way?
No, I haven't, no.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, very similar. Just written down here, why not apply to the Biodiversity Fund, pointing out the percentage work done in our DCC area. So it just goes back to what Sophie's just said. So I definitely recommend that.
Okay. We can definitely look at that, yeah.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Are you, with some of the things you did, are some of those already done by DCC and ORC and you're doubling up, or are you filling in gaps where it's not happening?
I suppose we are more landowner driven. So we are seeing what the need is out there and working with the landowners and what they want support with, particularly, than filling in gaps. And so we do a lot of support, particularly with the regional council around, like for example, we did a series of meetings last year, woolshed meetings around the freshwater farm plans coming out and the rollout of those in East Otago. So we do work a lot with the regional council. Yeah.
So you're helping with the engagement process, as in you're being able to advocate for the people or bring them together, and is that how you see your organisation working?
Definitely more bringing them together. Yeah. Great.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Obviously 5,000 out of a total of 15,000 would be 33%, so it's not too far away from 25 anyway. I've met you guys before from the Waikawati Coast Community Board stuff, and one of the things that community board has a position on is any activity that's right next to the Dunedin, and I'm thinking of the Flag Swamp School, is so close as to be considered really part of that community rather than Oamaru, to be very frank. So would you want, because it was unusual to be told that because only a quarter of your footprint was in Dunedin, that you were now zero, a position policy around organisations that step over to territorial authority areas, Dunedin should at least contribute either its population proportion or its geographical representation proportion to those organisations, rather than say you are mostly in another council? Would you want that change to be a bit more?
Yes, I think the whole, it has to be shared, and I guess before, back in the 80s, when all the local councils and things were dismembered and amalgamated, Waihemo was its own separate ward. So our area has always lived in a border zone, a grey area between Oamaru and Dunedin. So we do get probably, although monetarily we get support from Waitaki District Council, I would see it in our involvement, we actually get more support from the ORC in the work that we do. So a more broader Otago approach really is what I see. Yeah. Because if I can just add, like in your DCC bit, you've got the Waikawiti River, which is quite significant in terms of size of river and area.
I think some of it's in the Waitaki district too, isn't it, or not?
Definitely some of it, yeah, the whole
Great. Thank you very much for your submission. And next we have Lyndon Wiggery and the Dunedin Area Citizens Association.
Might introduce on my right Secretary Jennifer Thomas and Vice Chair of our association David Thompson, who are with us to support our submission.
Very good. You just press the button when you want to speak, which is already pressed.
It's all pressed,
so that's
yeah.
good. And
Great.
the clock timer's on the wall behind me.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
It would come as no surprise to say that a 17.5% increase in rates from you guys, as reckoned by the staff, is a complete shock to the city, and we've had lots of feedback about this. You've read our submission, I trust, and I just want to, in the 5 minutes given to us, highlight some of the points. Before I do, let me just read a quote that I picked up just yesterday from Simeon Brown, Minister for Local Government. He quotes, "Our government expects councils to work to deliver the important essential services that ratepayers expect. This means prioritising the must-haves and critical infrastructure over the nice-to-haves." So I'm sure that all of you, or most of you, will be agreeing with that sentiment that faced with a 17.5% increase in our rates, for all of us, it's a question of prioritising the must-haves from the nice-to-haves. When we looked at the YouTube, because I wasn't present personally, or none of my colleagues were at the council meeting when you guys looked at the draft budget, I can remember one of the councillors, I can't remember who it was, sort of saying, really in their discussions, they were challenging us that if we didn't like the 17.5% increase, that we should look for further cuts that we could present to you in our submission. So that has been the thrust of our submission today. And I just want to highlight some of the things that we believe that we encourage you guys to have a further look at. Just going perhaps backwards, if I may, on page 4, the library is, I think, one that needs to be addressed. For years, we have subsidised other councils, and I know from Cherry that it's been a statutory requirement under their particular act. But here they are again asking us for $4.9 million, which you think is far too high. And also, we understand from the staff papers given to you that they want more than that. And so we are pleased to see from the staff briefing papers that staff themselves are a bit concerned about coming for further money from council and want to have discussions, try and offer some help to the DCC budget. So we want to really highlight that this is a big ticket item that we encourage you on behalf of ratepayers to really have a hard look at, is that museum levy. I know that Councillor Cherry is working on that. Going back also, staffing cuts, you may be intrigued to see that chart that we got on management. I'm sure Sandy will be asking me, where on earth did I get that? And but it does indicate, despite the Chief Executive's brave attempts to reduce staff, when you look at those charts, it does actually present to us as ratepayers a worrying picture about salary costs. So we do draw your attention and urge you to try and take another look at that. You'll be aware that Wellington, there's massive public service cuts, and we're just wondering whether a similar approach should be made in terms of local bodies and particularly Dunedin. The interest on loans that we have looked at on page 2. One thing there, we did make a comment about Aurora. We have actually changed our stance on that, and much to Brent's surprise when I was having talked to him the other day. And we look forward to presenting our submissions on that next Wednesday when we come back to talk to you. But we do want to highlight the fact that the council core debt is signalled to rise to 706.5 million by next year. That is a worry, and we believe that council should be having that in its mind when it deliberates its financial planning. The misuse of finances is a bit of a worry. There we are actually wondering about the better off funding. We noticed there that there were 15 approved projects that were utilised for the better off funding from the previous government, and only 240,000 of that money was allocated for Three Waters. And we think that that is a good question that the councillors should be asking the staff, where's that money gone and why has it not really gone to the area that the previous government intended it to be, although I know that Internal Affairs, they sort of gave you a criteria of local government well-being, which may have been a bit too liberal.
Now,
we also...
Have you got much more?
I've just got two more points to make, Jules.
Yes.
Recycling, we just cannot understand, even though the bins cost a wee bit, that there's so much money being set aside the next 12 months to set up the recycling facilities, and that is also, as you know, part of the big increase in the rates increase. As for Three Waters, used to be 6% increase, and a lot of it was Three Waters 3 years ago. Some people will say that the government are trying to sort of put expectations on us, and I believe that unless the water regulator are writing to you and saying you need to speed up the process, I would really urge you to take another hard look at the Three Waters capital expenditure, because that is a significant part of the increase that you guys are facing on our behalf. Thank you, Jules, and sorry for going over time.
It's all right. Thank you. Councillor Reckland.
Thank you. You've talked about the areas of increase that apply to this 17.5% rates increase for this year. You've broken them into various areas with different amounts, but what I can't seem to work out with your submission is, you want us down to 6% rather than 17.5, so that's over 20 million of additional rates to come out of this particular annual plan. Where would you want us to take it from?
Button. Sorry, press the microphone.
That's a fair comment, and ideally we're saying that because obviously you've got a hard task to actually bring it down. But I just want to make the point that how come things have changed so much in 3 years between year 4 of the long-term plan was 6%, and that was including Three Waters. And I appreciate that we've got a new curbside collection service, but there again, do you have to spend all that money at Green Island in backup facilities in the next 12 months? We're talking about millions of dollars there. And I think that is an area that perhaps you could be talking to Chris Henderson as a staff as to why we need to do that. It seems to us, Bill, that a lot of the financial planning could be actually tied over to the long-term planning because of the 9 years that you've got to establish a up-to-date long-term plan. So I'm just wondering whether it's a case of really going back to the books. I know you had January workshops and you went through, but even then, when you look at the budgets, there's only so much information that the staff give you, and we're only going on what's been given to you from the briefing papers. And it just seems to us that we would encourage councillors to do further work if you can at least bring the increase down by 2 points, then you have got some stars in the community. To at least bring it down from 17.5 down to 15 would be an improvement. At the moment, a lot of councillors are saying to us, we've done our best, we've gone through line by line, you guys have got to wear that. And that's what's really sticking in the throats of a lot of people in the community. This would be the highest increase since I've been a resident ratepayer of Dunedin since 1975.
Sorry, just one more to tag on with that. Okay, so now we're talking about going down to 15-ish rather than down to 6. If there was just one area in particular that you feel strongly about that we can actually put a number on that you would be happy for us to take out of this budget, what would that be?
Well, given the circumstances, given that you
Microphone, sorry.
Given the circumstances that we find ourselves in, given that you are stuck with the depreciation, and given that you do have to bring in a curbside collection service, and given that there is some pressure, but not too much, I suspect, on Three Waters, I would say that you would be, in political terms, particularly with your ballot chances for next year, if you were to go from 6 to say 12%, I think that, and explain that carefully to the community, I think they would wear that a lot better than 17.5.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that the costs of infrastructure improvements and maintenance and renewals throughout the country have risen by 30% over the last 3 years, and that wasn't taken into account in the previous years? So we're really in a very difficult position of paying catch-up. Are you aware that there's a 30% increase in costs there now?
I am, Jules, but I'm also aware, as you will be, because I think you've been in the city as long as me. We've had water upgrades since Suki Turner's time, since 1992. And we are, when you compare us to other metropolitan cities like Hamilton and Wellington and Auckland and Christchurch, we are doing very well with the Three Waters. Ratepayers have paid millions of dollars in the last 30 to 40 years to upgrade our whole Three Waters infrastructure, apart from the stormwater pipes, which I freely acknowledge are 100 years old. But given that the building costs have gone up, but also to balance it up against the fact that we have a very good Three Waters upgrade structure. And I just wonder whether those staff who are in Three Waters are really putting a lot of pressure on councillors to do this and build this and build that. And of course, as we said in our submission about depreciation, the more new things we build, the more they get valued and the more it adds to our depreciation costs. So I wonder whether there's a balance here. And if the water regulator is not putting the pressure on us, as has been publicly proffered, and I've not seen anything, unless you guys have seen any letter from the water regulator saying to us, you've got to upgrade this and this to a certain standard, I would call their bluff and say, we are doing very well, thanks Wellington, but we are not going to be spending massive amounts of ratepayers' money just to satisfy some bureaucrat in Wellington who's got no idea about rates increases.
Well, yes, I think it's quite a lot more than that. And we've got a host of questions, but I'm afraid we're out of time. So, thank you very much for your submission.
Okay. We'll see you next week. Jules, just one thing, if I may. We did write to the Minister of Simeon Brown, and in his second to last paragraph, he talks about working on the rates rebate scheme. Through the chair, could I give this copy to Mandy? I've had very good discussions about, and I think she'll be interested just to see what he's been working on.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
That's a good idea. All right. Thank you. Now, next, we have Ms. Sue Novell. Yes.
Kia ora koutou. It is very pleasing that from July onwards, organic matter generated by those not able to compost it themselves will be diverted from landfill to a centralised composting facility. This will certainly help reduce methane discharge from the landfill. However, there are several important considerations that should, in my view, be incorporated into the planning for handling of organic matter in Dunedin. First, we have to get away from referring to the organic material as waste. It is instead a valuable resource, as can be seen by the fact that it will be turned into compost. This is a precious commodity with numerous benefits. Compost is key for building the fertility and water holding capacity of soils, with flow-on impacts for local food security and thus the well-being of society. The implications of this are far-reaching. With families under increasing financial pressure, more people are likely to want to grow food in their gardens and on communal land. This is also a logical response to the obvious fragility of food supply chains in a changing climate. Growing more food in our communities will increase the need for local organic resources to establish and maintain soil fertility in the short and long term. It is the Council's responsibility to help ratepayers as much as possible with this drive towards increasing personal and communal food production. It is counterproductive and very costly to remove people's organic raw material and then sell it back to them as compost. Instead, the Council should more actively work with citizens to establish their own composting capabilities. My main recommendation is therefore that there should be a planning focus this year on how best to keep organic resources in communities. One suggestion is what is needed in addition to the current composting workshops is a free in-home advice service on establishing home and small-scale local community composting. This should be supported by a free mobile mulching service so that bulky items such as hedge clippings can be rendered down and composted on or near site rather than trucked away. Thank you.
Fantastic. We have a question, Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, Sue. I'm very interested in Grow Wanaka because I hadn't heard about that, but my first question is around the waste minimisation plan. Are you aware that that's coming up for review now? And have you been engaged in any of conversations?
Yes, I've been to several meetings with Tess Trotter, yeah.
So you mentioned some ideas now that aren't in your submission. Are you able to send us through the ideas? Because I hadn't heard of a mobile mulching service before. And I think that in the past you've mentioned perhaps having an environment hub, because you talked about the free in-home advice service. But I also wonder if you would consider that Dunedin should possibly have an environment/waste information hub in the city, or maybe in the libraries or something.
Yes, the more information that can be given, the better, because there's a lot of community gardens, people that I know that just do not know how to do things. They might go to a course, but it's even too much. How do I do this? And the more information that there is will be great, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you very much. In regards to composting, are you still in agreement of the council going down the path of taking compostable materials and sending it to a facility to do it correctly, opposed to
sorry, microphone.
Opposed to leaving it up to communities to basically handle it themselves, and how could council actually manage that sort of situation if it was left to having different satellite areas all around the town?
There's certainly a need for a centralised facility. There's so many businesses and people that can't deal with it themselves, definitely. But I think it should be a scalable operation that can be downscaled as need reduces or upscaled as there is more need. But it would be really great. It's just so much energy would go into taking the stuff away, the resources, and then bringing them back. And I work in community gardens, and it takes so much time and money to try and figure out how do we get soil, how do we... Actually, it could be generated in the community, or it could be given to us in the community. Yeah.
Great. Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you. I'm going to follow up on Councillor Witherall's question, really, because in some of the early design concepts, and you've got, and I often mention One Coast up in Waikawaiti, because they want to put a composting facility in with their activity up there. And I think you kind of touched on it, that the central facility is going to be necessary for a big chunk of the activity, but it might also then be able to provide material back to the community. It might not be that you necessarily compost it at your community garden, but in fact you get a truck of compost coming in once a year. Are you, where I'm getting to this is with the development of the Waste Minimisation Management Plan and the enabling communities part of it, would you be looking for something along a situation where we develop mechanisms for which we interact with community groups and look at their ability firstly to interact with us, like how big they are and what they're able to do, and then work out a mechanism of actually moving this material around so it goes to the right place, and then only that which is not allocated goes out commercial?
That would be really helpful, yes. But as time goes on and energy becomes more expensive, it might be easier to just shrink it even more, to localise it.
Well, I know that the pushback often from staff is that you'll need a consent to develop a composting activity wherever you go, and land is a constraint for a lot of people, so there will be that sitting there in the background. In terms of the consents, would you like assistance with getting those consents?
Yes, it would be great, and that's working together with ORC.
Great. Thank you very much for your submission. Now, we have Mr. Neville Martin from the Otago Therapeutic Pool Trust. And I'll just ask you, if you push the button when you want to speak, and probably
Good
need
afternoon,
to keep
Your
close to
Worship,
it.
Councillors. I'm Neville Martin. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Otago Therapeutic Pool Trust. For the last 30 years, the Trust has been operating the physio pool as a public swimming pool. The city needs its hydrotherapy pool back. The physio pool has been closed for almost 3 years. It could be another 10 years or so before the city has a new aquatic facility with a hydrotherapy pool. That aspiration depends on the council's aquatic strategic plan. In the meantime, the short-term solution is to find a way to reopen the physio pool. Based on the feasibility study, which has been covered in the submission, the direction of the Trust at this stage is to find a way to reopen the physio pool with minimal upgrades to a compliance standard and some additional features to achieve some savings in operating costs. That can occur while the Council is undertaking its aquatic strategic plan. It is hoped that such a development would keep the physio pool open for, say, 10 years, and at that stage the Council's strategic plan could be in place to have a new aquatic facility. That, of course, is in your hands and in future councillors' hands. Te Whara Ora has made it absolutely clear that there is no funding available for development of the physio pool. However, it is open to the Trust negotiating a lease at this stage for, say, 10 years, providing certain hurdles can be overcome. Some of those are mentioned in the submission. Therefore, the problem for the physio pool reopening and any other aquatic facility is a community one. And the Trust hopes that the Council will give a lead in that direction. For the purposes of the annual plan, the Trust is seeking funding of $200,000 to complete design and consent work for the short-term compliance-only option, while it addresses solutions about its operating model deficit and to gather support from other major funding organisations. Additional funding for capital works and operational costs will be made by the, submitted by the Trust in the Council's 9-year plan. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. We have Councillor Benson-Pope.
Two questions, I think. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Martin. I'm just wondering if you can help me. The council previously offered support, I think in the sum of 150, was it? But that was never uplifted. Can you recall why that was?
Yes, the offer of support was $100,000 as an underwriting for operating costs should the feasibility study in 2015.
Sorry, microphone, yes.
Sorry. It was $100,000 underwriting.
No, microphone again.
Sorry. It was $100,000 underwriting for operating costs should the feasibility study in 2015 go ahead. Now that didn't go ahead because the Southern DHB at that time would not grant the Trust a lease to develop the pool.
Thank you. The other question relates to the offer that I'm advised was made before the dissolution of the Southern District Health Board to the Trust to finalise the lease and also take advantage of the DHB, then DHB's purchasing power to renew equipment. Why was that not grasped, that opportunity?
There has never been a lease offered by the SDHB. There's always been a memorandum of understanding that the Trust can operate that pool on a month-to-month basis. The pool closed in May 2013 because of equipment failure. Now, all of that equipment is owned by the SDHB. It's not owned by the Trust. The SDHB refused to repair or replace that equipment, so the pool remained closed. Hence, the Trust has had to find alternative ways to provide hydrotherapy services in Dunedin.
When you say alternative ways to provide services, what do you mean?
So the Trust undertook a feasibility study which is almost completed, and that feasibility study is mentioned in the submission. There were 4 options outlined in that feasibility study.
But you're not providing, in the interim, you have not provided any hydrotherapy services, right?
We've been unable to. The pool has been closed.
Yeah, do people wanting those kind of services go to Mosgiel now?
I understand some people go to Mosgiel to seek the benefit of that pool. The that is a community pool for Mosgiel. It may serve people in Dunedin as well, but for a lot of people who would normally use the physio pool, there are constraints about going to Mosgiel, transport, cost. So the need is to provide a hydrotherapy pool in the city.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just further to the question about Mosgiel, I'm aware of some issues around hydrotherapy and warm water exercise at Mosgiel because of the lack of depth, and I'm therefore concerned at the suggestion as a cost-saving measure of the shallowing, reducing the depth of the physio pool facility. Do you not see that as an impediment to successful use of the existing pool?
Reducing the depth of the physio pool will reduce operating cost because there'll be less heating cost. But the depth will take into account an optimum depth, which could be around 1.6 to 1.7 metres. I understand that the depth at the hydrotherapy pool in Mosgiel is around 1.4 metres.
All right. Councillor Eklund, you're covered. Excellent. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And now, whilst we're a couple of minutes early, Mr. Nation is here, so we'll have James Nation from Sport Otago.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to engage on the annual plan submission. At Sport Otago, we're all about getting people active. We know having fit and healthy individuals benefits the community's well-being. Dunedin's vision of being one of the world's greatest little city aligns really well with our intentions to make Otago the most active region in the world. Ko James Nation tōku ingoa, CEO at Sport Otago. Look, we understand there's increased cost pressures and resource limitations on Dunedin's facilities and playing fields. However, individuals, sports clubs and the wider sector are doing it really tough. Limiting any increase in fees to access facilities, ground hire, etc. helps reduce cost-related barriers for communities to participate in physical activity. We support the community engagement that has gone into the Reserve Management plans, using frameworks to support any developments such as the Coastal Otago sub-regional facility strategy, assist with decision-making and developing it with a long-term view. We believe there's an opportunity with Logan Park to create a sports hub, supporting a number of the sporting organisations that operate out of Logan Park. It's a fantastic opportunity to pull that space together and provide a pivotal hub for the sports benefits. We support the council taking over ownership of the hockey turfs and bringing this into alignment with other facilities. As a sport, they have great numbers and deliver a number of national and regional tournaments over multiple years, bringing people into the city. We thank the DCC for their ongoing investment into the sporting facilities across the city. However, we know they're ageing stock. 58% of them are over 50 years old, and they have large costs associated with either maintaining, developing them, or replacing them. Just one way to support that development is having a cohesive citywide approach to pitch for sports tournaments, utilising our facilities and bringing in additional visitors and their dollars to the city. The Masters Games is a fantastic example of this. However, I think it could just be sport. It doesn't need to be massive, big national ones, even just regional tournaments, but having alignment is really important. And somebody driving that, ideally on the council side. A number of our facilities are at capacity at times and create issues. Kensington Oval on a Saturday morning for football is one of them. It scares the hell out of me, the number of young kids that are there next to a dual carriageway, and cars travelling fast. Can we make it a 30k zone on Princess Street at those peak times? Saturday morning, some afternoons when touch is on, and also pedestrian crossing near the BP would be very useful. I know sports, especially clubs, are doing it tough at the moment. Across Otago, there are 700 sporting clubs, many of them with increased pressures, falling memberships, and struggling for volunteers. Clubs that are onto it are addressing this by merging with other codes or their own codes to consolidate. An example of this is Anderson's Bay's Bowling Club merging with the Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium and consolidating both and adding value to their membership. Council need to be supporting these types of projects. Just in closing, I want to highlight the Dunedin-raised Olympic and Paralympic athletes that have been selected for Paris. They are the end product of our kids having access to physical activity. So Olympic team, we've got Lucy Matahari, canoe sprint team, Erica Fairweather, Kane Fallows and Caitlin Deans in swimming. And then the Paralympic team, we have Holly Robinson, Anna Grimaldi out of athletics. And we're likely to have some more men's hockey team players and some paracyclist swimmers, hopefully to be named as well. Just in finishing, Sport Otago would welcome the Council to a meet and greet with the team at Sport Otago, but also the wider sporting sector, possibly September, but I'd love to offer that invitation to you. Look, we look forward to engaging with Council to help Dunedin achieve its vision of being one of the world's greatest little cities and the most active. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm open to questions.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Mr Nation, and thank you for mentoring our Olympians and Paralympians. That is something for the city to be really proud of. I just wanted to ask you about a very specific thing, and that was in fees and charges, and looking to raise the increase in fees for swimming-related activities. I'd be interested in your comment. It's always been a concern of mine around our drowning statistics, being a coastal nation. We've heard from our disability community. We've just heard around the lack of hydrotherapy, but we know how many people use pools for therapeutic rehabilitation matters. I'd be interested in your comments around that and learning to swim.
Just on Learn to Swim, there is Water Safety New Zealand. We work in close contact with them around Swim Skills for Life, their program around, I guess, getting people used to being in a situation to help them survive if they do fall into the water. However, we know in Dunedin that program has got falling numbers. It's through the schools. It's aligned with schools and Moana and the various school pools around about, Mosgiel as well. However, schools are finding it really difficult to fund that. There's transport costs are exceptionally high now compared to what they used to be, and just overall costs that go back to the parents. There's some funding for that school, but for that program, but it's not completely covered. So that's one area that we're working with Council and the likes of Otago Community Trust to try and get some support and work out a better mechanism, and the schools to make that more effective. But I think access to pools is important, and unfortunately those in a socioeconomic disadvantaged, any increase in cost is a huge barrier, and they're some of our least active. So I think access to pools is vital.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. In respect of your suggestion, request about reduced speed limits during youth events, I'm interested because that would seem to align with the wider decisions that we've supported around lower speed limits around schools. Would that apply to other sports fields as well, or just a major facility like the Oval?
I'm sure there's others. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. Logan Park, there's certainly lots of, and it is reduced to 30 now, will be one area that I know it gets really congested, especially around the hockey turf there with school sports. The other one is the Edgar Centre, and just I know parking's a really big issue out there. And again, you've got a 60k zone out the front with dual carriageways. So, and kids don't need to access that, but I think there's certainly limitations to 30, like schools would be awesome. And I think it would just be a wider assessment of the parks, and that'll pretty quickly come to the top of which ones are needed. Good question.
Councillor Barker.
Kia ora. I noticed that your presentation's a little bit different to your submission, so would you mind please sending us your presentation, because it had some good ideas in it. The other thing that I noticed from your submission is you talk about, sorry, it was under number 2, the sporting facility strategy and the broader Coastal Otago sub-regional facility strategy. So who are these owned by? Are these finished, and who are they owned by?
Yeah, so they're finished. The Coastal Otago strategy was across Waitaki to Dunedin City Council and Clutha, and that now sits with Council and is something that they've all committed to, and it's just a guidance really to help decision making at this table. So it's owned by Council.
In the sporting facility strategy, is that
Well, I think that's one of yours.
Oh.
But actually, I went looking for it. And
couldn't find it? Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm just interested in your comment about the hockey turf, and what principally do you see as the main advantage and or disadvantage of it coming under council ownership? You don't really explain on that.
The big benefit I see is that it aligns it with the other facilities that the council owns and depreciates and manages on behalf of the community. And I think at the moment hockey is sitting out on its own and has a different mechanism of doing that. I don't know the full details, but that's my understanding. It's just from a depreciation and being able to manage that asset like a lot of the other council assets.
Thank you. And my other question was, where you talked about having a coordinator that sporting clubs or whatever could access if they're, I guess, is it you looking at for bidding for having, whether it be national events or regional events here, and also helping them in terms of staging it? I think that's a really good idea. I was just, look.
Yes, absolutely. So I think about it from a school perspective and national hockey tournaments, national whatever it is, but it's just somebody coordinating all the different sports and supporting them, because it's a big bit of business to try and submit, but it just fills our motels, our hostels at university. There's a lot there that I think we look at the glamour ones, but actually it's just the bread and butter of tournaments across the year and aligning calendars out multiple years. So, and Sport Otago would love to support, and I know the sports would really enjoy that support as well. So I see it sitting with the Economic Development Unit and the wider events team. But yeah, I think somebody in there in council would be awesome.
I agree. So that's not a role that Sport Otago currently does. And I mean, I also see, and also a role of even having a database or of information is to access that if you're putting a bid in. These are all the things you need to consider. You need to look at the dates of everybody else, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's a fantastic idea. So thank you.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Very quick, because I know we're out of time, but it's very much following on from that. You, in terms of the getting other events to come to town, I mean, we've heard about the hockey nationals and those sorts of things. Obviously, we know FIFA, and so large events. And you mentioned about it sitting within ED and the events team, etc. Has Sport Otago been involved in any conversations with the events team regarding this, getting other events to town?
I've sat down with John Christie probably a month ago and just floated this idea, and he said certainly it's something that he has thought about as well, and something that sits really nicely. And how it happens, I'm not sure, but I think he was certainly keen to progress that and have discussions around it. So yeah, we're keen to talk further and see what works.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. On what you're saying on access to pools, obviously it is important for drowning rates and all those sort of things as well. We've had some schools come and approach us for money. Have you sent a letter and voiced your concerns to the Ministry of Education as well? Because it is actually them who have the pools and aren't funding those pools.
No, we haven't directly, but we work in support with Water Safety New Zealand and through Sport New Zealand as well. I'm sure that there has been lots of lobbying at that level for the Ministry of Education.
Could I urge you to contact them? Because otherwise what happens, they come back to us and ask us for the money, and we don't think, it's really difficult because we want the pools to be open, but it's not our place to fund Ministry of Education pools. Thank you.
No problem.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Commissioner, thanks for your presentation. I want to get back to the Oval and Lower Princess Street. Obviously, there's not one opportunity is to lower the speed limits on Princess Street, whether it be permanently or for those events. But the other one is those sports events cause massive amounts of traffic movement as kids come almost individually to each of those events. Have you done any work with the ORC about providing public transport so it can get those kids from the schools in large numbers?
No, but I think that's the next logical move. And even on a Saturday morning, buses that go past there every 60 minutes, so it's not kind of ideal from a parental perspective. But for schools, I think that's a whole lot of work that we need to do, just supporting the sports. And I agree, getting the cars with a couple of kids in it off the road, or trying to find the same park. So I think a combined approach there around that transport solutions for sporting events. Actually, bus parks out at Edgar Centre would be fantastic as well, and routes there, because that's not well serviced. So, yeah, happy to drive that, but hopefully there'll be support from ORC.
Well, you may also need support from the DCC to help you with your drive. Right, thank you.
Right. It appears we've exhausted questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Nation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Someone made some noise over here. Now, we have 1 minute to wait before the next presenter arrives, perhaps. So there is a Mr. Duncan Davidson due at 12:35. It's now 12:34. So I suggest we'll sit here for a minute and see if he turns up. Councillor Walker, did you have something to say?
I said he'll be stuck in bike traffic.
Well, that may well be the case, but we'll give him a minute and then we'll break for lunch if he's not here in time.
He won't be late.
Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? hearings schedule and welcome Mr. Chris Ford, who are from the Disabled Persons Assembly. And you have 5 minutes. There's a timer on the wall behind me, and just press the button to start, which you have already, so take it away.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor Radich, councillors. DPA welcomes the opportunity to orally submit on the DCC's Annual Plan 2024-25. We note that Council is not conducting a full LTP process this year, given the change in government and resulting adjustments in policy settings. However, we recognise that the main opportunity to influence future budgets and council decisions will be the LTP long-term plan being consulted upon next year. We'd like to remind councillors that DPA highlighted in our submission some of the key initiatives which have benefited our disabled community in the last year, including that the now complete CBD project is enabling Dunedin residents and visitors the ability to enjoy a more pedestrian-friendly space, including disabled people. I absolutely love it. The opening of the Pula Whakehehu Mosquio swimming pool, which has plenty of accessibility features, including a therapeutic pool and other facilities, is already witnessing a high number of disabled people using that facility. Today I will use the brief time allocated to reiterate two important issues: community housing and fees and charges. Firstly, to community housing rent increases. In our submission, we recognised Council's contribution in building more community housing over the last 2 financial years, with these builds being universally designed, accessible, warm, dry, and all made possible through the $20 million investment agreed to in the 2021 LTP. A considerable number of DCC tenants are disabled people, given the prioritisation of disabled people and people over the age of 55 years for tenancy by council. For these reasons, DPA opposes the proposal to raise rents for community housing tenants by up to 11%, which is far more than the current rate of inflation that sits at 4%. We note that Council is engaging directly with tenants over this rise, and we hope that this engagement fully takes their views into account. Accordingly, DPA recommends that the cost increases incurred in terms of rising rates, insurances and rents are largely absorbed by Council during this coming financial year, so that the burden does not fall on the low-income tenants who live in DCC housing. In the medium to longer term, DPA recommends that rent rises remain limited through ending the long-standing policy that rents alone are used to meet the maintenance and other costs incurred in running DCC housing, with ratepayers and taxpayers via the income-related rent subsidy being asked to contribute as well. DPA recommends that this and other issues around council-provided community housing are considered as part of the LTP next year. Ultimately, again, we recommend no rent increase for this year, as issues are resolved as part of the LTP process. Next is around fees and charges. DPA is pleased to see that there are no increases in charges proposed for Dunedin's public art galleries, library or museums, apart from some very small below inflation increases for services which are not usually accessed by many people, including the use of Troy 2's archival collection. However, we're concerned about the proposals to raise pool charges at Moana Pool and other community pools by up to 11% in some cases, which is above the rate of inflation. Physical, recreation and exercise are important for everyone, including disabled people, and making this more costly at those facilities will impact on the ability of low-income people, even with concessions, to use our pools. Not being able to affordably access our city's pools will impact on the health and well-being of disabled people and on many people's ability to socialise, something that these pools provide. While we recognise that there is a significant investment going into the Moana pool redevelopment, which includes improved accessibility, this cost should not be carried solely by pool patrons alone. And we also recommend a free entry to all city pools and recreational facilities for CSC users and community services card holders considered next year. That concludes our submission. Mayor, councillors.
Thank you. We have some questions. Who was first? Someone? Chris? Someone put their hand up. Yes, Councillor Wiley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your submission. Just taking on your point around fees and charges for museums and pools, and that whole commentary, would you, how would your group consider that we don't charge tourists to go to our museums, and that's non-Dunedin residents, to visit our museums and enjoy them, but yet we charge our locals to go swimming, and as you said, you know, the outcomes for our local residents and swimming is quite a high request or requirement that council should have.
Well, if I infer correctly, that you're inferring that people should be charged for going to museums and people are being charged for going to the swimming pool. Well, I think...
Sorry, can you use your mic? Sorry.
Yeah, microphone, push the button. Yep.
Sorry, yes, sorry, it's gone off. Anyway, if you're inferring there that people should be equally charged for going to museums, that's really not right. But for going to swimming pools, there is some cost involved. We recognise that. Yet it should be at an affordable rate. And also that it should be concessions for specific groups who would benefit, such as older people, disabled people, and people on low incomes. Those concessions, I note, are being retained, but raising pool charges, particularly at a time when people can't afford any further cost increases, is will really impact people. So that's why we're saying keep the charge, the increase at the rate of inflation or lower.
Just clarification, I wasn't talking about charging for Dunedin residents to visit museums. I was talking about outside visitors, international tourists to visit museums and our attractions that are currently free.
Well,
and so, Mike.
Yeah. You have to press the microphone every time you want to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Anyway, if I may just say so, in my view, no one should be charged, whether they're visitors or not, for going to our museums and other attractions. I know that museums and art galleries are facing real cost pressures at the moment, and the Keep Our Lights On campaign is a particular reminder of that. However, in reality, if I went to, say, New York or London, I could go and visit galleries and art galleries for free. That sort of thing. I mean, the fact of the matter is that council has a responsibility to everyone to keep the lights on in those places, and these places benefit in particular disabled people and other members of our community who can't afford to go to other facilities or shows or events at other times. Going to an art gallery or a museum is a real highlight and gives people the ability to socialise.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Ford, for your presentation. Would it alter your view around the increase to community housing if you were to learn that most of the tenants may well be eligible for an increase in the accommodation supplement, should there be an increase in the rents?
Well, the thing is that the accommodation supplement has not been increased in the Dunedin area for a number of years to reflect Area 4. That's my understanding. It could have changed. But in the time that I received it, which was many years ago, before I moved on to a full salary, but I'm still in receipt of accommodations assistance myself, but as a kāinga ora tenant, I'm eligible for income-related rent subsidy. However, council tenants aren't. I think, though, that the council really needs to talk with MSD about that, about what level of support it can give, because the maximum of $65 a week just won't cut it, even in these times.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I see no further questions, so we have it covered. Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Now, next we have Isla Thomas. Yes, so you press the button every time you want to speak, and the timer, you have 5 minutes and the timer's behind me. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Kei ngā iwi o kaitahu tēnei te mihi whakawhitai ki a koutou. Kei ngā tōu o te whenua e mihi ana. Ko Isla Thomas toko ingoa, no Ūropi o ka tūpuna, nā reira he wahine Pākehā aho. Tēnā koe. Kia ora. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for your time and listening to me today. And kia ora, Mayor Radich. I hope that Genevieve as well. We went to school together for a little while and she was very kind. I've come today to talk to you about myself, really, which is a bit selfish. So I was born in Tauranga. I moved here when I was 4 years old because my big sister came to university. In that time, I went to High Street, Māori Hill, Balmacewen, Columba and Logan Park schools. And I, around the age of 14, discovered that I was really into poetry. I went to slam poetry events as a teenager every month. And by the time I was in my final year of school, I applied for some funding from DCC to put on a show. That was successful, and there were a few more rounds of that. So I put on shows as part of the Fringe Festival. With a DCC grant, me and two friends hosted Flowers Through the Cracks, which was a shared poetry show, and most recently last year I was the community curator with the Fringe Festival, organising Otipoti Poetic, which had a poetry workshop and one poetry open mic night every month. That project was off the back of my honours thesis in literature at university, which talked about poetry as a space where people can come together through rituals of shared breath and just talking about stuff in a place that isn't an institution or secular or particularly religious, because we live in a society with lots of different groups of people. What I've come here today to really emphasise is the special culture that Dunedin has as a historic city of literature and as a current one. I work at the Hocken Collections now. This morning I had morning tea with a Cambridge qualified archaeologist and got to scan, a 100-year-old photo book. And I'm very aware of the privilege that I have in working with our heritage collections, especially in the current kind of state of things with Keep the Lights On and all of that. Those places are really cultural centres and, the backbone, I think, in a lot of ways, but they also aren't much use if they aren't properly utilised by communities. Obviously they're there and priceless. So today I've come to say thank you to the Dunedin City Council for supporting me in my career thus far. Jacob Edmund, who was my professor at university, wrote me a letter of recommendation for postgraduate studies and noted that the opportunities that I've had in creative communities are a real strength and have uplifted my academic study and the communities that I am involved in a way that wouldn't have been possible without council funding or Creative New Zealand funding, but that's a different conversation.
We have questions.
Great, yeah.
Very good. So, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story and clearly your passion for what you do. I used to, in a previous role, used to run the New Zealand Poetry Day. So, it's obviously people like yourself contribute to things like that. So it's great. It's wonderful to hear. So thank you for coming and saying thank you to us, because we don't hear that often. And it's really nice to hear that, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Isla. Thought I'd been to lots of schools. Just the crux of your submission to us was around Te Whare o Rukatia.
Yes.
So my questions probably revolve around that. So firstly, confirming that you would like to see that place maintained, and secondly, can you just speak to what role Te Whare has played for you while you've been in Dunedin?
Yes, completely. Thank you for really getting to the crux of why I am here. Te Whare o Rukatia is an amazing space. Through the course of Otipoti Poetics, we used it as a theatre, a classroom, a kitchen, a kind of art space, and in an affordable way, and an accessible way. It's not a frightening venue in the same way that some larger theatres or bar spaces are, particularly for teenagers. So a big focus of Otipoti Poetics was making a space outside of teenagers' homes that's alcohol free, where they can say what they want and be who they are without asking for permission necessarily, and where there is like some facilitation so that all of that can happen in a relatively completely safe way. Te Whare o Rukatia let all of that happen. So I was the head of Otipoti Poetics, but I had the fringe team, a venue manager, and volunteers supporting me. And we couldn't have done 10 shows if it was just me in, the front of a bookshop that had allowed us to be there, which is previously where poetry nights have been held. We've been in the basement of the Athenaeum Library, in the upstairs of the University Bookshop, in office spaces that are currently unattended through the Dunedin Dream Brokerage, which is another really great support of the arts in Dunedin. And I think having spaces where fringe arts can happen is so important, because so much of, like, for example, the Dunedin Sound came out of people just having the space. And I think that as Dunedin becomes more populated, more expensive, with time, those spaces disappear. There are less student bars, there's less kind of wiggle room. So I think that having a dedicated space like this is really fantastic, and that it is customizable. There isn't alcohol tied to it, but you can have alcohol in the space if you decide to. It's the best experience that I've had in Dunedin as a facilitator of a creative event, and I would love to see it continue, also because it made me able to create opportunities for young people that I had been lucky enough to experience myself.
Okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. And I love the phrase "rituals of shared breath." I'm going to store that away. My question is actually on your verbal submission that you've just given us, in terms of you mentioned Dunedin being a city of literature, and you mentioned as well about various projects that you've undertaken in terms of like once a month and things. Have you had any or much or any engagement with City of Lit about with any of those projects? Microphone.
Sorry, that takes a bit of getting used to. Nikki Page has been a wonderful support on several of those projects, the Flowers Through the Cracks one in particular, and the initial poetry slams that I did with the Fringe Festival, one of which we had Tusiata Avia come down. That was fantastic. yes, they have been helpful. They're great.
And the other last question I've got is, further to what we're already doing, can you think of any examples of support, particularly for poetry, that you can point to as exemplars?
From the council or otherwise? The Hone Tūwhiri Trust, AS 220 in the States. I'm running out of time. There's a, yes.
We'll just take a couple more questions. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for coming. Great to hear your story, and I'm sure I saw those poetry slams in the early time. I wanted to ask you, what age, may I ask you, were you when you first got that funding or applied for that funding, and did you have support in that? Because that's quite a big step. I'm interested in that process and what the barriers might have been or the things that helped.
Certainly, thank you for your question. So the first thing to know is that I was identified as a nerd in school, and I was very into, all such things. So I was, I think, in a art club at school, and we together made a very small publication called Text and Image, and someone said, let's put it in the Fringe. And so our teacher kind of supported me and a couple of friends, and we made a Fringe Festival show from this booklet, kind of as an expansion. And I was like, wow, I can do something. There was no funding involved there, but from that we kind of gained confidence and continued. The first set of funding that I did actually apply for was with was myself, Kairo Gillies and Te Aniwanua Patterson, and we worked together on the funding application for that, definitely, but none of us would have been confident enough to apply had we not had previous little bits of small, you have to try something small, like knitting a hat, before you knit a vest kind of thing.
So do I get from that incremental confidence that built up from those beginnings has been really important throughout? It's really helpful to know your story in terms of that, in terms of our interaction with it.
Yeah, wonderful. I think as well, there's a tendency in council and government funding for it to be really large amounts, like thousands of dollars, which is obviously fantastic. And I think that there is also a place for smaller grants of, say, $500 for kids to do something and try it and for it to work. And that creates so much momentum in our communities. I've worked quite a lot with young people and am consistently impressed by teenage brains. So I think, if there's a way that you can make that happen, that would also be really cool.
We do have small grants, but thank you for the advice, and that's great. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Isla. You mentioned in your written submission creatives and the live music scene and the importance of investing in the arts and culture at the core of the city. Can you just tell me, for yourself personally, why that's important?
Definitely. So, arts and culture are what we have. They're what what the crux of why it's really important is that the culture in Dunedin, going to the Chills gigs with my dad when I was small, or making skateboard music videos with my older brother, all of that stuff is the reason that I went to university and the reason that I have the job that I do. I didn't come from a family where any of those things would have been normal, and so moving to Dunedin when I was 4 years old and growing up in this culture has put me in a world that I wouldn't have otherwise had entrance into, because I had the opportunity to create something and to show people what I could do through doing small events or writing a poem or whatever. And I think that that's the case for heaps of people. I've got lots of friends who are now fashion designers, journalists, and it all kind of began from a project in Dunedin. And I have friends also, many friends who have moved to Auckland and Wellington after graduating university and who miss community arts practice in Dunedin. That's why it's important.
Great. Councillor Houlihan.
It sounds like you've got a concern that Whare o Rakatui, sorry, my pronunciation was not very good, that it might close down. I'm just wondering why you would think that when I know for a fact there's not a chance that that will happen.
I guess I've come here today more out of wanting to take the opportunity to voice my support and gratitude for the arts in Dunedin than out of fear that it will close, but those things, that's two sides of the same coin. So yeah, I'm happy to hear that you don't think that it's in danger.
All right. We appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
presentation. All right. So, next, we have Mr. Witherall there. Yes. So welcome, Mr. Witherall. Thank you for coming early.
It's a pleasure. I think that's what the note indicated to me. It said, don't be late. So I make a point of being on time. And Your Worship, councillors, senior staff, my submission is very brief. But firstly, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for the dedication and time that you're going to put in over the next period, because it's a hell of a challenging demand that's on your plate. So I acknowledge that, and having a bit of common sense, I decided to stay out of the housekeeping, basically. So stay away from a number of things. But the one project I want to comment on is the CCTV. I've been here at council for 3 or 4 years on the same subject, both wearing my personal hat and my role in support of council as the commissioner and chair of the DLC, District Licensing Commission, Committee. My concern is that you have now spent a lot of money on a significant investment in the city and a project, and my concern is to make sure that you are getting your value for money out of the investment that you've made, both prior to this, so it's not part of this annual plan, but there is a maintenance cost going on. But I don't think we're getting the value out of it that the city deserves for the investment you've made. And my challenge is simply, please look at that and ensure you're getting return or investment value for the community for the money you've spent in the last period of time. It's as simple as that, sir.
Okay, so how would you define that value?
Well, I don't think the monitoring's going on sufficiently well. I think that's probably the first thing. And the availability of information from it, I don't know, or I don't feel that that's being maximised or available. We've had a couple of occasions that the DLC could have benefited from some background, and not necessarily was it available. I know there's been some recent incidents. So I just want to make sure it's a multi-million-dollar investment you've made. And I want to make sure that the residents and the city people are getting value for that investment. Otherwise, the city's, challenged about what it's done.
Very good. Now, I had a few hands waved briefly for questions. Where are they? Has anyone got a question? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you say that the cameras and things that are around the university area are perhaps a good example of what we could have here? Is that?
Yeah, my understanding is that the microphone. Thank you. My understanding is that the monitoring done by the university is more intense than what we're getting in the central city and the wider space, and now the new investment you've made down through George Street.
You might not be able to answer this because it's slightly different to your submission, but because I know you've got a lot of experience in the liquor licensing areas, have you, because it's come up a few times at different things we've been at, around the lack of venues, i.e. bars and things that have closed in that student area, and the impact that's having. Do you have any concerns around that? Because they're obviously controlled environments that have now gone. Is there any concern you have around that for the student area?
Yes, there is.
Yep.
The loss of Starters Bar.
Yeah, sorry. And could you pull it a bit closer to you?
I need to focus on it, don't I?
No, just point
It's,
bring it round.
The loss of Starters Bar, which was a 400 plus capacity, has been sorely felt in the last couple of 3 years. And some of the new students, particularly first and second year, that need that support of an on-site venue, haven't had that available to them. There's a new venue operating in a part fashion down at Ettrick, down in Lower Princess Street. Once it gets itself compliant and meets all the requirements, that hopefully will help. But it's a long way from the students. I'm an advocate, clearly, for a student facility within the student space. The university have tried recently to upgrade their licences and come up with a campus style. My feel is, I don't have the hard facts, but I can only read the market as I see it, is it's not really working as hoped for yet.
Do you think we're at risk of ruining our reputation of being a student town? You know, that where they come and they've always been able to get that culture and you have the study, but also the fun at the same time because of this?
No. I'm an absolute advocate for the students and the value they bring to our city and the importance they are. And that's why we've spent quite some time in the licensing area to find ways to help and support. I know that senior staff have got a number of discussions underway. They're dealing with a whole number of collective groups that could help or may be able to help, but I don't fear for it. I just want us to be able to manage it. And if I just go slightly further on that question, Your Worship, 85% of our on licences, or maybe nearly 90, are not a problem. They're the safe venue that we want them to be. We just don't have too many that are of a size.
Actually, sorry, I may not have explained my question very clearly, but what I was meaning is, as a city, we have a culture that a lot of people come to study here because it's fun and there's, they can have their entertainment around the same area where they live. Is there my concern is that maybe with all those bars closing that might diminish, and I'm worried about that. Is that something you're concerned about?
In the wider picture, yes, but I spoke at a hui just recently here and got severely criticised by one or two because I drew a circle of where all the agencies and the support networks were inside. And one segment of that was self-responsibility. And that's the piece I've got to kick back on. There's an expectation by some that the agencies, including the city and the authorities, will do all the issues. They can't. People have to have, and the Act's very clear, that self-responsibility is a significant part of it, and that's perhaps the bit that's missing.
Very good. Thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillors.
Thank you for submission.
Have a good day, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Kia ora. All right, so... Yes, so I think it'd be fantastic if you ladies would leapfrog a space. And firstly, thank you for coming early because that's filled the gap. So here we are, even more attentive than ever. So you have 5 minutes to speak, and you just have to press the microphone as you have already to each time you need to speak, because if a councillor asks a question, that will disconnect your microphone, so you have to restart it. So, you have 5 minutes from now. There's a timer on the screen behind me.
Right, ready, set, go. Thank you very much. I'm Deborah Dons, I'm Chair of City Choir, and this is Rosie Crane, who's our Treasurer. So we come as a joint team. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, A, of making a submission, and B, being able to speak to you. Our submission has two main thrusts. And the first is asking the council to at least maintain, if not increase, the level of funding that goes to the arts sector. And the second thrust of our submission is to seek the council's support for how we, that is, as a community user, can engage and hire the Dunedin Town Hall via DVML. It's a challenge. So speaking to our first thrust, the council does have contestable funding, thank you very much, for the arts and culture sector. And it is not my intention to appear smart or flippant, but I would like to quote, after years and years of consultation, the Ara Hatoi strategy. And the key wording, and I will quote, "This strategy places arts and culture at the top of the agenda as a way to achieve Dunedin's ambitions of being a livable, prosperous and amazing place to be." Clearly, we support that strategy and the philosophy behind it. Our area of expertise also moves into social well-being and economic development. So we do feel that we fit really well within the council's strategies. I'm going to deviate just a little bit and briefly talk about the development of music in people. To babies, we sing to them. They start to vocalise and they use their voices and use pitch and range and that sort of thing from a very early age. We move through to nursery rhymes. They pick up things to bang or blow or throw or to make noise. Then it goes the development into learning an instrument for very many. We sing and we play as we go through schools and later on for fun and for groups and for party, for enjoyment, all those sort of things. Humans are the only species that actually make music for enjoyment and for our well-being. Why? Because it's inherent in our DNA and essential to our very being. The Choral Society, which City Choir Dunedin, our formal name is Dunedin Choral Society, was established in 1863, roughly the same time as a council was established in Dunedin. So, with the greatest respect, we're as old as you are. We might have a little more grey hair today, but we're essentially a very august organisation. Auckland Choral Society is 2 years older, but the early settlers appreciated the benefits of music and of singing and of doing things together. Choral music has survived centuries, not only because, as I've explained, it's inherent to humans, but millions over the centuries have cherished and valued choral music. We can't put a dollar value, excuse me, on the benefit to the community, which is a shame, because if we were building pipes or laying tar seal on the road, we could tell you how much it cost and how much it might save on tyres and septic tanks and that sort of thing. But I'd point out that in recent times, recent governments, that the current one and the Labour government have poured more and more money into the benefit of and support for mental ill health. And we contend that choral music and the sort of within the arts and culture sector really add to a community's well-being. The COVID-19 lockdown, I think, proved this, along with it, there's a whole host of research that supports this theory. People felt so deprived of the opportunity to experience live music, be it in parties or concerts or in pubs, in all those environments, that it went online. And performances were the Met Opera in New York offered free online viewing, and people joined together to sing together online. I think COVID-19 lockdown sort of has helped us prove that live performance is an essential. We're out of time. Well, and I haven't even spoken about DVML, so somebody might have to ask me about DVML. I looked
Is that
a
a
minute
hint?
ago.
Someone will take that as a hint, I'm sure. We have time for questions.
Thank you very much.
Firstly, Councillor Gary.
Well, as it so happens, that was the question I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And Creative New Zealand has put a dollar figure on the contribution arts makes to our economy. Look, I just want to acknowledge that you're not the only one making a submission about this, and we've had many voices around this, and we acknowledge it's a problem. The pathway to address it takes time. But I wanted to ask you, am I right in saying that the issues are basically, in summary, that it's a complicated system, it's costly and uncertain? Is the uncertainty at the heart of the issue?
That's a very interesting question, because part of what I was going to say is we do not ask for money directly from you. We appreciate it's a contestable fund, and we are very willing to put in applications for that, the funding.
I was meaning the cost of getting a certain a commitment, a confirmed booking with the town.
So you are talking about DVMLA, yes. Huge problems there, and the uncertainty is enormous for us. We contract other professional musicians, orchestras and soloists, who have to very often book airfares and accommodation. Even with a contract with DVML, within the last 12 weeks of a booking, we can have a commercial interest come in and challenge our booking, in which case we go up to about 13 or 14,000 to hire what we consider our town hall, because Dunedin Choral Society movers and shakers actually designed and donated money, so it's always felt like ours.
So just to be sure, it's around the processes. The staff, I note you say they react positively and quickly, and so you have a good relationship with staff, but it's around the process that the issue lies.
Absolutely.
Good. Councillor Ackland next, followed by Councillors Gilbert, Houlihan, Mayhem, O'Malley and Benson Pope.
Well, they're not going to get all the questions in, are they?
Well, we will,
Not with
because
my
we haven't
five.
got a gap before the next. So we'll fill the gap with questions.
I haven't got five, I'm joking. Thank you for your submission. And I love... Pardon? Oh, is it? It says here it's on. It says here it's on.
It does now. Since you
Just
pushed
not
it.
into it enough. Well, thank you very much. I love the way you introduced your submission, in particular about the fact that music and singing impacts us all from a very young age and right the way through our growing up years, whether we sort of like it or not, whether we learn an instrument or not. And in my language, music is definitely it's an international language, really. But just getting back to DVML and the town hall obviously is the main place for what you do. In particular, that it was designed specifically for singers and instrumentalists that did not have amplification. And even now, the town hall is still one of the best in the world in that regard. My question is, because we are aware of the challenges with DVML and the use for community activity in the town hall, so my question really is, as we work through how better to deal with that, rather than funding of sorts, and as you said, you don't really count on any grants from council per se that much, but if there was a way we could put some sort of mechanism in place whereby community groups like yourselves, DSO and so on, basically have first dibs on the town hall and there was no cost, how would that work for you?
First dibs and no cost sounds the solution.
Just leave.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes. Without question, the acoustics in the Dunedin Town Hall are absolutely supreme. And I can compare it with the Bruce Mason Theatre in Takapuna, which is about 15 to 20 years old, designed by modern acoustic engineers and architects, and they've had no end of trouble with the acoustics. You walk onto the stage in the Dunedin Town Hall, and it's absolutely wonderful. It's renowned.
We've sung in quite a few places,
We've sung in Invercargill, we've sung in Christchurch very recently. Nothing. We've sung in Auckland Town Hall, which was built a little bit later than ours and is very narrow. But there is nothing that compares. And all of our international soloists, from Jonathan Lamalu, Annalise, all of them love to sing here.
And if I could just add to that, you said it's probably our prime venue to sing in. No, unfortunately it's not, because we can't afford it. So we squeeze into Knox Church or the Cathedral. 20 plus years ago, I was submitting to the Council of the Day for an 800-seat theatre. Not going down that road today, but we can afford only the Town Hall once in the year, even through the community grant, which is 50% discount.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
You were worrying that people weren't going to ask you about, you weren't going to get a chance to talk about DVML. As a lapsed baritone, I fully agree with you. It's not just the benefit for those in the audience, but also for those who are actually performing. There's quite a catharsis about it. But my question is kind of around, we're getting into semantics now, but you said that up to, I believe you said 12 weeks, you could have a commercial booking, I think was the phrase you used.
A commercial interest could challenge our booking, and
Sorry, I just preempted. Let me push the button again.
And in that situation, we have two choices. We either, we have first option, we could move to a commercial booking, in which case it's about 13 or 14,000 for our 2 nights. We need a rehearsal night and the performance night, or we forego the booking altogether.
Yeah, my struggle with this is because there's the whole, you then go off and apply for funding, and that funding then goes to pay the town hall. Right, I'm with you, we're all together so far. So therefore, that is a commercial booking. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell the difference is between whether the money comes from you or whether the money comes from somewhere else. I'm just trying to understand that rationale. Has that ever been explained?
I can explain it to you. We make a booking, we can apply for a community access grant. The commercial rate is then reverts to a community rate with a 50% discount. We can apply to other funders, AGT, and it used to be Bendigo, and for a grant specifically for the town hall. If we sacrifice the town hall booking, that funding would go back. So we don't actually get active funding for it, we get the discount from if we are successful with the community access grant. And DVML are the determinants of whether that's possible or not.
But for my head, just to summarise, you need to have a date to have an event, you need to have an event to be able to apply for funding, you need to have the funding to be able to confirm the date to therefore have an event. So there's sort of this domino effect. If one thing doesn't happen, then everything falls apart.
Not quite, not quite. We have to have a booking. We apply for a grant, the community access grant from DVMLI. We then look at our whole budget for a major choral performance with all the aspects in the orchestra and the soloists and advertising and so on. We can apply for grants from other bodies for various aspects of that, sometimes the town hall. If we get a challenge, we then have to either pay the whole lot and find the funds ourselves. And sometimes it has to come out of our reserves because we feel very limited by what we can charge the public. Because we could price ourselves off the market. I did a quick calculation a little while ago, and for every seat that we sold for our recent St John Passion and last year for Messiah, the choir, one way or another, subsidises every ticket by at least 50%. So even our top seats at $50 or $55, the choir, one way or another, is finding an equal $50 or $55.
Goodness.
Yep.
Okay.
Goodness.
Very good. So, look, thank you very much. We've got well over our time, but it's been interesting questions and very constructive for us. So, thank you for your presentation.
Can I say one more thing?
Certainly.
Oh, I'm on anyway. I was going to say, if it would be helpful, if we came and sat on a subcommittee to look at DVMLA, I don't know where the A's come from, DVML, we would be happy to.
All right.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. So next, we have Ms. Philippa Harris and friend from the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra to talk about something completely different. Not so much. Anyway, so you just have to press the button on the microphone to turn it on, and it will automatically turn off if someone else speaks. And you have 5 minutes, and the timer is on the screen behind me.
Thank you. I'm Megan Bartlett. I'm the chair of the board of the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra, and I'm here with Philippa Harris, the general manager, who will be known to most of you. The Dunedin Symphony Orchestra thanks the Council for the opportunity to present its submission today. We also thank the Council for its ongoing support since the orchestra began in 1966. Our full submission provides in detail in support of this appearance today. We note the Council has financial challenges and it's investing in the city's infrastructure and the physical for the long-term benefit, but we ask the Council to strengthen its investment in the city's essential cultural assets and infrastructure. The DSO's financial challenges require careful management and consideration. Of significance, over the last 10 years, the DSO has seen a decrease of around $40,000 in the present day value of the DCC City Service Grant to the DSO, and a total increase of around $60,000 per annum over and above inflation increases in the costs associated with the hiring of the town hall. So by way of illustration, in 2013, the DCC's grant to the DSO was $98,000. The cost to the DSO to hire the town hall was $13,500. And we had the use of, therefore, approximately 86% of our grant. In 2023, the cost to the DSO to hire the town hall was risen from that $13,500 to $74,500. But the DCC's grant to the DSO has decreased from $98,000 to $88,000, and we therefore have the use of 12% of the grant. Covering the shortfall is no longer sustainable for the DSO. We have successfully increased our sponsorships and donations and our fundraising resources, but this isn't enough. Creative New Zealand has reported the DSO reaches more people per capita of the population than any other New Zealand orchestra. We are an important part of this community. DSO has already reduced its activity to the minimal level required to retain players and retain our Creative New Zealand funding. DSO is the largest Dunedin employer of musicians. 70% of our musicians have moved to Dunedin, 40% are music teachers, 95% are students or staff of the University of Otago. We are central to the city's music ecosystem, and the loss of our players would affect teaching of music from primary to university age, and also the other supporting institutions like City Choir, who are able to perform and are related to our musicians and musicianship. So we're here in support today of our request to restore our grant to its present day value of $133,000, that the grant is indexed annually to inflation increases. We request the town hall costs of hire and the ability to obtain the community access grant are urgently reviewed. Now, Appendix 1 of our submission sets out a really clear summary of the issues experienced. And we also request a multi-year funding proposal, which would give certainty to the DSO and the DCC. Thank you.
Very good. Is that it? Great. Thank you. Questions? We have Councillor Ackland.
Thank you. A question, or a similar question to what I asked the group just before you. You were going to be the other way around on the order, but it doesn't really matter. Obviously, for both yourself and for the choir, there's a huge issue with being able to gain access to the town hall, not just in terms of a confirmed booking, but also the cost. And where I'm coming from, and it's all around the fact that we're reviewing how we're going about our grants right across the board. We're also obviously reviewing as to how the town hall in particular can be better available for community organisations to be able to use the town hall for what it's actually designed to be. And of course, in particular, orchestral instrumentation and choirs. In other words, things without microphones and amplifiers and so on. And so my big question really is there a benefit in the city supporting the DSO in a way in which you have access to the town hall without question? You know, in other words, the dates are organised in advance and they're not going to be challenged. And in lieu of actual grant funding, there is no cost to you for the town hall. How would that work for your organisation?
Okay, thank you. In terms of certainty of bookings, that's really important to us in terms of setting our budget, in terms of confirming engagements with conductors and soloists from around New Zealand and internationally. We need to know that we can actually engage those conductors. We booked conductors the year before. So yes, it would help to have certainty of dates and to know what the cost is. It's very important to us. The balance between the grant and the cost of the town hall, we would like the net benefit of our grant to be restored to us, whether it's through no cost to the town hall and a grant, or whether the town hall cost is set and our grant is increased. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, if I can add to that also, you know, as Philip has noted, so there is the cost of the town halls, obviously a significant cost to the orchestra. And, you know, as you've noted, the town hall was specifically designed, and all of that work that went into the acoustics there, you know, it is a recognised excellent venue. But it is one, and again, for the size of the orchestra, it's the only venue we can use for full orchestra performances. You know, City Choir's in the same position. In addition, though, to the cost of that would be, we also do need funding support for the management of the organisation on top of that also. You know, Creative New Zealand has some statistics that they expect in terms of local body support for an organisation, which again, at this point in time, that criteria is it isn't being met at this point in time in terms of how they publish their statistics as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the really clear explanation around the town hall issues. And you came in partway through the choir's presentation, so that's added to it. So my question on that has been asked and answered. But I wanted to ask you what the impact of multi-year funding would be to your organisation.
I think the impact of multi-year funding would be certainty. At the moment, we set the budget for the forthcoming year and we don't know what the grant's going to be, we don't know what the town hall costs are going to be, and managing it kind of on the trot makes it very challenging. But to have multi-year funding would be a real boon to our planning, and we'd be able to engage conductors and soloists well in advance. The other thing is that we do have multi-year funding contracts with Creative New Zealand and also the Otago Community Trust already. And I think it provides certainty not only to the orchestra actually, but also to those organisations too.
So in both those cases, is it 3 years?
Yes, 3 years.
Good. Councillor O'Malley.
So thanks for your presentation. A recurring theme year after year is the DVML relationship and the town hall. What was it like before DVML ran it? What was the relationship at that point?
If I remember correctly, that was DCC managed, and I think it's fair to say there was a better understanding of the community benefit of events in the town hall and what it would take to make those events work. Of course, the financial aspect was there as well.
Some talk has been about creating, DSO, City Choir, RSA Choir, people who have been using the town hall historically for years and years and years to be given a status of access to that building, which is different from the commercial one, but in fact overrides it, so it becomes the predominant one. Would you like to see some kind of policy heading that direction?
That would certainly be a huge boon to the orchestra, would give us certainty as well.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Could you talk about the town hall in relation to the organ and the fact that that's, the space with the organ and that it's really the only place you can play it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, you're right. The organ is a real attraction for us, and we can put on things like Sanson Organ Symphony, and it just adds. There are a lot of pieces that have organ in them, and so it gives us the ability to program those works too. It's certainly the Regent Theatre, for example, just doesn't compare.
You can't do that. Use the organ, obviously, in any other venue in town, can you?
No, the organ is completely installed in the town hall. Yeah.
There are other organs. Great. Very good. Thank you. Look, we appear to have exhausted questions. I don't see any further. So, look, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, the next we have, at this point, I'll move that we extend the meeting hours, extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And now we have the Dunedin Fringe Art Trust. So we have Ms. Harvey and Ms. Thompson. Thank you. And so you just push the button to speak, and the timer is on the screen behind me.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Ruth, this is Katrina, and Kate is watching from Christchurch. Unfortunately can't be here today. We are the Fringes co-leadership team, and we trust that you've read Dunedin Fringe's full submission, which gives more detail around what we're requesting through this process. In summary, $75,000 in DCC funds to support the continued operation of our venue Te Whare o Rukatea for the next 12 months, to keep the higher fees from the Dunedin Community Gallery to help cover the costs we incur in managing the space on behalf of the DCC, that the DCC adequately resource the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan, including ensuring Te Whare remains available to musicians and music communities. We support the Council's review of its grant making and request the Council ensures community members are invited to give feedback on any proposed changes once the grant review process is complete.
Today we're focusing on the future of Te Whare o Rukatea. We thank Puketiraki and Otako Runaka once again for entrusting us with the gift of the venue's name. Te Whare was originally developed as a temporary solution to the Fortune Theatre's closure 6 years ago, but its uses have evolved a lot since then. The Council's last 10-year plan process set aside $17.1 million to create a new performing arts venue. That $17.1 million remains earmarked but unspent. As such, the creative community has told us Te Whare o Rukutia is still needed. You have a number of submissions that confirm that. Te Whare is also a part of the music ecosystem. It's named by the DCC in the Live Music Action Plan as a venue it wants to make more available to the community. The original Te Whare MOU with the Council said there would be, quote, ongoing consideration of sustainable funding models for the venue. And during the 2022 mayoral forum held in Te Whare, a candidate said, if the Fortune Theatre had mentioned they were in trouble, we could have helped. So we're here to say, we need your help. We can't keep operating the venue as it has been without funding from the DCC. Fringe is under immense financial pressure, as are many of our peer cultural organisations. After changes to Creative New Zealand's funding model, we expect to receive at least $110,000 less support from CNZ this year, and that doesn't account for reduced grant payouts from gaming trusts, other national funders halting or reducing their grant making, and rising costs. It's going to be a struggle to deliver Fringe, the New Zealand Young Writers Festival, and AMP Music Project over the next few years, but we're 100% committed to making sure they go ahead rather than be cancelled or put on hiatus like other arts events across the country.
We need the DCC to honour its partnership in Te Whare o Rukutia, its commitment to supporting the performing arts community with the venue and the goals of the Live Music Action Plan by coming to the table now with temporary operational funding for Te Whare. And to be clear, the $75,000 we're requesting doesn't contribute to our bottom line, but we're putting our hands up to do this work because we think it's important. And we're an unbelievably good investment. For every $1 invested in the 2024 Dunedin Fringe Festival alone, we return $5 to the economy. Investment in the creative sector is low cost for big impact. From 2021 to 2022, when COVID support funds were invested in the sector nationally, it generated $14.9 billion, more than agriculture, forestry and fishing. The sector grew at twice the rate of the total economy, reflecting the growth investment in the creative sector can achieve. Art, culture and creativity builds a community that's connected, vibrant, diverse, innovative and productive, to use your own words. It's time for the DCC to increase its investment in our sector so we can better support your vision for Ōtepoti. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Firstly, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you for your submission. My question is in relation to Te Whare, and my understanding, and you'll correct me if this is wrong, that the DCC doesn't charge rental for Te Whare or for your own premises, so that hasn't changed. What I'm looking at is what has changed in the operation of Te Whare, because you haven't come to council in the past for operational funding for Te Whare.
Yep, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. The funding environment is what has changed. So when that venue was originally conceived, the goal was to be kind of invited into Creative New Zealand's tōtara or kahikatea higher level funding structure, because, you know, we are a year-round operation now, and with the venue, we really think we deserve that investment. But little did our predecessors know that CNZ would change its funding model. That is absolutely not on the table now. And of course, Ministry of Culture and Heritage, which was a major funder to the project, has ceased its funding now that COVID funding is completed. So there's no other major avenue for operational funds in the funding environment at the moment.
Do you want to add about that we're organisationally can only apply to Creative New Zealand for all of it?
Yeah, so just to be super clear, so the way that Creative New Zealand's new funding model is structured is that you can apply as an organisation up to a maximum of 125,000 for all of your operations. So that is a significant drop for us because we used to be funded project by project. Yeah. So.
Golly. Okay, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ruth and Katrina. And excellent submission. I wish everyone would use yellow highlighter pen to tell us what they want. We've clarified it's 75,000, so thank you for that. So my question is basically, if we decide not to fund Te Whare Oro Katia to that amount, what in essence is going to be lost?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you, Councillor Steve. So, you know, we have, Te Whare has, Dunedin Fringe has invested a lot into Te Whare. So we brought in nearly $600,000 of funding to equip the venue. So just to be clear, the DCC is our landlord, but not operating the venue as it currently is. We bought all of the equipment, the the staging, the chairs, the drapes and everything, all of that was sourced through external funding. So, you know, that's a huge amount of effort, including the effort that the DCC has put into swapping the two spaces around and making Te Whare as good as a retrofitted space can possibly be for a performing and community space. So, we are asking that commitment be honoured. As you heard in my submission, it's a great investment. We have a really great return on investment, and that those figures I gave you are just for Fringe, not the rest of our programming. And the space, I just want to reiterate again, as we're talking about spaces, you know, we heard the tail end of the last presentation. A space is not just a space. It takes people to run it. Fringe brings knowledge, experience, relationships, funding, other sources of funding, etc., and a really good reputation in this creative community for supporting all sorts of different types of art. And art isn't just for people with money who can afford the investment to go into a more expensive space or to cover the cost it would take to put a ticket price up to cover an artist's costs. We believe that everybody has the right to be involved in arts, culture and creativity. And our kaupapa is about supporting all forms of creative expression. So you're not going to get any elitist stuff with Fringe. What you get is opportunity, and that's what is potentially lost if it's not us who's running that space. And then all that infrastructure, if we're not running it or it closes down, that resource, all of that resource is gone when the need is still there. So.
Without operational funding, you can't just have a venue and say, here's a key, go and use all this gear. You need administration, and that's the bare minimum. And then on top of that, you need to market. You need to give manaakitanga to the artists. You need to provide a wraparound support for the types of artists that are using the space because it is more community-based. So if we didn't have that operational funding, you couldn't just have an empty, like a venue like that, and just hand over a key. It just wouldn't work.
Great. Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
That's all right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You may have mentioned it with your answer earlier, but I recall, I think CNZ used to give the fortune, I think it was $500,000 a year, wasn't it? They got Councillor Gary might remember because she was on the board of the Fortune at the time. Anyway, but I think, but are you saying they've cut all that? There's nothing available? Because I know it was around the fact that it was a theatre, it was giving community, and that's why that funding was there. And because you're correct, you're filling that gap at the moment, interim, but, you know, it's a great space. What are the conversations around that?
There is no conversation because it's not on the table. Like CNZ's new funding model is specifically designed to be more equitable across all the organisations doing amazing work in the communities across this country. So, you know, that's why they've got these hard and fast, like as an organisation, you can come in for 50,000 or under, or between 50,000 and a maximum of 125,000. Now, that's a huge drop for some organisations, ourselves included, but some to the point of not being viable anymore, including our peers up in Wellington, Cultural Capital Trust, I think it's called, CCAT. So, you know, like we are supportive, broadly speaking, of Creative New Zealand's changes to funding for that equity perspective. They've made some good choices, like not tagging funding to specific activities, just making it basically general operating. We know what we need to spend the money on, giving us that trust. But the reality is their funding has not increased for more than 15 years. And in my personal opinion, there is some serious advocacy work that needs to be done there. It's not good enough. It's just completely undermining the arts and culture sector in the country. So
that was going to be my next question.
Right.
Is
No,
it
no,
a
no,
local
Councillor,
level? What's
we're
that?
done with.
Oh,
we're
I
done.
wondered if Cara Patterson
Thank you.
was advocating around that.
Did you have a really quick question or not? A yes or no answer? Because
Okay, thank you so much for the incredible, powerful presentation. I didn't realise these things about Creative New Zealand funding. Would you say that our arts and creatives are undervalued and underfunded?
Yes.
very good. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Great question.
Now we have Mr. Craig Monk. Welcome, Mr. Monk. The microphone's in front of you. You can just press the button to get it started. You have 5 minutes and the timer's on the screen.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm actually going to keep you for a lot less than 5 minutes because you've read what I had to say in the submission. This is kind of a follow-up to what Dunedin Fringe have just been talking to you about, but what I particularly wanted to draw attention to is the closure of Te Whare, the impact that has on youth music, and the connection that that has to the Otepoti Live Music Action Plan. I'd like to congratulate you for adopting that plan. I think it's an excellent plan. I know, I helped write it. A lot of us in the community did. And your staff did excellent work on it as well. It looks really good. There are about 30 actions in that plan, and they are, of course, all noble actions that will improve the state of live music in the city. However, I'd just like to also remind you that the reason there is a Live Music Action Plan is because back in March 2022, there was a noise complaint at Dog with Two Tails against a folk group. Back in July 2022, the council gave permission for apartments right next door to the Crown Hotel with no soundproofing. The reason that so many of us in the community were keen for there to be some action on live music from the council is because music venues are under threat and they keep closing. Te Whare is another music venue and it has just closed. It's also an all-ages venue and it's an alcohol-free venue from its kaupapa, which means that it's ideally suited to hosting, to meeting the needs and hosting the ambitions that rangatahi in the city have for their music. I'd like to take questions. Thank you.
I'm sure there are questions. Starting with Councillor Houlihan.
Why are you saying it's closed?
You have to put, sorry, can you start again? And
Sorry,
you have to push the
that
microphone
came
button
off.
every time.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you.
It will turn off as soon as someone
yes,
uses
it
these.
closed in April. Yeah.
Okay, another question? Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Craig. Just going to the Otapoti Live Music Action Plan and its importance. You've mentioned the actions in there. Do you think one of the most important actions in there is perhaps us funding somebody within our staff to oversee that plan?
Look, I'm not sure that that's for me to say, to be perfectly honest. The thing that I was actually planning to sit here and say is that I think you should consider some additional investment in the Otapoti Live Music Action Plan, precisely to progress some of the actions around youth, Māori and Pacifica, which are the very actions that I then learned that Council has voted not to progress with no additional investment from the Community Services meeting 2 weeks ago. So I'm also quite interested to know what happened there and why did that happen as a separate process from this, where you're taking public submissions, including on the Live Music Action Plan.
Can I ask the question a different way? The things you've listed that you feel must be done, do you think they would be better achieved by having somebody within our staff who understands the kaupapa of that plan and is passionate about driving the 30-odd goals within the plan?
Oh, kia ora, Steve. Yeah, great question. Look, I think those actions need support, and it's an eternal question: what should council do? What should it enable? What should it support? What should be? What involves money? And I know that's exactly why you've all convened here for these discussions and this kōrero. To me, it's a moot. It's to be discussed and to be determined what the best mechanism to do that would be, whether that's within council, whether that's outside of council. Independent bodies have their advantages because they can seek funding from other sources. We've seen from City of Literature just how effective a role like that can be within council, so I can see both sides of that. I think the key point is that things need to happen. After that decision by the Community Services Committee, Dave Bennett was in the ODT saying, well, I think the city's in a holding pattern until we sort out some resourcing for the plan. I would say to you that actually it's worse than a holding pattern. Things will go backwards, and I think the closure of Te Whare proves that.
Questions? No, we appear to have exhausted questions. No one's got a question? I'm surprised at that. However, there we have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Monk.
In that case, if there aren't any further questions, I would just like to reiterate that currently there are 2 all-ages venues in the city. Only one of them has council support, and that one has just closed. Thank you.
And so I'll ask a question. What's the other all-ages venue?
Well, the other all-ages venue is yours on Moray Place. That's a temporary project. I understand they have a favourable lease agreement from the landlord while they consider options for the building.
Right, do you know when how long that lease is for?
It could end tomorrow.
Right, so it's a temporary, what do you call it? Periodic tenancy. Thank you. All right,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission. Now, at this stage, we'll have a break. So the next speaker is not due till 3:15, but I think we should come back after 15 minutes. So if we come back at 10 past 3 at the latest. So. No, I don't, because there'll be people to follow him. So we'll just only throw things out further. So I move that we'll recess, adjourn for 15 minutes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Let's go now.
Thank you very much. Mayor, councillors, my name is Jim Shanks and I'm a permanent resident at Harrington Point, and I make this submission on behalf of my wife and myself. Re Te Awa Atakao Peninsula Connection Road Safety Improvement Project. This project has been on the books of the DCC since 2015 and should have been completed by 2023-2024. It has still got 3 sections to complete, and it's time to honour your promise that these 3 sections will be finished before the end of 2024. The section from Golf Course Road around to the Fisheries Corner is a disgrace and should be the top priority for completion of the Portobello Harrington Point Road because of the following. This would have to be the worst piece of road on the Otago Peninsula. The seawall is not fit for purpose. Every time a storm comes through, more of the wall is lost to the sea and the road is covered in debris and can be very dangerous and has been impassable at times. Some parts of the seawall have disappeared into the sea and have been replaced by some substandard repairs, and it takes whoever is responsible a long time to repair. They are quick to place cones in the area, but that does not take the hazard away. In places, it is too narrow with some very tight corners. We've had quite a few near misses, with not only buses crossing the centre line, but camper vans as cars as well, and this happens in both directions. This is the only road to get from Tairoa Head to Weir Road, including Harwood Flat. So in an emergency, we would be completely isolated, cut off from any way of getting help. If a medical event occurs during or after a storm and the road is impassable, then that could have very serious consequences for the patients, as I've already stated. This is the only access we have. There are a lot of people walking and cyclists using this stretch of road these days, and it's so narrow in places that there is no safe refuge at the side of the road for them to go when the traffic is coming. This is very important and the only road for tourists to use to access the world-renowned Albatross Centre, Opera, formerly Penguin Place, Nature's Wonders, Monarch Wildlife Cruises, and our wonderful new beach and reserve on Turioni Beach that is attracting a lot of people from outside the area to come and visit and enjoy this great facility. For tourists to see the state of this stretch of road is shocking, a disgrace and embarrassing to say the least. Also, we have a very important marae in the area and there's a lot of traffic generated at times, so the road should be fit for purpose. Finally, I hope this submission has not been a waste of time, and when the road is finished, finally upgraded, and the seawall is not finished in hand-laid stone, but in rip-rap system with larger rocks being used instead, as that will help take the energy out of the waves and cause less damage to the new seawall and road and less ongoing maintenance costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Shanks, for taking the time to come in on such an awful day. We heard this morning from Mrs Stevenson around the demographics of the population out in the area you live in, and you mentioned medical events. Have you had experience of that amongst your networks around?
Personally, we've had to call 111 3 times, twice for me and one for my wife, and with the first responders being available at Portobello, that 10 to 15 minutes is really valuable, but if the road's cut off, we're isolated completely with no hope of getting any help at all.
And I know you're involved in the Harrington Point Society. Do you have a sense of community feeling about this?
Definitely. I was at a meeting, it'd be 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this situation was discussed, and unanimously the opinion was that it had to be done sooner rather than later, and it should have been done 2 or 3 years ago, but was put on hold because of other urgent areas, and I think now's the time that should crack on and get it finished.
Thank you. I think that covers it for questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Cheers. And next we have Ms. Anne Barsby of the Southern Heritage Group. So when you're ready, you just press the button for the microphone and that will enable you to speak. If someone else speaks, you'll have to press the microphone again to speak again. And you have 5 minutes, and the timer's on the screen behind me. So we'll just press that button. There we go.
Thank you for listening to me. And I must admit I'm flying by the seat of my pants because I just went to collect my handout that I was going to circulate and it hadn't transmitted, so I'm sorry about that. And I haven't got a printer, so I couldn't do a thing about it. So apologies. But I am, as you know, really concerned about Dunedin's heritage. And thank you for your support in all these regards. And it covers obviously a very wide area. So I'm anxious that Dunedin is promoted as our city is the heritage capital of New Zealand. And we're in danger of losing that status unless we, are very active in terms of action to enable things to progress instead of stalling. The annual Heritage Festival, it was biannual till now, and now it's going to be annual. Maybe the alternate years are a shorter one, but at least it keeps the interest there. People expect it, they enjoy it, and it is educational. It's got all the benefits. And we need to promote Dunedin as not just the heritage capital, but in tourism, marketing, and the campaign needs to be on an equal footing at least with the wildlife status, because Dunedin people, the community, really appreciate heritage and they're interested and they want to keep it. And the tide has turned in terms of being lukewarm about it. There's a huge following. And why do people come to Dunedin? What draws them? It's heritage. That's a number one draw card. So we can't ignore it, and it's hugely in our favour. We must keep what we have. Now, I'm not against change, but we've got to keep our heritage character. And that means supporting the council staff, and particularly Mark Maudsley and his team. And one of the things I've asked for is a resource increase to enable them to be more able to list more buildings on the district plan, for instance. There are a whole lot of measures that could be open to them, given more resources, because 2 of them is not much when you think what the whole patchwork is for Dunedin and how important it is. I'm supporting Tyree Gorge Railway. Oh, and I should have made it clear that I'm submitting on my own behalf, as well as Southern Heritage Trust and the Gasworks. So the Gasworks is a world-renowned asset that we have in Dunedin. Not only is it important for Dunedin, but it's hugely important for New Zealand. and we need to keep that status, which is not easy because it's crammed and squeezed in. It really needs more space, but I'm not sure what we can do about that. So, and we, invite councillors to visit as well. What I will do is forward and deliver the sheets, because it does, highlight what I'm on about.
Thank you. That's fine. The team have said they will distribute your sheets to the councillors, so there'll be no
Yes.
problem there. Are you happy to take some questions?
Yes.
We have quite a few. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. When you said you'd support the railway, can you talk about what you would support?
We have to restart.
I would support the retention of the railway. It's a crucial plus for Dunedin.
Sorry, councillor, you have to.
Do you want to
start, mate.
see any rail connected to it, or just the train? What? The cycle, I mean, any cycle connected to it, or just the.
You have to press your microphone to start. No, the microphone.
Type microphone.
Oh, didn't press it hard enough. No, I support the retention of the railway, meaning the whole package.
Thank you. And you mentioned you'd like council to take action. Can you tell us, where you got us here to listen, what action would you like us to take for around the heritage?
Microphone, yes. Each time you speak, you have to press it again.
Right. It's a huge package.
Sorry, press.
It's a huge package with so many aspects, and we need a very clear strategy. The heritage strategy, for instance, that's incomplete. Finish it off and have an action plan. And there's a lot of support, not just from the Trust, but from, throughout New Zealand, Dunedin.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Barker, we have a few questions.
Kia ora, Anne. What do you think is the number one threat to Dunedin's heritage?
Microphone.
It's hard to pick one. But I do think that the lack of resources, perhaps, in so many areas, but I think there needs to be clearer cut and more definite policies in order to control some of the things that happen too quickly without notification. For instance, buildings disappear overnight. The process for, I know council's very good at resource consent and following all those criteria, but I don't think they're tight enough controls. I think that the policy, we need more discussion, urban design, coordination across departments, so that there's a city-wide strategy, not just individual buildings that happen to be at risk.
So we do have the Heritage Action Plan with the 35 actions in it, and we also, this morning we actually had one of the community boards come and talk about protection for heritage buildings. So I was wondering if one of the key priorities would be for council to somehow ensure that we had more of our precious heritage buildings listed. Would you see that as the key thing that we need to do to have protection for those buildings?
Yes, the listing potential is huge, but it can't be dealt with under the current system. It needs more people, more money to fund it. And yes, I agree, it has to be done quickly, because we're losing.
Speaking of quickly, Councillor Gilbert.
Yes, I have three questions, so given time, I'll just go to one. You've mentioned that, and as I understand it, it stands all on its own. I don't just mean in its location, I mean in terms of looking after itself. First of all, is that correct? And secondly, if it is correct, is that the way you would like it to stay?
It is run by the Gasworks Museum Trust. They're volunteers, and we're not funded. And it is well, we've made huge progress, you'd be pleased to know, and doubled the numbers of visitors and the use and of the facilities. And it's a huge asset, particularly for South Dunedin. We could make a collective of industrial heritage, for instance, with the gasworks being a key site. So it is incredibly important, but not funded. Though in my list I've got requests to maintain appropriate maintenance money, and the relationship with the Properties Department is very good. I must admit it's wonderful, and we really appreciate that, as in all areas, but it does need more resource.
Okay. Councillor Beetson-Pope has a final question.
Just a question in respect of the listing to provide protection of residential housing. You'll be aware that the council's position historically has been that properties were not listed unless the owner was desirous of that. Do you think that's the wrong position?
Yes, I do, because there are some very important properties that might suffer, but it's a tricky one.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Right, apologies, I haven't even got my crib sheet because I haven't got a printer.
Oh, look, it's perfectly fine. That was very informative, and thank you for coming.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and for all your support of everything. Between us, if we collaborate, it'll work.
Yes. And next, we have Mr. Rob Soulsby from the Reduced Rates Group, joined by Robin Vintner. Now, you have a booking later in the day, but you're going to have this one. Yes.
He's going to hold my hand.
Good own.
Don't think he needs much hand holding.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit here today. My name is Rob Soulsby, as I've already been announced, and this is Robin Vintner. We are core members of the group, Reduced Rates Group, and we have been formed due to concern about the large rates rise and our awareness of the amount of debt the city has. I might add too that we work very closely with DACA, the Dunedin Area Citizens Association, and generally I'm 95% in agreement on the issues that face the city, so I think this is a very worthwhile association. Quite frankly, the rates rise that's proposed, the debt we've got, and the debt trajectory that is possible is of huge concern to us, and we're concerned if the council doesn't get that under control, we could be headed towards a significant financial disaster. And I don't say that lightly. If you look around us, look what's going on out there. There's a lot of financial difficulty. Cost of living crisis, costs are going up across the board. There's layoffs, I saw one commentator in the media last week say business confidence was approaching that of the global financial crisis. You saw that? We've also got debt default. Debt default is now 460,000 people nationally, is up 7% on last month. It's a serious issue. We've got cuts to hospital spending of initially 80 million, and now it's up to $105 million for our hospitals. It's a concern. We've also got our government requesting 6.5% cuts across the board. So quite frankly, as we see it, it's not good enough just to set the rates at 17.5% and say, you pay. We don't accept that. We think the number one goal for council across the board should be looking at a balanced rate. And you need to work very hard to do that. We think it's important to set a budget that is affordable. Like most households do, they have to set a budget that's their income. You then tell the CEO that that's the budget, cut costs accordingly, but prioritising getting our essential services completed and on track. We need some internal audits of council expenditure as well as audits of contractor expenditure and performance so that we can reduce cuts across the board. We need to push back against the government and what they request in terms of expenditure by ourselves. Push back. And we would like to think we could help lobbying in that context, so we look forward to a working relationship with the council on that. Lastly too, we've got debt. We've got to get that debt down. We support the sale of Aurora, maybe Forbury Park, maybe Sammy's. We're not the financial experts here. We rely on you for that information, so we welcome any attempts to make significant inroads there. You guys were elected or re-elected based on a lot of concern about the Hawkins regime, and a lot of that was expenditure, large expenditure that we felt wasn't necessary and was of concern. You're our elected representatives, and we appreciate that. We expect that you'll deliver us financial affordability as a number one goal, not only in this rates round, but in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Houlihan.
When you said you'd support us, will you consider asking all your members to write to the ministers of this current government and say you're putting a lot of cost on local government that's coming back to us as ratepayers, and that's not fair? And to also say, let's look at different ways of funding local government. For example, something that's been suggested is we could get a percentage of GST that's, you know, from the local area. If you all sent a letter, all of you, saying that, that would help us and would support us. So if you wanted to do something, I think that would be really good to send en masse so that then they get the idea, though, that we're telling people, you know, we can't, because we can't just carry on with the budgets that we've got either. It's like when you get a household, you know, you get certain costs coming in, you've got to go, okay, well, we've carrying quite a bit of debt anyway, I'll get off the so.
Can I respond?
Yes, it was a question. It was a question.
Thank you for asking that question. We would welcome input from you guys on how we can work together. We're all in this together. It's not us and them, it's us and us. So if you guys can give us ideas, then we're happy to do exactly that. Thank you for the idea.
And I think that's a very good suggestion, is what you've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Rob and Robin, for your presentation today. In regards to the resolution number 4, you touch on debt reduction and the priority to sell some of the most appropriate assets of the city. Could you identify what the most appropriate assets are in your eyes that we should be looking at?
Thank you for the question, but because we are not close enough to understand viability of a lot of the assets the city has, then I think that's best left to you guys as professionals, or if you're not sure, then go to separate audit and accountability process to look at the options for those assets, and then make the decisions yourselves, maybe with consultation similar to what you've done with Aurora.
So basically, assets that are not returning a viable return to the city should be attended to forthwith with haste.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. 9.3% of the proposed 17.5% rate increase is Three Waters, including depreciation interest payments, and an increase in depreciation excluding Three Waters. How do you think we should be dealing with that?
Again, thanks for the question, but as we're not close enough to the finances, then I can't really give you a worthwhile answer on any of that. I appreciate that our city infrastructure and Three Waters is one of the most critical factors of our lives, but I think that's something that the council has to consider. I know it's not easy, but it's a bullet-biting exercise, and maybe could you stretch out the work to be done over a longer period of time? That's my only baseline suggestion from a lay academic thinking in front of the council.
I'd also like to just to add to that is that if that has been demanded or mandated from the government of you, then what Carmen was suggesting is the only way we can help you do that, as far as I can see, is to put the pressure on the central government to take the pressure off you guys or to give you more money in some way.
The part that I'm trying to get a feel from, and I saw this across a theme of a lot of submissions, is that nobody wants a 17.5% increase. But yet, one of the things I'm consistently hearing from residents, especially after 2015 flood, is infrastructure is critical for the city. And I'm trying to get an understanding from your group and Lyndon's group and others. And anytime I've asked this, and sorry about the ramble, but I've consistently asked this question of a lot of people in the community. Nobody seems to want to, say, defer or put off Three Waters infrastructure, but nobody wants to pay for it. And I'm just trying to balance that out in what we have to balance.
I think we want to pay for it. We have to pay for it. But, what we're saying is focus on infrastructure only. Dare I say it, no playgrounds in the main street, and I know it's only $600,000, but we've got to focus on that as a priority and look at efficiencies within those priorities with contractors, with staffing, with those kind of roles. So I would think that would be a big first effort focus for financial review and performance accountability.
So are you aware that it's a general LGNZ, Local Government New Zealand, which is our overarching body, our membership body, has petitioned the government for them to return the GST on rates? Because at the moment you pay rates and you pay plus GST, and the GST goes to the government. But really it should come to the local government rather than the central government, in my opinion, and in the opinion of most local government bodies throughout New Zealand. So can I suggest that that would be a good message to send to the government, ask them to return the GST on rates to the local government?
I would like to think that at the end of this round...
Button.
Yep. Got it. At the end of this discussion round, sometime in the next week, if we can liaise with you people and get some suggestions for our team to work on, then that would be excellent, and whatever comes out of that, we'll look at acting on.
Yep. That's just a really easy, simple one, which would make a big difference. Yep. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
It's really good. So next, we'll have Gerald Hyland from the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. Thank you for the time to speak on our latest submission regards the Tunnels Trail.
Yep. Sorry, thank you for coming early. If you've got 5 minutes and there's a timer behind me, just go for it. Thank you. Oh, you're waiting for a...
It's hard waiting, isn't it? And thank you for your patience, but we've been waiting 20 years for this. And you can imagine our patience is wearing thin. Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge the progress made to date, the 2022 and 23 council decisions to proceed with the Tunnels Trail, the repairs to the brickwork in the Chain Hills Tunnel, and the detailed design completed and submitted to Waka Kotahi in March. That was the good news. Unfortunately, the indications are that Waka Kotahi will not be making funds available for any new cycleway projects following the draft GPS and direction from the Minister. And one of the paramount objectives of the Tunnels Trail project is to create a vital link between Dunedin and the wider cycleway network of Otago. The trail will serve as a crucial transportation corridor, creating connectivity to people across the region. Now there will be a low-carbon, active transport route all the way from Queenstown in 2 years and Wanaka in 5 years to the Taieri. We need Dunedin to be accessible, not just Waihola and maybe Mosgiel. While this is a crucial part of the city's transport infrastructure and the project has been justified purely on commuter benefits, it will also enhance recreation for the city and region and be a boost to the tourism-based economy. And looking at similar short cycle path attractions such as the OCRT tunnels or Queenstown Trail sections, we can expect at least 50 to 150 people per day for just on the tourism side. For recreation, the last census reported 20% of people indicate they cycle recreationally. So conservatively another 50 plus people. Add those figures to the commute number of 150 and we're immediately at 350, and that's before it becomes popular or well known. We urge the Council to initiate the Tunnels Trail project in stages, realistically at a lower service level now, but do it now, not in a few years or when the government decides to refocus back on active transport. So how? We suggest Gladstone Road to the Chain Hills Tunnel portal over the existing easement be developed immediately, providing a tangible starting point for residents and visitors to experience the benefits of the trail. At the same time, additional funding avenues to be explored for further expansion. Also secure other landholder easements required. Then continue development of the trail through to at least Green Island in the 2024 to 2025 financial year. We will have lower cost and importantly safe commuting, enabling safer and diverse recreational users, a big boost to tourism, increasing health outcomes, reducing our carbon footprint, and decreasing traffic density and congestion. The Tunnels Trail project it's not a nice-to-have bit of additional cycle track for a small minority, as some consider it, but an essential and well overdue part of Dunedin's transport and tourism infrastructures. The current commute design comes out with a BCR of 1.9, and when incorporating wider economic benefits, it's 4.5. Just looking at the opportunity cost of that, can we afford not to do it? Thank you.
Very good. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Jared. I think I've compared you to Morgan Freeman from The Shawshank Redemption before. I think your intro reconfirmed that. Jared, despite your gloomy analysis, is the Trust involved in developing anything in the meantime?
Yes, we had the history of getting the Gladstone Road property purchased, and we're now in the process of doing track clearing and drainage and then gravelling over the section of trail on the eastern side of the Chain Hills portal. That's on Clean Oaks' land. Because it was muddy and you couldn't walk through it, you needed gumboots. So as a first stage, the Trust is organising that, and they're actually doing it underway now. Probably this afternoon they've called it off, but we're clearing the trail, getting it ready for gravelling so people can walk through, with the idea of the Trust creating a loop walkway through the tunnel up over and up to the top of Chain Hills Road as a loop walkway for the local community. And we've also been working with Rotary in terms of working bees to get people on site doing things. But the response from Rotary just recently when we approached them is, well, we've done this before, we've been there, we've done working bees, nothing's happened. So we have to convince them that yes, there is something happening for them to come along to the next working bee, the next effort.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, because the Tunnels Trust, I believe there was quite a big announcement a wee while ago that you were awarded quite a lot of money. Are you saying that those funds have now been taken away, have they? Has the government said they're not going to pay those out?
Sorry. Yeah, the initial money awarded from NZTA was for the detailed design. That was the detailed design work and all the various reports that Waka Kotahi specify in their methodology to develop anything new, be it a footpath or transmission gully. Have to go through a whole process, whole methodology. The funding was made available for that. And that's what's been completed and delivered to NZTA, Waka Kotahi, in March this year, the detailed design.
I know the government has changed, obviously is different now. So the category, what is the criteria now where it sits as no, where it impacts you is on the Waka Kotahi side of it, is it? Is that, because I know that funding, we know we've lost a lot of it.
Yeah, the trail funding structure up till now has been pretty much 50-50 split between council and Waka Kotahi. Waka Kotahi have indicated that no new cycleway funding is going to be made available in the next cycle round, which is ironic. So what we have to do is look at alternative forms of funding at a reduced service level. We can't build the gold-plated standard, that would be brilliant, but we need to do something just to get the thing open, to get people starting to move through. Maybe it's for cyclists and walkers, maybe not for people on mobility scooters just yet.
So the funding that you, because did you get 11 million keeps coming up for me, but is that incorrect? No.
No, that was the projected cost.
So all your funds at the moment have now been used and spent on the design, is that correct?
I believe the council still has about 1.5 million for the upcoming year unallocated within this project that we can use.
This is a wee bit of a cheeky question, but I'm going to ask this because there's people sitting here behind me that have just come and spoken to us about our rates increase being 17.5%, and they're going to say, don't spend, they've already said, don't spend on anything, cut everything back. What would you say to those people when you've been waiting for these funds for so long?
People can't afford petrol. People can't afford to drive. Why don't we let them use bicycles? Because they're a hell of a lot cheaper and they can still means they get on the bike and they can come through to Dunedin. That is the way to getting people enabled and able to move themselves.
Thank you. And a very quick question from Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Jared, Mountain Bike Otago gets money for grant money for track development. Have you talked to them at all? I mean, it's not a mountain bike track, but...
We have approached them. Part of that is for potentially developing local cycleways around the Chain Hills Tunnel. We're certainly open to being able to work with them to develop trails, but we need to be able to proceed. This isn't a $15,000 or $20,000 project. It's hundreds of thousands or millions.
It's been 20 years waiting for 25 million. I'm just getting at, we could be another 20 years because it will change. It will require a government policy statement on transport to change again for that money to come back. So in the interim, I'm thinking about just the same conversation I had with you last time you were sitting in the same ratio, about getting it going and getting something in there.
Yep, we want to get going now. It is never going to be cheaper. It will always get more expensive as each year goes on. So as I said before, we get that short section of single track, be it with mountain biking Otago or Fulton Hogan or whoever, just to develop it from Gladstone Road up to the tunnel portal on the existing easement that was allocated for it. Get that going as a single track walkway rather than a big boardwalk as the design plans are having, so we can get to the tunnel. The Tunnels Trust will then make sure we have a track that goes through the tunnel up to the top of Chain Hill, and you've got a loop track for the local community and for tourism, and people can get to the tunnel.
Great. Thank you much. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. All right, next we have Judy Martin from One Coast.
Hi, I've been joined by Geraldine, our committee member too, who may be able to answer some questions on some topics. Can I start? Yeah. Okay, our submission has said what we do, so I only want to make a few points in support of that to allow time for questions. First of all, as always, our huge thanks to the DCC, especially the Waste and Environment team and the contractors EnviroNZ, who've been helpful and supportive all the way through from the time that they allocated and developed the platform that our main activities go on. Over the last year, we have increased our activities quite a lot. We've had more opening days. We now open every day that the transfer station is open for some hours. We are, as a result of that and various other things, we are taking more and more donations in, and a wider range of these, including other not usually recycled things like the liquid paper boards, and we're currently in conversation with Ag Recovery to try and get a depot going for the recycling of triple rinsed agricultural product. So, Geraldine might be able to talk more on that. There are a couple of tensions in the work that we do. The first tension, not a very important one really, is between. We make money from sales. We made almost $20,000 in our last financial year, and if we wanted to operate as a business, we could probably make a lot more. But our main function, we see, is supporting the community with reasonable and often free goods, and also moving things on as part of the circular economy. And if we wanted to charge more and operate more business-like, that waste reduction stream would trickle down to very little. Our main aim is to reduce waste. And as you saw in our submission, that in the last 6 months, at a minimum, we took in about 55 cubic metres of donation in the last 6 months. And I know that's an underestimate because there's lots of things that we forgot to count, didn't have time to. The other tension is between wanting to do more, like doing more of these tasks and things, and not having the physical or the human sort of infrastructure to be able to do everything that we want to. Our current sales revenue, along with some grants, is going into developing the infrastructure. We're planning a fourth container. We want to develop the platform more for parking, which is a bit of a shambles at the moment. And the DCC hasn't got funding to do that for us, so we need to be on our own for that. The human, keeping our volunteers, our really hard-working volunteers working and happy and functioning requires the stability of our paid staff, which is the main benefit that we have. We have 15 hours of paid work, which just takes a huge load off the rest of us who are working all the time. So our main request to the DCC is, I did hear a while ago that you were planning some sort of shake-up of the funding, DCC funding. When that happens, it would be really, really good if more consideration was given to organisations like ours for operational funding. At the moment, the Waste Minimisation Fund, which is our main source of money from the DCC, needs to be spent on project grants, which is sort of containers and, educational exercises and things like that. But the most important thing for us is to have the stability of being able to keep our staff employed. We've seen in our area as well as others the huge benefit that having the place-based way of operating has worked, and it would be really good if that sort of model could be applied to waste minimisation and environmental groups as well. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Judy and Geraldine. In your submission, and correct me if I'm wrong, you asked for non-contestable funding, but you don't state how much. Well, because I mean we're moving into a budgetary process, so it would be pretty helpful to have a state.
Oh, okay. Last year we spent $22,000 on wage and employment-related expenses. I guess that was for 15 hours, and I know there are other sources of funding from that. But even a steady budget of perhaps $10,000 for an organisation like ours would be a huge help, and that could be augmented through sales and other funding.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, kia ora. I was listening to what you said about the grants review, but I guess that the money for waste minimisation comes through the waste minimisation levy fund, etc. Are you aware, and have you been engaged with the waste minimisation?
Oh, sorry.
I'll let you ask my question. Are you aware of the waste minimisation plan review going on now, and have you been engaged in that process?
Yes, we have. We've been to a couple of meetings, and I think a lot of organisations there have made their feelings around that quite clear. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask, do you think it would be useful to have a policy as part of the waste minimisation fund that made it able to have that multi-year funding? Because I think the waste minimisation plan is done every few years, so would it be useful to kind of maybe link up the percentage of funding that comes back through and the parameters around it? Would that be useful for you to input into that plan?
I think it would be very useful, thank you. Yes.
Can I respond to that as well, Sophie? The difficulty is it being project-based, so we have to come up with a new project every time, and we can be halfway through a project, but we can't get more funding to finish a project. So we do get grants for wages, but they don't cover the full year. And we're in the expansion phase of what we're doing. Maybe in another 5 or 10 years we will have, kind of got all the things we need, but we're quite short of storage, as Judy said. And if we buy a container, sometimes we have to make changes to it. So that's our problem, is that, if we think we're getting $20,000 a year, that sounds like a huge income, but that's gobbled up with the things we're doing to actually set ourselves up and run events and things. So I think it's the nature of that waste fund, because it's tied back to the levy, and the levy is much bigger than it used to be, as we know, per tonne. So, and I think it's the DCC that decides how those grants are structured. It's not the government. So what we're saying is a maximum of $5,000 a year, and project-based is actually a real problem for us. If it was a higher level, and if it actually was broader things that we could apply for, including wages or other running costs.
So we're only allowed to ask questions in this forum, so I'm just asking you the question, would you like to engage with the waste minimisation plan, because it actually sets the parameters for a lot of the funding?
Yes, both the community board and our group as a community group, we have been to consultations, yes, so, and I think the people running there understand the issues, but yeah.
Great. And Councillor O'Malley.
It's pretty much a follow-up question. What's your feedback been from having gone to those? So the waste levy is going to it's going to get over $1 million soon, coming back our direction. And so I see in your organisation a really good example of community-led activity, which has done a huge amount for diversion as well as reuse. How many cubic metres of clothing did you do just then? Did you sit in?
That 55 cubic metres was the total amount of donations to the transfer station. What came to the clothing sale is another issue altogether. But we sold 3 tightly packed cubic metres at our last clothing sale, and we received. We're currently looking at ways of increasing rag. Making rag making out of unwanted things and trying to minimise the amount that goes to landfill at the moment. And we're always aware of the first part of the pyramid, the inverted pyramid, which is reduce. We're encouraging people to not buy new things.
I'm just thinking more about if that was an actual diversion number right there, and that was tonnes. That's about $4,000 or $5,000 worth of waste levy sitting right there. And I guess my getting at is maybe rather than just a fixed term contract kind of thing, what about becoming the community provider for the Waikato Coast for diversion and effectively getting a substantial, more like a contract grant than a grant for a community, because you're actually providing a service which augments our waste desires.
That sounds an interesting possibility. We would very much need paid staff ongoing to manage that.
Yeah, but like in Hampden, Waitaki District pays for a half-time FTE there right away, right, which I know does job with coordination with their recycling. But it's effectively what I am saying is, rather than just being a volunteer community group, you're actually an augmenting activity right next to our waste solutions, and that you are actually having measurable outcomes that are directly given a monetary value.
Can I respond to that as well? One of the other things that Judy does is through the local Facebook group. Sometimes there's people who've got larger items that we can't handle, or they can't necessarily put on a truck and bring to us, like lounge suites and beds and things. So rather than them coming to us, Judy will promote them through local Facebook groups and find the person that wants to cheaply sell or get rid of something, match them up with someone. So actually the weight and measurement of what we're currently doing is probably quite a bit more than that because of that matching service. And I often see people offering stuff and say, take it today or I'm taking it to the tip, because people are suddenly moving. And what especially Judy is doing is helping match up and making sure things aren't wasted, but they're also very efficiently being picked up from someone's house rather than coming to us.
Going to the second hour. Anna Wilson from the Strathtyre Community Board spoke this morning. I mentioned you guys to her, and she would be interested in seeing what you're doing. So do you want me to get you together?
Yes, please.
Right. Thank you, and thank you very much for your submission. Next we have Ben Nichols from the Valley Urban Eco Sanctuary.
So, afternoon. So from the Valley Project, we're submitting that the annual plan should include funding to control invasive weeds across the Dunedin region, specifically sycamore trees. And ideally this funding would be on an ongoing basis. So this sycamore tree issue is nothing new. Our councillor Steve Walker has been campaigning for years now to set up organised sycamore removal. Some recent resources from the ODT from 2019 has a nice photo of Steve and yes, Steve and colleagues cutting down sycamores out towards West Harbour. Could you please pass them around to the Mayor? Also from 2015, the City Council prepares for Sycamore War, again with Steve Walker. And also with very interesting comments from the then manager of the Parks and Recreation manager, Lisa Wheeler, saying the town belt was becoming inundated with fast-growing trees. It is right throughout the city, I am hearing. There are lots of reports now, which I think I wrote that in my original submission. Could you please pass them to the Mayor, Steve? So myself and others from the Valley Project attended the Aroha Kaikorai Valley opening last year, which was opened by the Mayor, and other councillors attended that meeting. A key point the Mayor made was that the City Council cannot be expected to do everything by itself. So we 110% support that. So at the Valley Project, we've been organising volunteer groups for some years now, working with the Parks and Recreation Department, which we have organised stuff with. So we cut down small sycamores, plant native trees, and there's various other projects that go on with local schools. But of course, the issue is the large mature trees, which doesn't of course suit volunteer groups, which is of all ages and abilities. So we're looking for input from, I guess, the City Council maybe and the Regional Council to tackle the big trees, which is the usual solutions of either poisoning or chainsaws. Then followed up by groups like the Valley Project or Aroha Kaikorai Valley can follow along planting natives, maintenance weeding, and ding to any small sycamores that pop up. So, yeah, we see it as this work doesn't have to be expensive. For even 5,000 or 10,000 contractors can do a lot of poisoning, which I think has already happened in small projects. Further, there are in the Parks and Recreation Department, there are already volunteer coordinator positions established as a joint City Council DOC position to help run these sort of projects. So a lot of stuff is already in place. So at present, sycamore trees are in patchy areas, but we're imagining what happens if there's no control moving forwards, when the patches start sort of merging together around the place. And a main point I'd like to make is Dunedin prides itself on our albatross, yellow-eyed penguins, sea lions, iconic wildlife like that. Yet our urban forests are just gradually becoming overrun by these invasives. So the question I have for the councillors is how can we call ourselves a wildlife capital of the country? And I try to imagine, the councillors, trying to promote the city for, whatever investment or something in future. And if we really did have native birds around the place and real biodiversity, it would be a real asset. It adds to the city's value. And so I'm making this submission because it's my backyard, but then I realise it's all our backyards. It's the city's backyard, So further, we'd ideally like to see Project Gold restarted, which is a defunct DOC project which died some death a number of years ago. Again, Steve, if you could pass those around to people. Koa trees can be planted to replace invasives. There are other resources. Wildlands did a report onto assessment of sycamore invasion in the Upper Leaf Valley. This is a contract report to the City Council from 2018. Steve again. That covers. Yeah.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. A quick question for you. In terms of sycamore trees and the regularity with which they pop up, the seeds have obviously got to come from somewhere. So I'm merely curious, there are at least 3 sycamores that are on the scheduled tree list, which presumably, not being able to see them and I'm not intimately familiar with them, presumably they're going to be fairly mature, fairly large trees that are firing out a whole heap of seeds. do we have to get rid of those as well, or because surely otherwise the problem is just going to keep coming back?
Oh, yes, correct. Yeah, the mature trees need to go. Yeah, they are the seed source. Also, another one of Steve's colleagues from Port Chalmers, Matt Thompson, he's a leading contractor in the field. He wrote a particularly good introduction, which, Steve, could you pass that down to Kevin? Yeah. Just the ability of these trees to reproduce is quite remarkable. The seeds fly long distances due to the design of the seed. They blow in the wind very effectively. And they germinate in incredible conditions in the dark. But it almost has to be seen to be believed how they can germinate.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I don't know where to begin, really, and I definitely feel you. I was going to ask, because one of your requests in your submission was councillors asked Parks to create a budget, and I was going to ask how much, but that seems dumb in the context of my second question. And I know this is going to seem laborious to you, but have you requested a sit down with the Parks Department to even get the beginnings of some sort of strategic talk on the way forward? Because you'll understand in the West Harbour nothing was gained until we'd actually paid for a substantial document about the strategic removal of sycamores in the West Harbour. So have you requested a sit down with Parks?
Yes, with I think Jen Rogers at the project and some of the others have had a meeting with the Parks Department. That's over the summer, and I think
microphone.
The indication was sort of funding issues, and my limited understanding of council is unless you're in the annual plan, pretty much a project doesn't happen, which is hence making submissions.
Thank you. I'm going to cheekily, without looking at Bex, ask a question to be asked, because it was my understanding that through the work we did in the West Harbour, there was an allocation every year, 40k rings a bell, that would be carried forward specifically for sycamore removal, although I've never seen that as a line item, but it would be good for us potentially to just check if that's something that has been carried forward. So if not, a question again, I'll ask a question. Would it be problematic for you, I think, to get a really strong coordinated group together? Because I know our Parks Department would be amenable to a sit down, and I can't emphasise how important it would be to develop a strategy moving forward. And so, do you think that would be more effective than just coming back here every year and requesting some vague amount of money?
Completely, yeah. I totally agree. And try to work towards some strategic plan in future, yeah.
Yes, the final question is, do you think what we did in the West Harbour, if you look at where the new cycleway starts from the Yacht Club right through Ravensbourne, is an exemplary example of what we can do in terms of not only eradicating sycamores, but creating now a native wonderland?
Oh, I completely agree. It's a brilliant achievement. It's just if only there could be more. And I thought another big question is, should there be a decision to have the entire town belt free of sycamores? But in a context, so we're very happy for non-invasive exotic trees. It's just the invasives that's the issue.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. That's been great. And we have all the detail also of how to do it in your submission, in your printed submission.
Well, it's ongoing.
Yes. The ecological assessment was very good. We now have Phil Dowsett of the Otago Settlers Association. Good afternoon.
Good
So you've
afternoon,
got
Mr.
the
Chairman.
speaker, you've got the microphone in front of you, you've pressed the button, so you're ready to go. You've got 5 minutes and the timer's on the screen behind me.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that the Association is pleased to have this opportunity to speak to the City Council on the draft annual plan, and really appreciate the opportunity to do so. As founders of the and principal project fundraisers for the museum, the Association has a long-standing commitment to support and work closely with the museum staff and management. The successful relationship with the museum staff is based on a high degree of collaboration and shared objectives. The Council must be commended on their actions to weather the pandemic storm, with the museum emerging as strong as ever. We believe the Council and ratepayers should be proud of what's been achieved through the long-term commitment and support of the museum. So I'll briefly cover 3 points in my written submission that I'd like to emphasise. The first is the concept of the museum cluster here in Dunedin. It's an outstanding draw card for the city and should be promoted heavily. In particular, Toitu Otago Settlers Museum and the Gasworks Museum provide social and engineering stories through which today's Dunedin is better understood by both visitors and residents. The history of the city is manifested in its historic buildings, museums, art galleries and archives. The second point is in relation to Otago Anniversary Day events. Each year the Association has promoted and supported an Otago Anniversary Day dinner on the 23rd of March, marking the day the province of Otago was founded. The OSA requests that the Council supports Otago Anniversary with complementary events each year recognising tangata whenua who settled prior to 1848 and the settlers from around the world over the years that followed. Such a key event in the history of Dunedin is worthy of notable and strong commemoration. And finally, in relation to these hearings, this is an opportunity for the Council to hear the view of the community and to ask questions. Whilst time-consuming for councillors and staff, it is essential for transparency and an important part of democracy here in Dunedin. The Association urges that these hearings continue to be held every year, whether or not there are significant changes to the 10-year plan. So I'm very pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. We'll start with Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Fees and charges. I've been asking this question of a couple of people, and I'm going to ask it of you because you've made reference to it. Do you think that a charge should be implemented for non-Dunedin residents 12 years and older to visit our attractions?
The idea has some advantages, obviously, in terms of revenue. Certainly, as far as residents are concerned, we would oppose any charges because we really want people to regard the museum as a community space and to visit it many times. There is obviously the opportunity for visitors from out of town to make donations. There are donations boxes in the museum. I think it's a question that's worthy of further debate. I don't believe the Association would oppose it outright, but clearly it would have an impact on the number of visitors to the museum because there would be a disincentive to some visitors. At the moment, they can enter freely, and if they're staying in Dunedin over a period of days, then they can return to the museum more number of times free of charge. So I think it's worthy of further debate.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and hi Phil, nice to see you, and thank you for coming in and presenting. I just want to pick up on one of the points you've got in terms of the Otago Anniversary Day events, plural, and the line there about not just recognising tangata whenua who settled prior to 1848, but also the settlers from around the world that came the following years. You're not specifically saying on the first you know, the John Wycliffe and whatever, you're saying from then on, so it would be a very much a multicultural approach. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is some concern about the use of the word settlers because it has the connotations of those that arrived on the two ships in 1848. But really, most of us are settlers. I certainly am. And there are people arriving now from Syria, and presumably there'll be people from Pakistan, from Gaza as well. So all of those people who make Dunedin their home, in my view, and I believe it's the association's view, are settlers. So it's very much a multicultural consideration. And there have been groups from all over the world, from South Africa, Holland, Poland, who settled at various times through our history. And they've settled in Dunedin, in the province of Otago, and for that reason I think that they should be part of that celebration.
So my secondary question to that is obviously this year, March 23rd, been and gone. Have there been any discussions with the events team about next year? Don't forget the mic.
My understanding is that there's no budgetary provision for there to be any involvement of council staff. It's unfortunate, and I certainly understand the difficulties the council faces at the moment over rates rises, but it would be very valuable if some staff time could be applied to assist with the organisation. There was a group who organised the anniversary day dinner, but unfortunately that disbanded. It included the Multicultural Council and the Scottish Heritage Council, and also the Otago Settlers Association. But without that group of people, the event is just doesn't happen. So it would be good if there was some support from the council through staff time to reinvigorate the concept of the Otago Anniversary Day Dinner.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Geraldine Tate returning to the chair with Senior Link. Yeah. Sorry?
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a feeling of deja vu sitting here because I don't know how many years I have been coming to the annual plan and submitting pretty much the same sad story. I work for Senior Link, which is a day activity centre based in South Dunedin. We cater for frail, socially isolated elderly people between their sort of 60s through to well into their 90s. Most of these people don't drive. A lot of them can't even catch buses. They use walking frames, sticks, and their mobility is quite poor, you would say. And so I am worried about them and other elderly people and people with disabilities that live in and shop in the South Dunedin area getting around safely. I am delighted to see that over recent years there has been a plethora, a plague, one might say, of barns dancers going into the centre city, George Street, Great King Street, around the university, and I think they're absolutely fabulous, and I should do a little dance and clap my hands in the air and say I love barns dancers. Most of the time I'm a lazy car driver, and I love the barns dance because when it's finally my turn to go, I don't have to deal with any pesky pedestrians. I can just zoom around that corner or make the movement that I want to make, and I don't have to go, oh my God, someone is going to, I'm tempted to screech my brakes on because there's some pedestrian I hadn't spotted partway through the intersection. From a pedestrian's point of view, they can cross diagonally as well as from one side to another, so even though they might have to wait longer, they might get two sides of a square rather than having to wait twice to cross if they were going right across an intersection. So greatly improved safety, and I'm sure you haven't spent all that money around the city for any other reason than pedestrian safety. I don't think you put them there to annoy car drivers, to slow down traffic, or to just add a new feature to the city that wasn't there previously. Dunedin has had a very poor record of road safety and pedestrian safety in the past, and I'm sure it has greatly improved, and I'm sure that has been your aim. Now, many, many years ago, and some of you might be old like me and can remember, there was a barns dance. It may have been the only one in the city at Cargill's Corner. It was fabulous, and it was well loved, and then it was so well loved that it was stolen, and then it replicated in other parts of the city. We're not quite sure why, but it would be fantastic to get a barns dance back. And also to have one at the corner of Macandrew Road and King Edward Street, which is also another busy pedestrian intersection. Now, my whining and complaining has gone one step further this year, because a marvellous thing is about to happen for all the people that have been driving to Invercargill and Queenstown to shop at Kmart. No more. We are going to have our own enormous Kmart store. Now, some of you may be a little bit naive to the phenomenon of the Kmart store, but it is kind of an addiction, and people love it, and some of the goods in there are very cheap and very attractive. And so I think latterly the council has realised they actually haven't going to have enough car parks, and so there's a bit of a flurry to create more car parks. But I've given you this little map with my own additions to it, because a lot of people, South Dunedin, unlike some of you seem to realise, is actually a huge destination shopping area. It's where all the hardware shops are. It's got 3 big supermarkets. It's got a lot of car sales, a huge number of takeaways, and it's got Pack and Save and the Warehouse, which are huge destinations for people with not that much money, the ones that don't currently shop in George Street. And the new library, fantastic news. I don't have to whinge about this year, this year, because it is going to happen, but it's going to create a wonderful little cluster. And not only is there not a barns dance at that Cargill's Corner, but there's actually very few provisions for pedestrians. People will go to Kmart and then they'll go, oh golly gosh, I need some cat food, and want to go to Pack and Save, and they'll be ducking down those little side streets, because not everyone has a car, or they can't find a jolly park and they left their car at the warehouse. And then they're going to try and cross in the middle of that intersection. So my request to you is that we need a pedestrian safety plan for South Dunedin, and we need it now, if not last week, and we need a safe crossing point in the middle of that intersection on Hillside Road, somewhere between Pack and Save and the Warehouse, so that people can cross down one of those little side streets and get to McBride Street and go to Kmart. So I think I could stop now.
Yeah, thank you. It's well timed. Are there any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Geraldine, it's a 5-minute special, just like the community board. The barns dance at Hillside and King Edward has been looked at by Transport, and the answer has come back is that, unlike the other ones where one street's carrying a lot of traffic and the cross street's carrying potentially a lot less, there's 2 very big streets crossing there at the same time. Obviously it did work in the past, but it's considered not to work now. So I mean, it has been looked at. I don't know what you would want. Do you want us to look at it again, or?
I think it's the perspective you're looking at it from, I'm afraid, but if you value pedestrians' well-being, then you just go to hell with the cars being held up. I mean, cars are being held up on the one-way system. You know, if some damn students push that button when I'm trying to get to work and I'm late, then I have to stop and wait for them, and then I chug forward a few metres and then I get stopped at the next intersection at the lights. So same with George Street. You are putting those on-demand pedestrian lights in a number of places around the city. I was out of Mosgiel and discovered that there's a new set of lights. I thought, what are these? And then I realised it was for the swimming pool. So somehow budgets for traffic lights and let's stop people, and to hell with whether they wanted to go fast or get somewhere in a hurry. I'm sorry, I just know that in other cities and in other parts of our city, the pedestrian has been given priority. And if you want to not have as many cars, do a George Street down the top end of King Edward Street and close it off so that there isn't a problem with too many cars going the other way.
Otherwise known as a war on cars, but yes, thank you for your feedback.
Great. Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, Geraldine again. I noticed in your submission that you had a comment about the community housing and the rise there, and then there was a comment about we've heard that the new recycling service costs will be also passed on to these tenants. So I just want to ask about your understanding of that. Like, did you think it was 11% plus the recycling, or that the recycling costs are included in that 11%?
Sorry, I don't think that's my submission.
I've opened it up and it is there, and it talks about the community housing comments. Yeah, I just want to check you just because it said we have heard that, and I just want to clarify your understanding on hearing. Is it 11% plus the recycling, or does the 11% include the recycling?
I'm sorry, I think that's when you submit, there's a section where you can make comments, and then there was my pages of rent. So I'm misunderstanding you. I'd forgotten that. Yes, I thought it was a recycling charge plus 11%. Is that not correct?
I don't know how to ask this in a question, but the answer is no, it's not correct. The 11% would you agree that the 11% actually includes the recycling? So I just wanted to clarify that, because I know that you're with Senior Link, so there's stories, you know how they, yeah.
Yep, thank you for that.
Very good. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Geraldine. I wonder if you're aware that the Disability Issues Advisory Group has again and again campaigned about that particular corner, because it's where the Studio 2, that place, where they go and they say the same thing. There's not a spot there that they can be safely dropped off. There's not enough time for them to get across the intersection. And I believe that has been looked at, and they wound back the crossing time to maximise the potential for pedestrians to cross the road, and it was raised again at the last meeting we had last week, and the team basically said, look, cars, there has to be enough time in the light cycle for all of those lanes of traffic to get around the corner as well. So,
change the team, change your thinking. You know, and as a lazy car driver, which I am most of the time, if I find one particular area of town or intersection too busy and slows me down, and I'm always running late and I'm always in a hurry, then I just take another route. I work it out. You know, when I'm going home, I don't go down the one-way system from South Dunedin because it's always congested. I duck around the back of the railway line, but at a different time of day I might. So I just think we have to change the thinking, and it seems to me in the middle of town and around the university, the thinking has changed. We have moved on to a whole new era where we're trying to keep people safe. South Dunedin, you know, I hate to say it, but it is just the poor person's, you know, area. And my little map here shows you, little map here, that if you can see it, it shows you the number of people in South Dunedin with no motor vehicles. So, you know, that's the red area. So there's an awful lot of people there that don't drive. But it's not just that. This is a destination area. This is where the shopping's actually happening. You might think it's happening in George Street. It's not really. It's actually happening in South Dunedin. So it's really busy. And there is a lot of people driving there and buying stuff, but there's still people limping around with their frames and their battery-powered wheelchairs, and they're not very good cognition, who actually have the right to get about and go and buy cheap stuff at Kmart or the Warehouse or affordable groceries at Pack and Save without being run over. And I just feel you haven't, until you have a traffic management plan for pedestrians in that whole area that I have highlighted, then you ain't got there yet.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
And thanks, Geraldine, for being the only person who's submitted with a rap like you have in previous years. Bring back the rapping.
Alrighty, moving to Robin Vintner.
Good afternoon. Thank you everybody for this time to present my feelings about this horrific jump in DCC rates, as I said, for this coming rateable year. In 1999, my husband and I bought a home in an area of town that we decided we wanted to live in if we were going to stay in Dunedin. It's an early 20th century bungalow, and we took to it with major renovations and then had a valuation by the council staff. To my knowledge, I've not seen one of those staff since in 24 years, but someone at a desk has been given the right to give me a new valuation each cycle. Of course it's going to go up, because that's how the council then justifies putting my rates up every year, or every time they go up. At the present moment, my rates demand is over $4,000 a year. And for those rates, I get the basics that everyone gets. However, I look on the DCC website page related to rates, and I find that if I was living in another area of town, I could be paying $2,500. And they get the same services as I do. So why am I paying more rates than they do? When the annual percentage increase is applied across the board, that family that's paying $2,500 will actually only pay an extra 60% in dollar terms to what I do. So that gap gets wider, and it won't be very long before I'm paying double what they are paying. So why shall I be subsidising everybody else in Dunedin? And I'm subsidising the university and the government departments who don't pay anything, from what I understand. Why should government departments get a free ride? It's about time they paid their whack. I'm entitled to curbside waste collection. Once again, I'm subsidising home families. I heard one councillor raving how people came up to her and said, wow, this is brilliant, I'm spending so much money on black plastic bags each week, so this is really going to save me dollars. For me, once again, I am paying more. I'm paying, I have one plastic bag about every 4 to 6 weeks. I do all my own composting. I recycle my bin about once every 6 to 8 weeks, and bottles about 3 times a year. So explain to me, how is that fair? There is no option for user pays. I'm extremely unhappy about the debt our council has built up by putting in cycleways that I rarely see being used, spending more money necessary, tarting up the main street and putting play equipment there. I don't believe the main street is a place for children to be playing. In these recessionary times, I think our council needs to be finding things to trim, not to add. A few days ago, I had a handwritten letter sent to me from a woman in her 86th year, she told me. The debt that the council has accrued is unbelievable, and ratepayers are considered a source of continuous revenue. Totally unnecessary is the purchase of Forbury Park, as is Sammy's. George Street is nothing more than a tarted up few blocks of no merit whatsoever, and now a kiddies' playground? I thought April Fool's Day when I read this in the ODT. Dunedin is a heritage city. Capitalise on this. In the last long-term plan, this year was meant to be 6 to 7% rise. So why such a huge disparity? There are things like the new library in South Dunedin that have been waiting for years, so I understand the pressure to cater for that. But does it have to all be paid in 1 year? Does the budgeted amount of $600,000 for books not sound excessive to you? That is something else that could be spread, surely. And I see that $8.9 million is to be spent on Moana Pool, but the long-term plan was originally budgeted 4.7, so I know that these works go up over time, but to lump it all into 1 year is too big a pill for most Dunedinites on fixed income or low incomes to swallow. If all paid at once, those elderly people who are struggling already with all the increases will be paying something that they may never be around to actually use. Does that sound fair? The sale of Aurora is another issue that, if managed well, could help in reducing our debt. This debt reduction is one of the most important things that this council has to do before their term is up. If they don't, they may find they're out of a job come election time. My last point is about staffing. It's been documented that there's been a rise in managers alone to the tune of about 48% since 2018. We simply cannot afford to have our CEO adding staff when the country has been struggling since the imposed restrictions of COVID-19. We should be following the lead of central government, cutting staff by 6 to 7% at least. If our council were to leave LGNZ, there would be another saving and less orders from central government. It's time we had local councils again working for us and fulfilling the wishes of the white paper, not local government, local councils.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? No questions. Thank you for your submission. And next we have Ash Dawes. Timing is good.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Ash. I'm an emerging artist and theatre maker. I was born and raised in Ōtepoti, and I recently graduated from Otago's Theatre Studies program. I'm here to speak to you today about Te Whare Ora Katea and to speak in support of the Fringe Arts Trust's request for operational funding to keep this venue going. I'd like to speak to 2 points. Firstly, my own experience using the space, and secondly, some context around the Ōtepoti creative ecosystem more broadly. So I work often as a production manager for a variety of major festivals and events around the city, and Te Whare Ora Katea over the past few years has been central to many of these. This includes not only the Fringe Arts Trust's own programming, so the Dunedin Fringe Festival and the Young Writers Festival, but also the Dunedin Writers and Readers Festival and the New Zealand International Science Festival, to name just a couple of examples. Partially, the benefit of this space is because the community gallery is right next door, and so the spaces, because they are managed by the same group of people, can be used in conjunction. Often the community gallery becomes a festival hub, and Te Whare Ora Katea becomes a venue for performances or presentations or art exhibitions. Beyond this, though, I've also worked as a venue manager contracted by the Fringe Arts Trust, and in this capacity, I've seen a huge range of events happen at Te Whare Ora Katea. This has ranged from touring productions from all around the country and all around the world, as well as community events like the UniQ annual ball, and workshops like Mana Rangatahi's Passion, Pitch and Rich for young entrepreneurs, and Te Hononga, which was a series of workshops run in conjunction with Arai Te Uru. The fact that all of these things are possible is due to the Fringe Arts Trust's accessible hire rates for the space. It means that innovative work that otherwise couldn't take place in other venues can happen. The operational funding that the Fringe Arts Trust are applying for is to pay for staffing and the other ongoing costs without pushing those costs onto the artists hiring the space. But we can't consider one venue in isolation, so let's think about the creative ecosystem more broadly. Ever since The Fortune closed in 2018, the community has been sounding the alarm about the need for a space for professional theatre. Te Whare Ora Katea was initially created as a stopgap measure, and it's since organically evolved to meet the needs of the wider arts community. Notably, this includes music. We are losing music venues at an alarming rate, and Te Whare Ora Katea remains one of the few that's still around, or was until about a month ago. The benefit of the space is that it's so versatile. I've seen it become a home for gigs, for theatre performances, for community events, for art exhibitions, and for presentations. I think even a mayoral debate was held there in the last election cycle. So we know that the DCC cares about the arts. You've adopted Aratoi's strategic vision and the Save Dunedin Live Music Action Plan, and you've got $17 million earmarked in the 10-year plan for professional theatre. And these are all great, but long-term solutions take time, and we can't afford to lose any more than we've already lost. Since I graduated in 2022, which is not that long ago, I've seen a huge exodus of emerging artists, my peers, from the city to Wellington or Auckland, where creative careers are more viable. This is not only because it's difficult to work professionally in the arts here, but also because it's difficult to test innovative and experimental work because of the financial barriers to hiring venues. Te Whare o Rukatea's open access kaupapa and affordable rates combats this. And since it stopped taking new bookings in April, these opportunities have been lost, not only for artists, but also for people like me who are contracted as venue staff. So I know that I'm just one person and my perspective might not change much. And I know that as a council, you've got a huge range of things to consider, and I don't envy your jobs. But I hope that my presence here shows that this matters to me. Personally, the opportunities that have been provided by both this venue and by the Fringe Arts Trust more broadly have been integral to the development of my career. I wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for the opportunities they provided. But more broadly, the Fringe Arts Trust, in their work with Te Whare o Rukatea, brings a huge amount of benefit, not only to the arts ecosystem in Ōtepoti, but also to the city more broadly and to our cultural landscape. I would argue, and this is possibly a debate for another day, that the arts are what makes us human. And having accessible infrastructure to support artists to make art that pushes boundaries is crucial, not only for a vibrant and creative city, which we all want to need and to be, but also for a healthy society. Kia ora.
Excellent. We have some questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ash, for that oversight, particularly the talk around the ecosystem, which leads to my question. And you pointed out correctly that Te Whare was sort of developed in response to the fortune, but would you not agree that weirdly it's sort of morphed into, I guess, a core part now of the Dunedin arts ecosystem?
Absolutely, I would agree with that. And I think that's one of the benefits of having the space managed by an organisation that is so deeply embedded in the arts infrastructure in the city, because they know what the needs are and how to respond to them.
And second question is the one, I don't know if you were listening earlier, the question I asked Ruth Harvey. What do you think would be lost if we decided during these deliberations not to continue funding Te Whare?
I mean, I know Ruth's got a bunch of numbers and statistics that she's given you, but I think we would lose a huge avenue for emerging artists to make the step from amateur to professional work, and we would lose touring productions that suddenly no longer have a home because they can't afford the bigger venues with far higher fees, and we would lose the opportunity for community arts organisations to stage their work in a performance venue.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation, Ash. I just wanted to know whether, because we've heard from two people today with a story about the creative ecosystem, and I wanted to know if you thought that was typical in terms of Te Whare's role in the development of careers for emerging artists. It's obviously your experience, but would you say that was representative of many others?
I think so, yes. And I think the fact that you've had multiple people here today talking about how important this space is speaks to just how valuable it is for a huge range of people working across the arts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I see Te Whare a bit like bats in Wellington, you know, so it gives you an opportunity to get that experience. Alan Hall, of course, is there as well. What are you able to say what charges you've got that you are being charged to use the space?
So when I've used the space, it's been either as part of a festival or as someone contracted by the Fringe team. So it's never personally been my job to kind of oversee those funding structures, and I couldn't give you those numbers off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Thank you, because obviously if they can generate some money, it helps with the revenue to keep it going, because it is, you know, I agree from a point of view of theatre and not just theatre music. It's a great location as well. So what if, say for example, another organisation ran that and kept it as a theatre and a place for music? Would you support that?
I think that's definitely a conversation that's worth having, as long as the fees were kept at a rate that community organisations could afford. I would say though that if that were the solution, that would take time, and that's time that we can't necessarily afford to spare. I think even if that becomes a discussion that we have in the long term, I urge you to support the Fringe's request for operational funding for the next year so that space stays alive while more long-term decisions about its future are made.
Thank you. And that has covered all their questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And not only has that covered all questions on this topic, it has wrapped up topics for the day. So, correct. So now I'll bid you all adieu, and we'll reconvene at it's 9 o'clock, ostensibly 9 o'clock tomorrow, but I believe that the first speaker is unable to make it. So you've got a few minutes. For most of you, you'll be here on time, and those that normally come just a little bit after can still aim for 9 o'clock, and we'll all be here on time. Okay? Adjourn, no. And so I move that we adjourn the meeting till 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we're almost thereafter in the morning. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried.